Hello, everyone. Good evening, and hope you're all having another excellent Tuesday. And last week was party chat, so that means this week is top five. However, it may not stay that way forever. Jason and I are going to be doing some things have come up. So unfortunately, he is not going to be able to join us tonight. But we may have to reschedule when top five is going forward. But we'll be figuring that out soon. So this could potentially be the last Tuesday night top five, but we shall see. But tonight we got a great topic and a great panel of guests. Tonight we're talking top five favorite N64 games. So let's see here. Let's the first. I'm kind of go in order of how they were added to the roster. So my party chat co-host Ryan, we were talking about it on I think party chat a few weeks ago, and I know how much of a fan he is of N64. It's like, hey, you want to be on top five N64 games? He's like, absolutely. So how you doing tonight, Ryan?
I'm outstanding. Other than what just happened on my stream with Ace Combat 7, so I was in the middle of completing the final mission. Well, not the final mission. The last mission that I could not beat. I figured out how to beat it. It took me 2 hours and probably like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And my controller died right at the end as I literally beat it. I hit the mark. And they're like, just survive. And I'm like, all right, I got this.
Yeah,
and
difficulties.
No, the controller died. So yeah, game on, as you say.
But you were able to pull out the win.
I did pull out the win with the mouse and keyboard.
The mouse and keyboard. For the first time you ever used it, it's like, oh, what am I doing here?
On this game, yes.
So, well, glad you could join us for top five N64 games. And I also reached out to another friend of the show who I know he is a big fan of N64, and he put it in his little sub profile. Got Fractured Filter joining us tonight. How's it going, Fractured?
Going pretty well. You're looking forward to this. Another top five joining you, sir. Last one was fun with the Stargate talk and everything.
Yes,
so definitely looking forward to what gets brought up tonight for N64. I probably have the most boilerplate selection of games, but whatever, because they're special to me. They're special to my heart. So I'm
same here. Mine's not going to be too surprising. We're glad to have you back on for another episode, back-to-back episodes of Top 5.
And thanks for having me back as always, sir.
Yes. And shout out to your co-host. He finally responded to me after a year.
I was
assuming
shocked.
He doesn't forget, he'll be on open mic on Thursday.
I'll remind him because I want this to happen.
So, well, thanks for joining us. And then next up, we got because Jason, I was asking Jason, like, hey, what's your odds of being able to make it tonight? And he's like 10% maybe. I was like, all right, well, I'm going to ask a couple extra people then. And the first person, I was like, I think I remember Jay saying he was a big fan of N64, and he's like, yeah. So we got Nerd Takes joining us again for another top five. What's up, Nerd Takes?
What's going on? Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Good. Glad you could join us on pretty short notice.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate it. And I'm glad Fractured already put it out there that his list is a little boilerplate kind of level, because mine is the most like plain vanilla list you could imagine. But that's kind of one of my favorite things about the N64 is that it's not even that the games are like blow your mind crazy, although I do think it was a nice leap or kind of start for a leap in gaming. But the fun you had playing them was just like a lifetime's worth of memories in gaming. So yeah, I think my list might look a little similar to you guys tonight.
So, all right. And then we had a late last-minute edition just last night. Dude's like, hey, you got a spot for one more? And I was like, absolutely. So, Dude's joining us as well. What's up?
Found my camera from since last Achievement Chasers.
Oh, yeah, you were off camera because you couldn't find your camera.
Yeah, and I wasn't using that laptop camera. You saw how bad it was.
Terrible. So,
and luckily this happened. I noticed that this was the top five N64 games right after I took the N64 games I got from the flood into my local game store to see which one still worked. Sadly, it does turn out that the N64 itself doesn't work well, so I need to look into that. But that was the reason why I couldn't test them with my N64s, because they kept on resetting over and over again.
And the good news that you were giving us backstage is out of around 200 N64 games, there's only 4 that you're having troubles with.
Yep. Well, it was probably around 40 games I got wet.
So you're
but
out with
other
most of them.
four of them are not even turning on their N64, and I don't know if any of those games are actually going to be on this list.
Okay. Well, glad you could join us as
If
well.
one of them
So,
pops out on the list, on anyone's list, I will actually mention it. But
yeah, I would be surprised if they do, but
I could see one or two of them being on there, depending on
oh, that's true. That's true.
because I've heard one of the ones that is multiplat was actually pretty decent, and of course the most expensive one is kind of a start of a series.
Yeah, you were telling me about that one backstage. That's pretty impressive. So, but all right, let's say got a couple people in chat already. Got Angry Canadian says, Jason, no, my friend. What's up, Angry Canadian? Good to see you. To be honest, there are some hidden gems on N64, and their taste is Angry Canadian's hero. All right,
Right back at you, AC.
Carl's in chat saying N64 top 5 is ending. Oh, is Jason okay? He's doing all right. It's not ending. We're just probably gonna have to shift when we do top 5. So we'll be talking about that probably tomorrow. Figure out the future of top 5 because we both really enjoy it. So, and Edgewood, hey Edgewood, have not seen you in a very long time, but good to see you again. Because I wish I could be part of this. N64 is my bread and butter. Well, since Jason isn't here, it's very likely that we may do a top 5 N64 games part 2, so he can give us his top 5. So I will reach out to you if we ever do a part 2, so that you can be on. N64 part 2, Edgewood. All right, got it written down. And Lowest Expectations is here as well. Maybe he'll join us. I know he was a big fan of the N64. So
actually, the craziest thing for me is that this is the first generation that I started having multiple consoles in a generation, because we also got the PS1.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Ah, interesting.
For the 16-bit era, I only had Super Nintendo.
I did as well, yeah.
It wasn't until the next generation for me. I had GameCube and Xbox.
In the next generation, I had all 3 major ones. I didn't have the Dreamcast.
Okay.
Don't you have like rich parents? Like what the fuck, dude? Are you serious? Like what the hell are you talking about?
I actually bought the GameCube with my own allowance. So
I did the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the PS2 and the Xbox were like both the kids' presents for Christmas.
Oh, and very nice. So.
I think it was like 2 years after we got the PS2, we got the Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Neo, did you retweet the stream out?
I did not even think about it, so
I just tweeted the stream out.
Thank you. I'm really bad about that.
It's kind of like a handicap because we don't have the access you do. So maybe just take 5 seconds.
There we go. I retweeted you, Filter.
It's kind of hard.
I like to do it myself, but I often forget. So
it's hard for me to tweet out my own stream since I don't use a Twitter.
Yeah. So Lois says he's gonna have to catch the replay on this one. Have fun and choose wisely. Canadian shots fired at Ryan saying we start in the swear jar early. I see. So
yeah, always.
Oh, Jason says I leave for one top 5 and Dreamcast gets this slander. So much hate. Or shaking my head.
I didn't say it was a bad console. I just said that the other 3 are kind of just better overall.
I like the Dreamcast. In all honesty, I got no issues with it. I liked it.
The Dreamcast was an interesting system for sure. Like it was a bit ahead of what it was trying to accomplish, but it just did not get the recognition for it.
Right.
At the time,
it didn't have quite enough power to keep up.
No, and some people have said that like the Grand Theft Auto 3 was going to originally be on that system, but it got scrapped for PlayStation or so. I don't know what exactly happened, but something got it to move to PlayStation 2.
So
interesting.
Well, we're not here to talk about Dreamcast. We're here to talk about N64. So before we get into our topics, just want to go around and have everyone just give a little tidbit of how they got into N64. So for me, the first time I played it was I probably played it over at their house first, but I remember my friends had the 2 brothers, they had an N64 and they were going out of town for like a week or 2. I was like, hey, can I borrow your N64 while you're gone? And so they let me borrow their N64. The only game I remember having playing was Blast Corps. And I remember,
Blast Corps.
Oh, I should have grabbed my N64 controller, but I remember the N64 controller, the joystick, the little like mushroom top was broken off, so it was just the stick. So I had to play with the stick, and it was like dug into my thumb. But I was like, I'm
Ouch!
playing this regardless.
Ouch!
So we know where Neo started playing with just the stick.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes. And so I think it was because that was in the summer. I remember it being hot, and it was probably the following December. I got an N64 for Christmas, and it came packed in with Star Fox 64. And
Ooh.
I had the original Star Fox on Super Nintendo, so it wasn't my introduction to Star Fox, but that was a lot of fun. And I remember getting like so hooked on it, I got in a lot of trouble for like spending all day playing it. They're like, come do something else. I'm like, no, I want to play Star Fox. And they're like, all right, well, you're taking it away. I'm like, I hate you.
That was the beginning of the end for a lot of us.
There was a big fight the day after I got my N64 for Christmas between me and my parents. So let's see. Let's go with the counterclockwise. So Jay, what about you? What got you an N64?
So I kind of have a weird history with the N64. It's not a console I owned until a little bit later in my life, but when it was the console to have back in the mid to late 90s, my cousins had it, and we would all go over my grandparents' house in the summertime for school vacation so they could watch us and all that. And just so much of my love of gaming comes from those summers playing all these party games, from Mario Party to Mario Kart 64, all those games. All comes from really just like those few years of those summers, because I actually owned a PS1 as my personal console when I was that age. So most of my like own gaming of solo player games and all that came from the PlayStation side of things. But the N64 still became my preferred console, and I was always kind of a little mad that I had a PlayStation and not the N64. So I just fell in love with it then. And then a little later on in life, in my teenage years, when we were in high school, a few of my buddies all found their old ones that they still had. So it became this big thing where we would all get together at each other's houses, fire up the old games, and have a whole like another just nostalgic era of the N64, 15 years later, that to this day was another highlight era of gaming in my gaming history. So kind of a weird one where I didn't own it until I was a teenager, but it was so tied to my childhood and then my teenage years. And to this day, as an adult, I love going back and playing some of those games. Now I've got like 3 from sitting down in my basement because the collecting gets out of hand. But yeah, it's a weird one where I never personally owned it, but I just spent so much time playing it through others who did that it just worked its way into my heart.
I had the similar thing with the original Xbox, where I didn't have the original Xbox for very late into the Xbox life cycle, because just everyone that I had, everyone that I was friends with had one, so I didn't really need one myself. So, all right, dude, what about you? Where was your intro to N64?
My intro was, I think I purchased it with my allowance money at the time. Similar to what I said earlier with the GameCube. But I think I bought it. I didn't buy it completely new because I remember having Star Fox from day one as well.
I thought for many, many years Star Fox was a launch title. So I was like, no, it came out months later. I was under the false impression for many, many, many years.
In North America, there's only like 2 games that were released with it.
Yeah, I went and looked it up. I'm like, oh wow, there's a lot less launch titles on that than I thought.
Yeah, it was Super Mario 64 and Pilot Wings.
Yep.
Oh, Pilot Wings.
Was Wave Race not a launch title?
Nope.
I think it was a launch window, not a launch title.
No, it was like 2 months after the fact.
Oh, okay.
I think that's launch window, but not launch.
Yeah,
date.
Launch window, but not launch date. Filter, you said something about?
No, I forgot about Wave Race 64.
I remember playing that a lot, and I thought that was a launch title as well. But young kid, so
I never actually played Wave Race, so.
Oh really? Oh, I that one's somewhere. It'll come up at some point today.
I own it, but I just haven't
played it so
yet.
much. I don't even remember really liking it, but I remember we played the hell out of that game just because one of my cousins had it.
I just remember you could get the dolphin as one of the vehicles. And
Yes.
it was the funniest damn thing because you'd hit the jumps and you're like, you are grinding that thing's stomach right against splintered wood and everything. So it almost became hilarious doing that.
All right, Filter, what was your first experience with N64?
My first experience with the N64 was going and purchasing it with my mom and my little brother. The year was 1997. We went into a KB toys store to go and buy it. We had our choices between Turok and another game that's on my list, which I'll mention later. But we picked that game and it was off to the races from there. And oh my god, if you talk, that was probably like some of our last era for myself and all of our friends hanging out together, playing multiplayer games on one system. When later on we started migrating towards even just like the PS2 with the PS2 and stuff like that, but like we eventually, PC gaming, but like that console, the N64 was such a party machine, and it had between Mario Kart 64 and all the shooters, it does a special place in the old heart for that time. And like I said, I think is the beginning of the end for me, because I think with middle school and everything, and that's when I learned I put on a lot of weight, and so I started being less active outside and going on bike rides and stuff like that. It's like I am sucked into this.
I have similar fun group gaming stories with the N64, but we'll talk about it when we get to those games.
Yeah.
So, so you went to go buy it, so it wasn't a gift. So
it was. I guess I didn't buy it. It was like I said, my mom was buying it for my brother and I.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming
I don't remember
there was a game that you really wanted to play. Is that the one that you're going to be talking about later? Then,
like I said, we were just trying to decide between the two games but like I said, I'll go into it when I bring up my game.
All right. So, and Ryan, what about you?
Well, apparently I'm the old man on the panel, so I was at.
Yeah, I think Filter might be older than you, but not by much.
Wait, who's older?
You guys are very close, but Filter might be older than you.
I don't think so. How old are you, Filter?
You don't have to answer that if you don't want, as your lawyer.
Why are there lawyers?
I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
So
okay, we're the same age then. All right, so I'm not going to say my age because we're the same age. So as somebody who is the same age as you, I was roughly, I was in 5th grade when the launch of the Nintendo 64, the talk of the Nintendo 64 was coming out. And so basically, I was a young version of that because I graduated high school early. I did not graduate over 18. I graduated early, under 18. So I was like 17
fancy pants over here.
Yeah, not really.
I turned 18 right after I graduated high school as well.
Yeah, not really. Because I'm kind of retarded. So anyway, I remember when the very first it was a video game tape. It was a VHS tape, a demo tape of a VHS when it was sent out. And I don't know how it happened, but I think it was through Nintendo Power or something like that, or one of those video game magazines. Remember back in the day, Electronic Arts Gaming Monthly, stuff like that. So anyway, got the videotape. My dad and I watched it, and he was a video gamer. He had rented. Remember, we could rent consoles. The Sega Saturn.
I remember that. Yeah,
y'all remember the Sega Saturn? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we rented the Sega Saturn. Shortly after that, the Nintendo 64 was announced, and so anyway, I was just floored. I've always been a massive Nintendo fan. Mario's awesome. Mario 2, Mario 3. The original Mario is incredible, but it's, in my opinion, it was even for my age, it was a little dated. So I remember watching the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. The Legend of Zelda. Animated series, a part of that. So I was Nintendo through and through. So like when the Nintendo 64 like was debuted, for that Christmas in 5th grade, our teacher was like, "What do you want for Christmas? Write an essay, in English class, what you want, why you want it." So literally I wrote this essay about why I wanted the Nintendo 64 and Super Mario 64. And I ended it with, and I got an A plus. It's probably like one of the best papers I ever wrote when as as a kid. And I ended it with Merry Christmas 64. And that Christmas, no joke, my parents stood in line from like 5 in the morning at Target, which the Target is still here. I moved home to my hometown. They stood in line at 5 in the morning. The store opened at like 7 in the morning, and they were like literally 4th or 5th in line, and they got a Nintendo 64 to put under the tree. That was a big Christmas. So that's it's also the best console in the history of the world. So it's not even close of a debate. So if you
Even though the
want to,
controller is made for
I don't
aliens
know
with its
about
3
that.
prongs.
yeah, well, yeah, you're wrong. So because you're
We'll
an
debate
alien.
that on top 5 consoles someday. So I do remember one thing I was going to say earlier is I remember thinking like at the time, if you came in and just glanced at the TV, you'd be like, "Oh my god, that looks like real." It was a baseball game that I had on N64. It's like you think that's an actual baseball game. Looking back at it many years later, it's like, God, that looks terrible.
I do want to say one thing. Dude is right. It is a controller for aliens. Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn my camera on. I have alien hands. I am 6'4", and I have like my hands are huge. Like so, even as
I
a
know them
kid,
feelings.
I had like alien hands for my size.
Yeah, I also always had big hands, so like I never had an issue with it. I will admit it's a bizarre design for a controller, but
Yeah,
I've never even thought twice about it. I just pick it up
Neither did I.
and know what to
Neither
do
did
with
I.
it. You know what I mean? Yeah,
It's-
like I've never
It's
even
comfy for
considered
me at
that.
the
Like,
time.
oh, this
But
is
there
really
were
odd.
people who are like, they're like, dude, what the hell is this? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I could totally understand it for sure. But yeah, I never once ever picked up that controller and thought anything of it. Just picked it up and went to work. That was it.
Yeah, I talked about it on top 5 controllers, but I had an N64 controller that actually made sense. It only had 2 prongs, and I used that for most of my N64. And it was a third party, it was like a Mad Catz or something. I just thought I should go grab my stuff so I can do some show and tell for this episode. So,
It just sucks that the
anybody has
original.
anything to say, go ahead and talk about N64 for just a minute. I'll be right back.
It just sucks that the original N64 control sticks are really hard to mimic, so it's really hard to get replacements for them nowadays.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No.
Have any of you guys tried, if you happen to have the Switch or Switch 2, have any of you tried that replica wireless one that they have now, the Bluetooth one that's made
I
to
have
look
not,
like
but
the-
I've heard it uses the same control sticks as modern controllers. So because of that, it's not going to be. It's not going to feel the same.
Interesting. Yeah, it's kind
have
of.
not-
I figured it couldn't have been the same one as before, since those wear so easily.
Because I know for a fact that that I have USB. I have some USB. I'm using some USB controllers when I'm playing N64 on emulator for retro achievements.
Mm-hmm.
And that stick, whatever you're playing most games, it's fine. But when it starts getting to the precision portions of games, it's like, yeah, this is not going to work out.
Mm-hmm.
Like for some of the more advanced techniques in Super Mario 64, like, yeah, you need that original N64 controller.
Yeah, fair enough.
I do have a quick
And-
question for the panel. Anybody who has a Switch, do you have problems with the Switch Pro controller, just like dying and not like reconnecting to the console itself and recharging?
I
just
live
keep mine
in
connected.
China, and I don't have that problem.
I've had to basically like wire up my controller to the system to use the Pro controller because otherwise it won't sync up or it won't charge on its own.
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
understand that. I've had 2 of them, and they're just like crap. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, the Switch Bluetooth is worse than Linux's Bluetooth drivers.
Well, even actually just plugging it in, USB-C, it doesn't want to sync up and it doesn't want to charge. It's like the system
I've never
itself.
had that issue. Once it's plugged in, it's fine for me.
I don't know. And I Googled it, and there's a lot of people who have had the same problem. They're like going, "Oh,
Yeah, I saw some of that. I saw some of them talking about like putting it on a docking station for the charging, but I tried that too, and that didn't reset it in any way.
I've
Yeah,
tried just plugging the damn controller in straight to the fucking wall." Sorry, Neo. That's and it just doesn't work. It doesn't charge. I'm like, I don't understand. Why won't you charge?
yeah, that's why I just plug it directly up to the console, so I can at least still use that controller. Because otherwise, trying to use the Joy Cons for me is murder.
Hey, until the Switch 2, I was using the game controller for most of my stuff.
I just think,
but
that
for some reason, my
Nintendo is-
adapter doesn't work on Switch 2.
I think Nintendo is taking a shit. I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna
They
look
still haven't
at
fixed the Joy-Con drift on the Switch too. So yeah,
They
I
do.
heard,
They
I heard
just
about
turned it
that.
in.
Yeah.
has not gotten any
I-
better.
And I think there's probably maybe an update that happened, like most things do. They updated something, and it just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't. It's not compatible. There's a sync miss or something like that with the Bluetooth. And on top of that, like I can literally plug both of them. I have two. I bought a new one, and it won't sync with the original Switch either. Well plugged in on the USB-C. Nothing, and it won't charge. So, like, as somebody who's a massive Nintendo fan, especially as a kid, quite frankly, I'm kind of feeling they can go kick a bag of a-holes down the road.
Nintendo hardware back in the day,
They
used
can go
to be,
kick a
like,
bowling ball,
indestructible,
paint it as
Yeah.
a soccer ball.
and now it's
Yeah.
like it doesn't even work.
I don't
out of the box.
I don't get it, guys. I really don't. I don't understand like where Nintendo like really fell off. And I think like towards the end of the Switch, into the Switch 2, everything just like the hardware, the software, it all just like took a nosedive.
Yeah. So, all right. So, I went and grabbed my controller so you can see it. It's only 2 prongs.
Oh, I think I
Actually,
had that
interesting.
one. Yeah,
It's
I either had
yeah,
that one
no.
or it's one that was pure black.
the Z. So this
Yeah.
N64 controller actually makes sense. And
No,
this is what I use
no,
for
it
most of my
doesn't.
N64
In
games.
fairness, it still looks a little odd though. Like it still doesn't quite
It
look like it
does.
would
It
fit in your
feels
hands
weird
right
in my hands, not having a trigger under both fingers.
Yeah.
But for an N64, since it only had the Z,
Yeah.
There's
much better
only
than the traditional controller.
sir. There was only one true Z button. Okay,
So,
what's wrong with you?
The biggest thing that sucks about the N64 is that there's not many 2D fighting games that use the D-pad because it is a it is a 6 button
yeah.
controller.
Yep.
that's true. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's true.
Yeah.
I bet Jason could go on and on about that.
One of the only ones I know was like actually wrestling, WrestleMania 2000 and WWF No Mercy.
So, all right. Chat here real quick. Edwin says, I've got many stories about N64. However, I will save them for if I get invited on for part 2. Excellent. I'll definitely reach out to you when we do a top 5 N64 games part 2. And one of the earliest N64 titles was Wayne Gretzky's Hockey. That's right. Jason saying that Electronic Gaming Monthly is one of the best magazines. Absolutely. And Canadian, the cables make a difference if you're not using the original. Hey, Backyard TARDIS is here with his top 5 list of N64 games. Honorable mentions: GoldenEye, Mario Party 1 through 3, F-Zero X, and Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Number 5, Wave Race. Number 4, Diddy Kong Racing. Number 3, 1080 Snowboarding. Number 2, Smash Bros. Number 1, Star Fox. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a good list.
Good list.
Yep.
And yeah, more talk about the Switch stuff. So, and Nerdporial is here, says he's here for Nerd Takes. What's up, Nerdporial?
What's going on, other nerd?
All right, with that, we will get into our top 5.
And I think that's Jason just saying, yeah, I could whenever what he's talking about what I talked about.
Yeah, the whole fighting thing with N64. So, all right, we'll go ahead and get on into our number 5s. And typically, it is Jason's job to start us off with number 5. But in his absence, I will go ahead and start us off with number 5. And that is the game I was just talking about, Star Fox 64.
Nice.
So this was the first N64 game I owned because it came packed in with my console. And it, in my opinion, it is still the best Star Fox game. And even though I haven't played it in a very long time, I did play Star Fox Assault recently. Since GameCube got retro achievement support, I played through Star Fox Assault again last year, and it was okay. I still haven't played Star Fox 64 for retro achievements. I'm very much looking forward to playing it again because I have lots of great memories with this one, both in the single player and it had a great multiplayer mode, and had a lot of fun with that. it was funny because by default you only have the R wings in multiplayer. You have to do, I forget what the unlock conditions are, but you can
It's only
unlock
about
the
the medals.
tank and play, and then use the tank in multiplayer, and then you can also unlock running around on foot, which is you can only do that multiplayer. Like in the campaign, you're in the R wing or in the tank, and there's one level you're in a submarine, but there's no on foot levels in Star Fox 64. But you can go on foot in the multiplayer if you unlock it. And it was very difficult. I think you had to like beat hard mode and get gold on like every mission or something. It was pretty difficult. And I remember unlocking it, running around, and when you're like just a couple of pixels compared to like the tank and the R-Wing, so it's almost impossible for them to hit you. So it's basically the Star Fox version of playing as Odd Job.
I didn't know you
'cause
could earn that in that game. Jeez.
basically the only way you could hit them is to shoot wherever their lasers are coming from. It's like, oh, the lasers are coming from there, I'm going to shoot right there. Otherwise, you basically can't see them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing this again for retro achievements at some point because this was a lot of fun and it's impressive what they did with the original Star Fox on Super Nintendo with the Super FX chip, but it runs at like 5 frames per second because it's not powerful enough to run it very well.
Well, come on, it's at least 10 frames.
But
it was janky. It did feel that way. It's like,
It still felt fine though. It's almost like they designed the game with that limitation in mind.
I'm going to be playing. I haven't played Star Fox for retro achievements yet either, and I haven't played that in a very long time. So I'll be doing that, and then Star Fox 2, and then Star Fox 64. But going from the original Star Fox to Star Fox 64 was like mind blowing. It's like, oh my god, this looks amazing. It's so much buttery smoother than the Super Nintendo one, and I don't remember in the original Star Fox were there ever any like open areas rather than just being an on-rail shooter. I don't remember there being. I know Angry Canadian just recently played Star Fox 1 and 2. So
I think they were supposed to be added in Star Fox 2 for the Super Nintendo.
But Angry Canadian just played Star Foxes 1 and 2 recently. So remind me, Canadian, if Star Fox 1 had any open area sections, because I don't remember them being in Star Fox 1. So when you had like these, like instead of just being an on-rail shooter, it opened up into like this is like you're in this area, like the Independence Day mission that was
right,
saving the pyramid from getting blown up by the UFO overhead, and you're just like flying around in the same area. That was a really cool concept.
I think they were supposed to be added into Star Fox 2, but they scrapped Star Fox 2 at the last minute
until it came out 64. A couple years ago.
Yep.
So lots of great memories of Star Fox 64. My favorite one of the Star Fox franchise. Not that I've played that many. I think original Star Fox 64, and Star Fox Assault. I think they're the only ones I played. But I love this game.
It's fun, but it's not really a Star Fox game. It's more of a Zelda game with the Star Fox skin.
Adventures.
Yeah,
Canadian just played that, and I know how much he hates that game.
I actually really enjoyed it, but I also played it for retro achievements on stream.
Yeah. So Star Fox 64 had a lot of fun with that one.
Is that the one that they changed? Wasn't that originally the Dino Planet game
Dinosaur
that
Planet,
ended up being okay? They just kind of threw Star Fox on
Star Fox into it.
Right.
So, anyone else have? Well, if you want to, maybe it's on your list as well. So no need to perk up if you don't want to. But if anyone else has anything to say about Star Fox 64, you're welcome to.
I mean, I just remember having a blast with that game, and I can't count how many times for sure I replayed through that. My brother as well. It's like that was because it had all the different routes and stuff too that you could get through by taking different courses on the levels, meeting certain objectives and stuff like that. It was a blast just to do. And then between my friends and I, we all started making up just like joke memes because of some of the characters. I forgot what the Gray Fox and his squad and stuff like that. The whole make him squeal. It's Star Wolf. Yeah,
Star Wolf, Pigma, Leon the Chameleon, and shoot, what was the fourth one?
I think it was Andross's kid. So
yeah. It was Andross.
Wait, he wasn't Andross's kid. It was his nephew.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just remember all the fun and whatnot from that. I just know like. When it comes to Star Fox, I played the first one, I played this one, and then I played that one on the Wii U, which was just complete dog water.
I heard that one was terrible.
Oh, it was horrible, but I'd have to agree with Angry Canadian. I think this was the best Star Fox.
I was never a big Star Fox fan. I liked it, and I played this one. I had it. My cousin had it, so it was one of the games we had in our rotation for sure. But it never really clicked with me enough to be a a major kind of like tentpole game for me with this system, although it kind of obviously was for everybody else.
So I just looked it up for the unlockables, and I don't know if I ever got the new title screen. I'll have to, because I haven't booted this up in forever, so I need to boot it up on my N64 to see if it still has my progress. But I looked up the unlock conditions, and in order to unlock the tank in multiplayer, you had to earn a medal on the last level on normal, and then in order to unlock the on foot for multiplayer, you had to earn a medal on the final level on expert mode. So whatever that entailed, I remember it being fairly difficult, but how difficult it was.
To be honest, to do that one, you mainly had to beat the side where you beat Starwolf without losing any of your allies,
your squad mates. Okay,
yeah.
So,
which is pretty difficult if you don't come in with double lasers.
So, and Nightmare is here as well, saying evening. What's up, Nightmare? Good to see you. So, yeah, Angry Canadian says best Star Fox game. I agree. And Becker Tardis played hours of Star Fox multiplayer. That was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, Canadian likes Star Fox 2. So, Star Fox 2 has somewhat open areas, but Star Fox 1 did not. That's what I thought. So thank you for confirming. Yeah, Canadian F that game talking about Star Fox Adventures. It's not a Star Fox. That game can burn in hell for eternity. Star Wolf was introduced in Star Fox 2. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that game didn't come out until a few years ago. So, I mean, the argument could be made, Star Fox 64 or Star Fox 2, since they made it. They just never released it. So, and Kenny says, I look forward to showing people how to play Star Fox Zero. So, all right. Let's go with Filter. What's your number 5?
Well, in the spirit of my little underscore name with the N64 for life, it is WCW NWO Revenge. It was, I mean, God, that game came out height of the Monday Night War. Height of the Monday Night Wars.
You said WCW versus NWO World Tour.
No, Revenge.
Oh, Revenge. Because I'm looking at the retro achievements. It does have retro achievements.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, but I already kind of loaded it up and
both of them do.
Got kicked on. So, yeah, like I said, with the whole height of the whole Monday Night Wars that my buddies and I didn't really know about. We were just enjoying the heck out of Nitro and stuff like that, and and then playing through this wrestling simulator was a blast, especially then once we started learning how to grab weaponry from the stands and just wail the bejesus out of people like out of Eric Bischoff and whatnot, and make sure to get any opponent we could bloody. I mean, just the hours of stupid fun we had recreating matches, doing matches of our own, getting through. They had like the different championship modes to earn extra characters. You could even kind of lightly customize the current roster to kind of get some different looks and stuff for it. So, yeah, for me, that just was endless amounts of fun for my buddies and I. And like it is with this system being 4-player. Oh boy. What a time. And then the intro for this game is just classic with starting out with Sting there on the road and the big old truck hauling up. It's great.
Yeah. Jason says, I agree. Boo on Revenge.
Oh, whatever. It was fun for me.
That's the important part. That's what we're hearing.
Well,
exactly.
That's kind of one of my favorite things about the N64 is that, like, I was so young. I was a kid at the time. So, like, I had no real critical judgment of games unless a game was truly awful and I couldn't play it. So there's so many of these that I haven't played since then. There's a bunch that I've obviously, replayed, time over the years. But there's some which is like a lot of those wrestling games, No Mercy, Mayhem, all of those, I haven't really gone back to since loving them back then. So they kind of just live in this perfect little wormhole where they were just awesome, fun games. And there's nothing I can complain about them because I haven't gone back to find out what exactly was wrong with them. But I do love a lot of those wrestling games.
So,
hey, there was a game that from my childhood because my mom watched the TV series that I played through recently, and I talked about it on Achievement Chasers.
I was going to say, you just talked about that on Achievement Chasers.
It's probably the worst game I talked about on Achievement Chasers so far.
Is it on your list tonight?
It was based on a
No,
show.
it's not on the list. Yes,
What was it?
You want
I'm
me to spoil
curious.
it?
Oh,
we
is it
can
on the
spoil
list?
it.
Oh,
It
okay.
was
It's
the
not on the list.
Conan game on N64, which
No, it's not.
was a
okay.
Conan game.
No, it's not a Conan.
It wasn't Conan?
No,
Oh, I thought it
but
was
you're
Conan.
thinking, but it's a similar era.
Was it?
Hercules,
Hercules.
Hercules,
Yes,
that's
yes.
right.
Okay. Yep.
the Kevin
Oh
Sorbo.
yeah,
created.
based off the yes. God, what was that called? Hercules, and it had a tagline after it too. I remember
Legendary
that
Adventure, Legendary Journey, something like that.
Game. Yep.
I think my mom still has the VHSs from that series.
I used to. I do remember that one. Not
And I
to
also had
drift
the-
off
I also
into
had the
old
Xena
90s
fighting
TV,
game
but
as
I do
well.
remember that. That and Xena were two. I used to watch those a bit.
All right, so filter before I move on here, since there's some fighting between you and the chat, and Jason saying that the best.
I know.
game
I apparently
was
sparked the chat.
WrestleMania 2000. Well, you answered my next question. I was going to say, what did you like better about your pick than WrestleMania 2000? But you didn't play WrestleMania 2000.
Yeah, I never played.
So never
WrestleMania
mind.
2000. Yeah.
Although there was the other one that dude mentioned, WCW versus NWO
World Tour.
Did you play that one?
I'm mainly Revenge is what stuck out in my brain for what I
Okay.
played. So I might have. I just don't recall it at the moment.
All right. I was
And
gonna say,
WrestleMania 2000 was one of the games that no longer works for me, so I have to get another copy.
Bummer.
Oh,
Luckily, it's only like
no.
$15.
Yeah,
Oh,
it kind of aged aged poorly for a lot of us. But WF No Mercy was the next generation of N64, and it kind of smacked the holy snot out of anything WCW did. And then, of course, I know we're not doing PS stuff, but WWF SmackDown,
Yes.
and then WWF
Yeah.
SmackDown 2.
Oh yeah.
It was just WCW was dead. I'm just gonna
By
say
that point, yeah.
I'm just gonna say this for the record. If you smell what The Rock is cooking, because you know what, he killed WCW and ECW.
You just gave me an idea. Maybe we need to do
fair
a top
enough.
5 wrestling games.
Oh yeah, we do.
Oh,
boy.
yes.
Oh boy.
Just make
It's
sure you
some-
bring James on for that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm going to put that on the
definitely. That'd
topic
be
list for
fun.
now. I had not thought of that before because I have very little knowledge of wrestling, but it'd be fun to listen to you guys talk about it.
I would say No Mercy is probably the one that stands out the most from the N64 era for me.
Oh,
And I
by
can't
far.
even say because, if I recall, it's great quality. I can't even say more so just like that was the one we had. That was the one I remember playing the most. That and Mayhem. But I get a little confused because I might have had WCW Mayhem on my PS1 because I'm sure it was ported over to there as well. So I might have had that one on the PS1, not played it on one of my friends or cousins' N64s, but No Mercy, I vividly remember.
All right. Well, with that, Nerd Takes, you want to give us your number 5?
Sure. So again, this list is just my favorites. This is not a list of my idea of what the best 5 N64 games are.
That's not the point of this show. Is your
perfect
Yep.
because that is definitely not the point of my list either.
Don't cop out.
So, yeah, many games will be better than this one, but as a kid who grew up at the perfect time for the perfect demographic of Pokemon, I got smack dab right in the middle of that phenomenon, like target audience, the whole deal, and I loved it. So, after having played the daylights out of a copy of Pokemon Blue on my little blue Game Boy Pocket that I had in black and white, the coolest thing in the world to me was getting into Pokemon Stadium to have full 3D Pokemon battles against obviously computer or anybody else who might have been playing with at the time.
You said Snap Dab in the middle, and I was going to say Pokemon Snap.
You know what's
another
funny
great
is that-
one, another great Pokemon game that I do love. But I loved all those Pokemon games at the time. To be honest with you, except Hey You Pikachu, that one sucked. It didn't work right.
Oh, that was the microphone one.
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
I remember that
interactive one. That was garbage. But I
Do you
even
also
always
like
wanted the Pikachu.
You also like
Nintendo.
Pokemon Puzzle League?
I didn't play much of it, to be honest, dude. So I can't even speak to that.
I mean,
one.
it's just panel, but
yeah, and that's
panel
kind of why
behind.
I stayed away from it because I'm like, the puzzle stuff like that was never really my thing. Especially just like as a kid, just no interest in that. I wanted the more 3D interactive stuff.
think
Pokemon Stadium was such an awesome game. Looking back on it, as I've gone back to kind of replay it as I got older, a little bit of that shine is worn off of it, just because it is a bit of a bare game. There's not a ton to it when you go back to it. It's really just kind of setting up, battles that you want to do, taking the Pokemon you want to take in with you. I do wish there was like a story mode or something, and even Stadium 2, if I recall, didn't really flesh it out as much as I think that game deserved, or that game franchise deserved. But again, for everything it was, coming off of, little Pokemon Blue, which I wasn't even playing in color at the time because I had a Game Boy Pocket, which was only black and white. Jumping into the world of color 3D full-on Pokemon battles was just awesome.
Actually, you want to know something crazy about Pokemon Stadium?
Mm-hmm.
The first one? Apparently, Satoru Iwata was the one that actually had to recreate the battle code for the original Pokemon Stadium.
Really interesting.
And he had to do it from the source code, not from any notes or anything.
Interesting.
And I've heard, and I know for a fact that the Pokemon Stadium that we got as Pokemon Stadium 1, it did fix some of those issues that were in the original Red and Blue, like how speed determined how high your crit chance was, I think.
Oh, interesting. See, I didn't realize they had it broken down that far. The other thing too, I would actually love to point out about that game that is a weird little thing about it is the little mini games they have. It's super fun. They're all simple. Like some of them are just like you play as a Lickitung and you're like making these conveyor belt food things or something like that. I can't even remember half of them. There was a Rattata one as well. But I remember playing the crap out of those too because it felt like getting 2 games in one. Like we had the Pokemon battles and a little version of Mario Party as well. So,
and another cool thing is that whenever you got further into the stadium mode, you could play the original Game Boy game in your transfer pack. At
really? Oh, I never knew that.
That was one of the things I loved about that was being able to.
I didn't even know that.
It up. So then I didn't have to use my Game Boy and eat all my batteries.
but then whenever you unlocked it, you could go double or triple speed as well.
I just realized that Super Nintendo had a Game Boy player and GameCube had a Game Boy player, but N64 didn't have a Game Boy player of any kind. I didn't think about that till just now.
It only has a Pokemon player.
Yeah,
I can't remember if Stadium 2 had it, but I know Stadium 1 had it for the first generation. I'm pretty sure it was a full blown Game Boy emulator, but it's just the fact that it can only play the Game Boy games or the Pokemon games.
Yeah, I wasn't much. I was never into Pokemon, but I always thought that if I was into Pokemon, like Pokemon Stadium, that'd be like going from the typical like top down game to like a full 3D. I was like, oh, that would be cool if I was into Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
that was
a kid.
That was very much the feeling for it for me. And then like after that, once they went back to like all the 2D style games, still, I was kind of tapped out because I'm almost like, you guys treated us so nicely to this Pokemon Stadium, all 3D battles and everything, and it's like, give me more of this, and then you go right back to the status quo of the Game Boy games, and it's just like, and to me, once they finally did bring out what was it, X and Y, where they started the shift to 3D, I'm like, too little, too late for me personally, but I also might have been aging out of Pokemon a little bit by that point. But
I didn't age out until after Gen 5, and that was right whenever X and Y came out.
I found myself aging out, and then somehow along the lines aging right back in as I got older. I don't know how that happened, but I got back into Pokemon.
I came back to check it out for X and Y and stuff like that. And I've checked out a couple others here and there, but like I said, I was just like, you guys, I felt like you should have been doing this a long time ago personally, but hey, I mean, they've been successful this whole time. What do I know? I'm just the schlub.
And
I mean, some people would probably rather they go back to the sprites because it would actually probably work.
Well, and that's so I missed after having after playing a bunch of the N64, I missed like the GameCube and Wii entirely. Because I went to Xbox and I became Xbox and PlayStation pretty much consistently. So I missed essentially from N64, and I owned a Switch for a year, and I think the only game I played was the Pikachu. It was the remake essentially of
Let's Go Pikachu.
Yes, with and Eevee, I think was the other one.
Yeah,
those
Let's Go
old
Eevee was the other
Game Boy Pokemon games. just with
Those
the
were Pokemon
Go
Go versions of
mechanics.
Red and Blue.
Yeah, I hated the Pokemon Go mechanics tossed in there, but otherwise, really good looking, like 3D, 2D, whatever the hell it was, 3D remake of a 2D game type of thing. I liked a lot about it, but that was it. I played that game and then like never touched the Switch for a year, so I got rid of it. So essentially, like I didn't own a console from Nintendo or play a console much from the N64 till I just purchased the Switch 2 like a month ago. So I'm now kind of trying to catch up on a lot of those Pokemon games I missed. So I really, unfortunately, didn't even get the chance to play any of those, but kind of in some of my research into the Switch and some of these games that would be coming out, I got the rundown on how much people have been really upset with what Game Freak has produced on the game side of Pokemon. So that was kind of a little
I think the only way that people have actually enjoyed those games is on the competitive side, because they have done some interesting things on the competitive side. But when it comes to the actual games themselves,
yeah, that's kind of what I've heard. That people have been pretty disappointed with them, which was just disappointing for me to find out, because I was like, oh man, I can't wait to see what I've missed in Pokemon. Come to find out, not that much until Arceus, or whichever was the last one. So I will still like to check it out, but yeah, my hopes of checking out good Pokemon games in the time that I've missed Nintendo don't seem too bright right now.
So Jason mentioned the Pikachu N64. I know it was pretty cool. So I
yes, I
Oh,
wanted
God,
that so
yeah.
bad as a
it's
kid.
like super
man.
wide to fit the Pikachu on the side.
Yeah, literally just to fit that Pikachu. I love it though.
So I remember I never saw one in person, but I do remember seeing pictures of it. Like in
Yeah,
the-
I have seen one in
Yeah.
person. I could have bought it, but I just wasn't looking into it at the time.
Yeah, I find that to be the case with collecting sometimes. And then like when the time comes that I do want the thing, I'm like, crap, I wish I just bought it when it was right in front of me.
Yeah, I tend to stay away from collecting consoles.
Yeah, they can be a pain more than anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll collect different versions of a game, like the player's choice version and the Black Label.
Mm-hmm.
But
Then how do you play them if you don't get the console?
well, I still get a console. I just don't collect the consoles like this,
like
like
the various like collector's
variants,
editions
right.
of
or
consoles
all the different colors.
Right.
I know Canadian's done that, at least with Switch. I think he's got like 10 different versions of the Switch.
I mean, for the N64, there was like 10 different versions because
Yeah, the translucents and all that, and they're all awesome.
Oh yeah.
I find that, and I like console and retro game collecting, but I just find that in order to actually use them, it just becomes such a hassle getting them set up with the new TVs and just, unpack this one, get this one out of the box. I just don't have enough space to be able to comfortably kind of go in and out of playing them.
That's partly why I emulate everything nowadays.
Yeah, and I don't blame you or people who do, because it's just, even just like with this, like I said, I just got the Switch, so it was news to me that they had all those old games ported onto the Switch for all the old Nintendo consoles. I didn't even know that was a thing. So I was like a kid in a candy store when I opened that up. I'm like, oh my God, I get to play all these. And it was so nice to just be like on my couch and switch between Mario 64 and this, that, and the other, and just not have to deal with cables and AV cords and finding these connectors and adapters and the whole deal. So yeah, I don't blame anybody who emulates in that regard.
Yeah, Canadian says, thanks to James, he convinced me to buy extra Switches.
Oh, God.
Thanks, James. So, all right. Ryan, what about you? What's your number 5?
It's going to be Super Mario Kart 64.
Nice.
So basically,
I don't remember their Super being in front of that.
Yeah, I think it was just Mario Kart 64, right?
It's always super when I say
It
Mario.
is.
I put it in front of everything.
I know your autistic ass, wants to critique everything, but it's always Super Mario Kart everything. Like, come on, man.
Even though there's only one game that
everything.
Even though there's only one game that actually had Super in front of Mario.
Well, that's a mistake on Nintendo. They should have
Mario
put Super in
64.
front of more of them.
You are the grumpiest guy on the history of the planet.
Now you can't say I hate fun.
No, you hate fun. Somebody who hates fun more than he does.
But there is 2 games with Super in it, but it's the other Super one is the GBA, and it's because it's Super Circuit.
Thanks, Mom. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Nightmare Super Mario Kart was the Super Nintendo one. So go ahead, tell us why you love Mario Kart 64.
Because it's super. And it's Mario Kart. And it's super all the way around. And Mario Kart. And then there's
Just
jumps.
let you know, it's not even the
And
best
Rainbow
kart
Road.
game on the N64.
You're so, dude. You know what? You just can't help yourself. You're the most fucking Christ. You need help, dude. Take medicine, for fuck's sake.
I mean, if it's any consolation, it's my favorite kart racer on the N64 as well.
I'm just giving dude crap because, quite frankly, he knows things about video games that Neil and I probably put together don't know. So yes, it's not Super Mario Kart 64. It is just Mario Kart 64. It was a lot of fun. My family, we got a 64, and our neighbors literally across the street got a 64. We got Super Mario 64 here, and we had Diddy Kong Racing, and they had Mario Kart 64 over there, and then we put the consoles together, and it was so much fun just to do. And I'd never had a Super Nintendo as a kid. We went from literally a NES system to Nintendo 64, so that's why Mario Kart 64 is my number 5, because it was the first introduction to I guess multiplayer gaming that I had. So yeah, just giving dude crap.
I know it's a lot of people's introduction to more than 2-player versus,
Yeah, there's a lot more to that, and we got Diddy Kong Racing well after Mario Kart 64.
Yeah.
So it was
I remember playing, spending a lot of time on Mario Kart 64 in battle mode.
Yeah.
Never played battle mode. It was just racing. It was always the racing. And
I didn't do anywhere near as much racing.
One of my favorite levels was, ironically, oh damn it, Rainbow Road. The
one everyone hates.
yeah. That was one of my
is that the lore on Rainbow Road? People hate it. I didn't actually know that. I love Rainbow Road. I didn't know that.
Also,
dude, if you love the map that everyone hates, you do best on it.
I do have the same thing with original Halo. Everyone hated the teleporter map, and that was my favorite.
Dude will know this. On Mario Kart 64, which is the one that had the train?
Oh, I know that one.
The desert one with the cactuses there.
Yeah. That was my favorite, because again, I was kind of a kid and I loved trains as a kid, so that was my favorite, because you would race against the train, and if you didn't make it,
that
explains so much. Done.
Was it Calamari Desert?
Yes,
that sounds right. Yep.
I just looked up the Mario Kart 64 tracks.
That explains so much.
Oh yeah, the squids are on it too, right?
God, that's good stuff. All right.
Well, I have to laugh about it now, because now the whole gimmick with Mario Kart World is that, you can drive everywhere and stuff like that. But like in Mario Kart 64, that was where I was first trying to like break into other areas that I couldn't,
get to
and
Peach's
go out.
Castle.
Well, go to Peach's Castle. But even on Calamari map, you could go in through the train tunnel and stuff like that. Like I was trying to. When I was just bored and messing around, if I was just playing, solo, I was trying to do other goofy stuff, because I'd already basically gone through all the maps.
To connect the world.
Yeah, and just trying to have fun. Well, just trying to fun, because I mean that's like the thing I talk about sometimes when it comes to retro games. When we played these games at the times, like instead of like achievements now, back then we just kind of did weird, crazy stuff that created our own fun, that added on to the game just by ourselves. And now it's just kind of funny how
did a lot of that.
Not always doing that so much anymore personally, but like then it was the creativity of the mind for a kid. And that was always something I enjoyed trying to do, was like break through the invisible walls and stuff like that. And then for us, multiplayer and stuff, friends over and stuff, we played like the tower map, which was basically then we each took bases, and we would just be retarded kids
in battle mode, right?
Yeah, in the battle mode. In the battle mode, the four is like the four corners. Yeah, and then we would,
and there was like bridges at the top level that connected them.
That all connected them, and we
that was like my favorite battle map.
Yeah, we just mess around, do early strikes on each other, or like try and set up bases with the fence, with the banana peels and stuff like that. Like it was just stupid fun. stuff
And
like
that
that.
was one of my first Easter eggs ever. Because again, when the 64 came out, I was very much a kid. I forgot. So the very first video game, and we'll get there. So being able to like shoot over and get to Peach's castle from the original game, I was like, and you couldn't really do anything. You could just like drive around it, and you're like, yay, But it was just that was like one of the very first Easter eggs I ever found in a video game. Also,
You're able to get outside the map.
yeah. So Mario Kart 64. It's not super because it was super on the SNES.
On the SNES, yeah. So Canadian is also a fan of Rainbow Road, and yeah, he said Calamari Desert. He might have said that before I did.
I have to back out because I don't see the chat, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Literally.
All right, and dude, what is your number 5?
My number 5 is going to be Banjo-Kazooie.
Nice.
So, I mean, I actually
You just recently replayed that too, didn't you?
Yep, and it was actually the first time I played the N64 version.
Okay.
Because I actually, out of all 5 of my games on my list, I did not play this when it was. I did not play this originally on the N64.
Okay.
I played the 360 version.
I was just gonna say, is it the 360 Xbox Live?
And I didn't play it until the until I got rare replay, so I got it I played it real late.
That's right. We were talking about that on Achievement Chasers because I'm gonna be doing both Banjo-Kazooie in 2 weeks. I never actually played them in their entirety, but I'm doing the 360 versions, and then at some point I'll also do the retro achievement for the N64 versions.
I've actually never played Banjo myself. I've always meant to. I just never got around to it back in the day. I somehow fell more towards Donkey Kong 64 than I did the Banjo games. And then
I'll give you my thoughts on Donkey Kong 64 later.
So at some point, they are all on. They're both on the Nintendo Switch Online. So I plan on getting around to finally giving them a chance. But yeah, never actually played them.
Yeah, same. But I did start them in order to get the first achievement when I did my dive a couple months ago. So I played a couple minutes of each of them, and I think I'm going to enjoy them. They look fun.
I only remember playing like a little bit of Banjo-Kazooie, and I think that was like a game where more my brother took a lot of fun out of. I just didn't really get into it for some reason.
Yes, so Angry
But
Canadian,
I've heard nothing but great things about it.
Well,
and I need to give it an actual playthrough one of these days.
Right. I'm the same way, Fractured. I've always felt more like it's a me, not the game thing, because everybody loves it. I'm like, I need to just sit down and give it a real actual try.
So speaking of Donkey Kong 64, that's because I recently just played Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. So Donkey Kong 64 is next up on the Donkey Kong train. But I don't think there is such thing as a bad Rareware game in this era.
This was their
they're all incredible.
Prime. Maybe some annoyances in the games, but other than that,
there's one that is probably
no one's perfect.
The most incredible of all time, and it's not Perfect Dark.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything at this moment.
Sorry, I had to poke Neil. I'm sorry.
Because I know Jet Force Gemini on the original N64 version is a real pain in the butt to 100%, and I know Blast Core can get pretty frustrating towards the end.
But so much fun.
Neo, I have a question.
Yes.
Why do you hate fun?
I don't. You're just. We're going to go into depth about that later. So I want to talk about it now, but it's got to wait till later.
But Banjo-Kazooie doesn't really need a whole lot to talk about. Just good collectible.
It is good.
Just in the days of good, platforming collector games with a good mascot, which I just feel like outside of Nintendo, the mascots aren't really a thing anymore.
Yep.
No.
And the 360 version is actually a really good port.
Oh, is it? I know. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because obviously Microsoft cut Rare. They did Viva Pinata, which I really liked the Viva Pinata games. To be honest with you, I thought they were good. And then they stuck them on like Connect duty for a while, and they were just cranking out some Connect stuff, which seems like a waste of Rare. But so be it.
At least now they're doing something with Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
At least it's now a game.
Playing that though.
Yeah.
All right. Then with that, we'll get into number 4s. And let's see here. Let's go with Ryan.
Yes, sir.
with your number 4.
My number 4 is actually going to be something that most people are probably not going to think of. It's going to be Rogue Squadron. I loved
Ooh.
that game so much. Star Wars Rogue Squadron was so much fun. I found out about it because of a friend. I was a original Star Wars fan of the trilogies. I had never really played any of the games or anything like that, and Rogue Squadron was actually one of my first introductions to that, and I became a massive Star Wars gaming fan ever since. And it was just what's the best way to put it? The way you could fly it, the controls, stuff like that, the sound effects, like it was just good. It was like you know how an X-wing sounds when it shoots, it was just so good. And it had like kind of like a giant reticle in front of you, so it kind of had like maybe a gaming handicap on it. But anyway, long story short, the TIE fighters, the X-wing, the action, just all of it was so much fun. And that's probably the very first Star Wars game I ever actually got into, maybe other than Shadows of the Empire.
I have a feeling we'll be talking about that at some point.
It's not on my top 5, but
no, there's someone else on this list on this panel. Who I'm pretty
Shadows
sure
of the Empire. Guess what? It's on some Steam, so go get it on Steam.
And that is the Steam version is not the N64 version, because the N64 version did not.
No,
have
because
cutscenes.
yeah, there was the 2 different versions that came out for it, but it's tough to play on PC. From my experience, at least, and it's kind of tricky trying to get the controller set up for it. So I've never been able to play it properly on PC, which is why I almost wish Night Dive would do a remaster of that and give it proper controls like they've done for other old titles.
Speaking of Night Dive and Star Wars remasters, I just last week played the Dark Forces remaster, and it was great.
Nice. I still need to pick that up.
Canadian says Ryan needs all the handicaps he can get.
Hold on. Before
that,
I just saw that. He says Ryan's a boomer. I think Canadian's older than I am.
No, what? No, he's younger than us.
Dude, I'm a millennial. I'm not a boomer. I'm a millennial.
I don't know why you're telling me.
Yeah, get it right.
But he also agrees.
That's a total different level of hatred.
Yeah.
But he's agreeing that the PC version of Shadows of the Empire is awful. So
it sadly is, but like the cutscenes are great for it, which is sad because I really want to play through the game and experience the cutscenes with the game. But I've watched them and I'm happy enough.
I don't know his exact age, but I know he's younger than me.
He says you act like a boomer.
Yeah, yes.
He's just going after everyone.
He's not wrong on that one. I sound like an old man, all right?
I am very much looking forward to playing Rogue Squadron again for retro achievements at some point, as well.
Yeah, I need to play that.
I haven't played any N64 games for retro achievements yet, but there's a bunch that I'm very much looking forward to playing.
Dude, you're 28?
Huh. I thought he was in his 30s. I just thought he was.
No, I'm older than that.
No, Canadian.
Dude,
I see what you did there.
Well played. Well played.
That was really funny.
Saying how old he is, not how old dude is. I know dude is older than that.
Oh my God, that was funny.
That was good.
That was really funny.
I normally do it in text form, but I don't always get the opportunity in voice.
That was so damn funny.
Oh, God, that was great. But yes, Rogue Squadron, that is a great game, great series of games. Well, at least the first 2. I've heard the third one isn't that great, but I haven't played it yet. But
isn't that one on the GameCube? Or
yes, 2 and 3 were both GameCube games. The second one was Rogue Leader, and the third one was Rebel Strike. And Rebel Strike added on foot sections, and I think that might be why it's considered not to be very good. It says dude needs a raise after that.
Agreed, actually.
Wait, I'm getting paid?
Inexperienced.
Oh God.
I know, it's such a cop-out answer. All right. Yes, I'm a fan of Rogue Squadron as well, and great game.
What's the one on the PS4 that came out? It was Rogue Squadrons.
That's just Squadrons, no Rogue in it. That's what the
Okay.
often people like.
And we
"That
don't talk about
recent
that
game,
one."
Rogue Squadrons. Like, no, do not get them mixed up.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
just
it's
The gameplay
Squadrons.
was still good.
I know Neo has had to correct my co-host many a times because Hitman has referred to it as Rogue Squadron. So it's like, no.
Okay, it's
Don't
just
get 'em.
Star
No,
Wars
no.
Squadrons. Yeah, that's what it is.
But Squadrons is closer to the classic X-Wing and TIE Fighter games than it is to Rogue Squadron, because Rogue Squadron is mainly played from a third-person perspective, and it's more of an arcade game.
Yeah,
Whereas Squadrons and the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games are typically played from first person and are more of a simulation because you're controlling like where your shields are, how much energy you're giving to your engines and stuff like that. So it's much more simulation than arcade.
And that doesn't mean they're bad games. It's just
True.
You want to know what's the best Star Wars game ever?
We already know what it is. It's Jedi Academy.
It's not Jedi Academy. It's Knights of the Old Republic.
See, everyone's got rose-tinted glasses on that game.
I would
It's
say
got a great
Yeah.
story, but the gameplay isn't very good. Jedi Academy's gameplay is great.
It's not roasted and tinted glasses. It's fact.
I still enjoy playing it. I did a whole light side playthrough not that long ago. It was still enjoyable. But
No
yes,
other game
I don't
true
deny
Jedi as Jedi Academy.
I
I'll
love
always be
Academy
a
and
Jedi
Jedi
Academy
Outcast
tier.
Academy too.
Nightmare says, I think all EA Star Wars games might be terrible. Hey, once they got through the microtransaction in Battlefront 2, that was actually a pretty fun game.
Once they destroyed all good PR for
I
their
never
game.
played it until after the microtransactions were taken out, and I had a lot of fun playing that game.
Yeah, it did end up being a solid Battlefront. I'll be honest, I don't love the feel of Battlefront or Battlefields in terms of first person shooters.
Yeah,
I prefer a Call of Duty. I'm not that Call of Duty's knocking it out of the park anymore either or anything, but just in general, the Battlefront feel doesn't quite resonate with me the way COD does. But I will say it felt like a pretty decent game. You know, I popped in there not too long ago when it got some bump in a player base just to check out why everybody was randomly coming back to the game, and it felt good. You know, game wise, just they really shot themselves in the foot, so to speak, with that whole microtransaction stuff.
Well, and the bait and switch story where they're like, "Oh, you're gonna get to play on the Imperial side," and then oh nope, like barely, not even midway through the story campaign, you're already switching sides and going to the rebellion. I'm like, screw you guys. I'm going back to 2005's Battlefront 2. And I'll play that for my Imperial story. Thank you very much.
And even go ahead, dude.
I was going to say, Nightmare says, cue angry yelling, because he says, I'll settle the argument right now. Best Star Wars game is Force Unleashed 2.
I saw that,
Fun,
Nightmare.
but
I'm not taking your bait. I'm not taking your bait.
Statement.
Jason says,
apathy
our
is death.
top 5 has... top 5 Star Wars games. KOTOR is at number 1 on top 5 Star Wars games for now. But that
not
doesn't
for
mean
now,
it's the best Star
forever.
Wars game.
Dude,
the gameplay is not that great.
It came out in 2004. Who's
Jedi
going to
Academy
use?
came out in 2004 as well, and it's way better gameplay.
Gameplay, yes, is a lot better for Academy.
The story is nowhere nothing to write home about, but the gameplay, no other game makes you feel like a Jedi like Jedi Academy does.
Congratulations, you have the best Star Wars gameplay of all time. Also, Knights of the Old Republic has the best twist in the history of Star Wars since the original trilogy.
You're wrong about that. It's the best twist in all of gaming. I'll give you that.
You know that Star Wars transcends cinematic, right? And that's why Knights of the Old Republic is such a massive smash hit, because it's the biggest twist in Star Wars history other than the original trilogy. Not just television, not just
why they were
not
thinking
just
about
movies.
remaking it.
Empire Strikes Back twist.
I love how we started to argue about Star Wars now.
It's a powder keg topic. Anytime it comes up, it's bound to go anyway.
Nightmare says, Force Unleashed 2 has slicing and dicing. Sort of. You can't even really dismember enemies, so it sort of does.
Well, you couldn't exactly in Academy either until you put in the code to do dismemberment proper.
Ding, 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 ding.
You still can. It just rarely happens. But once you turn on the code to make it play like a real game, it's just so cool.
Yeah, but at least you have that accessibility to do so, and it's rather easy to put that in. So.
Yep. Ryan brought up on Party Chat last week. He brought up a topic in the middle of a topic, and my answer was Jedi Outcast / Jedi Academy, the real saber combat, because it was like favorite cheat codes. That was the first thing that came to mind. Was realistic saber combat. So, all right, getting back on track here. Let's go with Nerd Takes for your number 4.
All right, number 4. So I swear I did not just pick 5 Pokemon games for this list. But number 4 is also going to be a Pokemon game. Keep in mind, man. I was a Pokemon addict at this time, and
that's
Nintendo
all right.
was basically the supplier.
Franchise, and dude does too, but it's totally up to you whether you want to do that or not. No pressure.
Well, this will be the last Pokemon game to show up on this list. I can promise you that, at least for my top 5. But easy answer for me, it's Pokemon Snap. Is it a great game? No, it's such a simple,
so many wasted
game.
Hours with that game.
Yep, and that's it. And when I looked back and thought about just like the way I crafted this list, honestly, was like the first 5 games I thought of that made me smile and just thought of good gaming memories. And this was one of them. Just hours of doing the most, not throwing apples and this, that, the other thing to get Pikachu to maybe turn around this way this time for this picture to get an extra 500 points. The whole concept of it is so silly. It's borderline stupid, to be honest with you. But it's so charming. It's so much fun.
Never played it though.
It's just simple, charming fun. It's again, like Fractured said, you can just waste hours playing it. I don't know if for the same reasons as me, Fractured, but just trying to get better pictures and better scores and see if you can get the Pokemon to do different things or cooler poses as you walk by, or finding the hidden ones and knocking Charmeleon into a lava pit and then
and get him to Charizard. Yeah,
like all that silly stuff is just it's just such a fun game. And again, as a Pokemon addict kid in the 90s, like this was like right into my system. Give me more of this, Nintendo. You can't give me enough of this.
Injected
until you hit me with "Hey, you Pikachu." That's when I drew the line.
God, well, it was a lot of that, but it was also just kind of like just enjoying the scenery of the different places that you're going or taking the pictures. So it's basically just like going on a river rafting ride sort of thing or whatever it was.
Like
it just kind of you were just trying to catch any other details that were going on and not taking pictures sometimes, just to kind of like, okay, let's get an idea of the map and stuff like that, and then you can kind of go back and get the pictures you needed to or wanted to try and get. But yeah, all that stuff too, what you said is like all the stuff we wasted our time trying to get accomplished.
If you think about it,
I liked it so much.
It's an on-rail shooter for Pokemon.
Yeah. Honestly,
kind of.
I have an honest question. Were all of you actually Pokemon fans out the gate?
I was legitimately out the gate.
Yes.
I was probably like 7 or 8 when it hit the US, something in that range. So for me, it was like out the gate, hooked on it. Get me the cards, get me the toys, get me the games, whatever.
And the only reason I ask is because I was older. My sister loved Pokemon. And quite frankly, I would have rather raked my face over a fucking hot coal. Because quite frankly, my sister, who's in the same bracket as some of you guys, she loved Barney at the time.
I give a smirk, Barney.
Oh, you want to know something funny about Barney?
Oh no!
Hold on. I do like Pokemon now, but I Fraggle Rock and hated it then. I was like, oh my god, what is this crap?
I think it's one of those things where like, if you're at certain age groups, when it hits, you're kind of into it. I almost kind of look at it because I kind of went through this with wrestling myself, where like when I was a kid, I absolutely loved it. And then when I found out, as they say, oh, it's fake, that kind of oversimplification of the whole thing.
Staged.
Right. No, I know. I'm using that term specifically because it's the wrong term to use. Okay. When you come to that realization, that new perspective as a kid, when people are telling you, oh, it's fake, right? As a kid, you start to believe, oh, it's fake. I didn't know that. So you almost kind of get away from it like, oh, it's for kids. But then you get older and you realize what it actually is. And you're like, oh, no, the whole thing going on here, this whole show is phenomenal. It's amazing. So like, as I got older again, I got back into wrestling. I think sometimes Pokemon, or even some things, maybe Pokemon's an example of that, maybe not. But I think there are things like when you're a kid, you're into them. But then everybody hits that phase of like when you're trying to get out of being a kid and you just want to be a teen like that. Like, oh, that's for kids. You kind of reject things at that point. Like, oh, that's for kids. It's for babies. I'm a teenager. I'm 12. I'm 13. I'm 14. You start getting that kind of little bit of angst towards some of that younger stuff you might have enjoyed, just because I think it's a sign of wanting to be older and get older and all that kind of stuff, mature on the whole thing, which is silly because if only kids knew that childhood's the golden years, they'd want to enjoy it more. But I do think that maybe happened a bit with the Pokemon thing when it came out, whereas like if you were into it, like I was at the time, loved it as a kid, but then when it started to be uncool to still like Pokemon, I rejected it all the same. Like, oh no, I don't like that anymore. I like this, that, the other thing. And then I got older and I'm like, oh, you know what? There is some really cool stuff going on with Pokemon, from the game to the cards, to the this, to the that, the TV shows, the, whatever they're doing, all that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, there is something cool to that. So I always kind of compared the two similarly, just because I traveled a similar path with the both of them. And that was kind of my experience with it.
I did that with Power Rangers.
Another perfect example. Yep.
Yeah. Like, so I was actually, a young teenager. So like 13. And I wanted the Zeo Megazord, pyramid. It was Pyramidas. Yeah. So like
I wanted that one too.
I had the other ones, but I didn't have the pyramid. And like my parents were actually going to buy it for me because I was like 13. And so like I acted like a dick because I was a moody teenager. And they're like going, you know what? You're being a dick. We're not going to buy it. So we're going home. And I never got it. And I had to buy it for myself, which was fine. I mean, it was a lesson, but also at the same time, I do have a question. Final Pokemon question, and I'm going to shut up. I think Pikachu is a girl. I don't believe that she's a boy. He's a boy.
Pikachu, all the Pokemon except for like a couple of them come in both genders.
I think Pikachu, if you watch the show again, because I actually kind of liked it.
Voiced by a girl.
No, it's
like,
actually
you talking Ash's specific Pikachu? Because I'm not
Ash's Pikachu, in my opinion, the way it acts is definitely a female.
Okay.
Don't make me go look for a picture of male and female Pikachu because they actually did make a difference.
You don't want to know what internet wormhole that is.
I know where to look. So I don't have to find that.
That sounds like to touch on your previous question though, briefly, because Pokemon became big when I was in middle school, and even then I thought I was, too old for it then. And the gameplay, given that I don't like turn-based games, it just never ever appealed to me.
Fair enough.
I was gonna say I got into it with Red and Blue and stuff, and because I had a Game Boy, I loved my Game Boy at the time, and like those games came out, and I was like, okay, let's give this a go, and I just got into it completely.
Sorry.
And then on top of it, then we had the anime that came out along the way, and I was already a Dragon Ball Z fan and everything, so I'm like, okay, I'll start checking this out. You start going down these rabbit holes and all that, and then it just kind of just kept going for that hot minute. And I wish I still had the cards because I did have a collection of them. And I remember even a neighbor kid had some of the Japanese cards too, and one of Misty, which will go unsaid. But yeah, it was crazy, especially because it was basically the Pokemania, because like I remember at least some of the wild stories that were on the news reports of things happening of kids losing cards and allegedly being hit by a car, and his Pokemon cards flew all over the place, and the kids went bolting for the kids' cards and shit like this, stuff like that. So yeah, it was a crazy time, but like I was into it from the start, and like I said, up until Stadium was kind of where I was starting to fall out, but played Red, Blue, and Yellow. Yellow was my favorite just because you got to get all the starters.
Yeah, that was a nice.
Give me those 3 plus Pikachu, and I'm like, I was golden.
Yeah, you could have kept the 2 extra. Just give me those 4. I'll just run with those 4 all game.
I'm just gonna say this for those in the chat: the video games are not considered canonical to the show. They don't. I'm just gonna say that.
Meanwhile, the picture I posted is from the show.
I did not know this until literally just now. So
I'd love to. Okay, the picture.
That I didn't know that the tip of their tail is different shape.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I did not know that.
Oh.
That is right. I forgot all that.
I mean,
I think they
Is
added
that-
it in Generation 4 or 5.
Yeah,
So the
that was past my time of actually being like, this was in one of the phases when I was out of it. I had grown out of it for a bit and didn't come back, so I knew of it,
Ash's
just
Pikachu
totally
is
forgot
male.
about it.
When I still remember when the first movie came to theaters, and my brother and I
yeah.
went to
I'm
see
just
him.
gonna say
Yep.
this
I still have
though.
my ancient U cars.
Oh, you do? Dang,
Does
I
it-
wish I kept mine.
Does it designate which one is which? It
The
could also
one
be an
which is-
animation error. It's such a slight of hand.
You are really
Yeah.
convinced.
You're really trying to dig this hole.
Reaching for it. So,
But,
And
going back
also,
to
quickly
Pokemon Snap,
before we move on quickly, I would like to clarify, just for the record, wrestling not fake. I actually also hate when people say that, Ryan. So I'm with you there. And I know you. I remember you telling me last time you had history in wrestling.
Yeah,
so I
no,
didn't want you to think I was discrediting it. I was using that to
No,
show
no,
the
no.
example of people.
Yeah, no,
Definitely not fake, and I hate when people say that.
I actually trained at WWE NXT when it
Yeah, I remember
went
you
from
telling me that.
FCW to NXT. So I have a very much a legitimate background in wrestling. I'm 6'4" and 250 pounds. So I may be a pokey tourist, but I'll drop
Ryan's
kick you
pokey
through the
tourist.
freaking moon.
the hits themselves are usually fake. But the stunts are not.
I'm just gonna say in that episode, does it specify who's the girl?
Yes.
The
Does it?
heart-shaped ones are the female ones, and the heart-shaped
Does it
tails.
specify
Yes.
who's the female? It says,
one on the
"Oh,
left.
you're a girl." Or is it? Are
I can't
you
speak
guys
to this. I've never
assuming
watched
you're
You're
gonna?
just gonna have to
episode.
accept the fact, Ryan, that Ash's Pikachu is a boy.
Somebody asked Grok. Grok's got to know, right?
Grok, is this true or not?
I'm just gonna say this is Japanese animation from the 90s. You know how many things they fucked up all the time? Like, come on,
I
man.
do realize the one I showed is actually from like the 2000s or 2010s.
Yeah, would you say that was fourth gens? That would
Dun
have been a
dun
little later on.
dun.
Fair enough.
Dude, you were about to say
Hey,
something about
so-
Snap in particular.
So did they retcon it later? I want actual proof, guys. Come on, man. Don't show me a stupid
I am
picture of
I am
All
not
right,
a Pokemon
to do-
gender scholar.
we'll have to
I
do
am
an argument
unfortunately
on that
unequipped for
backstage
this.
afterwards.
Hold on. I'm just gonna say this. Do raccoons, do wolves, do cats, do dogs all have the same tails? No. I
Start
want
in-
legitimate proof that Ash's Pikachu is a male. I want legitimate proof. Let's go. Not the games.
my
I don't want
God.
all that game crap.
I bet you anything too. Not even kidding. There's probably some YouTube channel that's just like dedicated to being a Pokemon biologist.
I will
or
watch the
something.
crap
it,
out
it
of
would
that.
not. Yeah, it would not
Where's
surprise me
Professor
at
Oak
all.
when you need him?
No, his problem is he always has to ask whether you're a boy or a girl.
Good point.
Oh no.
Wait, you talking about me?
No, dude, you sound like you had something you wanted to say about Snap.
With Pokemon Snap, I actually did get the retro achievement completion. It's actually pretty chill completion until the final achievement. And that's because you got to get a perfect picture of Mew.
Oh,
Nice.
jeez.
Oh, Canadians
Oh, that's a
dropping
hard
some
one, too.
receipts
Even just getting
saying
any
that
picture from
Ash's
stuff.
Pikachu is male because female Togepi used Attract on Ash's Pikachu and it works. So I'm assuming that means that
Yep, that
Pokemon
also
cannot
works.
be gay.
You know that dolphins in the real world actually
Yes,
actually
I do
mate
know
their-
that.
Yeah. So that
Moving
doesn't-
on, dude. What is your number four?
Look, y'all wanna go that direction.
No, you want
Hey,
to.
I just picked Pokemon Snap as my number 4. I didn't choose the direction.
Look what you've done, Nerd Tank.
The rabbit
I
holes we go
chose no
down.
directions
Oh my god.
here.
Dude, what about your number 4?
My number 4 is going to be Donkey Kong 64.
Hey,
I have some
good
show and
choice,
tell.
good choice.
I got my copy right here, Donkey Kong 64. I also have the yellow controller to go with it, but it's
I do have the banana controller.
Yep, it's got the brown tips at the bottom, so each prong looks like a
Oh,
banana.
is that? I didn't even know that was a thing. That's awesome.
I
love
have
when
it in the other
Nintendo
room.
do
I'm just
stuff
not going to
like
go
that.
pick it up.
Yeah, you go ahead and talk about Donkey Kong. I'll go grab my banana controller.
But yeah, I just love Donkey Kong 64. It's just lots of good, stupid fun.
Is it? I remember once like renting it to play in a hotel room, and I remember starting it up a little bit, but I never got another game where I never got terribly into it, just because I had a lot more fond memories of the Donkey Kong countries on the Super Nintendo and everything. So
Well, I
I'm wondering.
liked all three Donkey Kong countries, and I still love Donkey Kong 64.
I'll have to give it a go. I'll have to get a legit go one of these
As
days.
long as you enjoy collectathons, you'll enjoy it. There's gonna be
Okay,
some things that
okay.
there's definitely some things that it definitely feels like okay, this is not as good as it could have been because it's like
Mm,
because like the way you have to switch Kongs, you have to switch you have
Out
to
of
switch them
barrel.
in Kong barrels, which can get kind of annoying.
that sounds a little tedious. Yeah.
Yeah, I played it back in the day. I have to boot up my just like Star Fox 64. I need to boot up my Donkey Kong 64 and see how much progress I
But
had.
it's
'Cause I know I
definitely
got close. I probably had over 90%, but I know I didn't get 100. But yeah, so there's the Donkey Kong 64 controller. I got it as a bonus for signing up for Nintendo Power for a year.
and
So
now
you
it's
see
worth a lot.
Donkey Kong right there, and the
That's
tips are brown,
awesome.
so they look like bananas.
It
Oh,
is
that's-
worth a lot of money nowadays.
That's cool.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you should look it up to just see how much it is on eBay.
But yeah, that like I said,
That's-
that's next up on my Donkey Kong journey, because and then I'll be playing the Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze for the first time because I never played those before.
But I do have the full completion of that also on Retro Achievements, and
That's a bit of a tough one.
it is a tough one, and easily the hardest achievement is definitely beating K. Rool the entire fight without getting hit once.
And you gotta go through all 5 of your Kongs without taking
Yes.
damage.
And all 5 Kongs is an entirely different way of fighting K. Rool.
It's a you know what? Let's see here. Did you have that? Where boss?
And of
fight?
course, you
I think had that on
can
boss
talk
fight.
about the Donkey Kong 64 without talking about the DK rep.
Episode 15 of Top 5 was boss fights, and you were on that one. And King K. Rool from Donkey Kong 64 was your number 4. Because
It's definitely a really
it's
fun
a cool
one.
boss fight because each of the 5 Kongs you fight K. Rool in a different way, so it's not like super repetitive. So it was quite interesting. Yeah, the DK rap. I did boot up Donkey Kong 64 for Retro Achievements recently, right after I finished Donkey Kong Country 3, and I sit there and listen to the whole DK rap, and it unlocked an achievement right away. I'm like, oh, I was not expecting that.
I was just doing that for fun.
Yeah, they literally made an achievement to listen to the DK rap.
Have any of you guys played Bonanza yet?
I have not. I do own it. I just without achievements, I kind of just don't play games as much as I used to when if they don't have achievements.
I'm having a little bit of a tough time currently playing Metroid Prime 3 on Metroidvania Mondays because there's no achievements for Wii yet. What is taking so long? So I don't have a Switch 2. So if I ever get one, I will play Bonanza. But yeah, I don't think
I'll eventually play it.
I think Dude's the only other person.
It's good. I like it a lot.
Too. Pretty sure Filter and Ryan don't have Switch 2s.
Narp.
It's good. I'd say the only complaint about it is the
No, I
boss
don't.
fights aren't super challenging. But a couple at the end kind of increase the difficulty a little bit. So it makes up for it a little bit. But as you go through, I would say
I've already been spoiled on the ending
maybe
because
just
of because I was looking for specific songs on YouTube,
Oh.
and one of them popped up just because it's in the game,
Oh yeah.
and you know which one it is.
I don't,
Yeah.
but you don't have to spoil anything. I was going to
Yeah,
say, I know
it's-
Canadian just played it recently, and I was like, I think he's a big fan of it, and he put in chat, Bonanza rules, but I won't say more. So yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
he had a fun time with it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Donkey Kong Country. I have to correct myself and other people when they say that Donkey Kong Country 64. No, there's no country, and it's just Donkey Kong 64. I'm looking forward to playing that again for Retro Achievements soon, very soon, because I haven't played that, basically since it was new. So,
But each Kong has different abilities that makes it fun. Like, of course, DK, he can do the barrels, and he has the invincibility mode that allows him goes through certain areas. And Diddy Kong with his where he gets his jetpack barrels.
Peanut pistols and the jetpack barrel.
Well, everyone gets a gun. Like
Donkey Kong has the coconut cannon.
Yeah. And of course, Diddy also has a couple other things like doing a head charge. With then you had Tiny Kong who can make herself small, and has her twirl. I don't know why they didn't just bring in Dixie instead of making a new one.
I always wondered the same thing. And then Chunky, and he gets even bigger and stronger, and then
Yep.
lanky, and then he inflates like a balloon.
Yep.
Yeah, Angry Canadian.
But
from the
what's funny is
GQ,
that
This
there
clip
is
in the
a
gun
there is
can
a
fire bullets first. If he shoots you, it's gonna hurt.
Yep. And of course, when it comes to an honorable mention, Super Mario 64, there is a hack that's been adding a bunch of characters into it. They just added a Lanky Kong.
That's
So-
great.
And that's for the N64 version. So it's called Smash Remix. They also just added Crash, and they did that in a way that it had Mario and Sonic racing in carts, and then Crash comes in and messes with them. And that's how they announced Crash being in there.
Nice.
And it was on Peach's Castle. So going back to Ryan talking about the that little thing Easter egg
From Mario Kart, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Let's go with filter, and then I'll finish off number 4s.
Okie dokie. Well, like it is, this one is part of the first game that we decided to get with the N64. So like I said, we were getting the choices. We had Turok and this game. And this game won out because, well, it had a familiar name to it. A name that my brother and I shared a lot of fond memories playing over at my uncle's house. And it is Doom 64.
Ooh, not where I thought you were going with
Oh.
that, but cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one was a blast, and it was surprising to us because, I mean, especially when you go from playing Doom 1 and Doom 2, you're very used to the whole much more, high energy rockin' soundtrack and stuff like that. But then you get into Doom 64, and it's a little more creepy, atmospheric, and stuff like that. Same with the levels too. Got a different design. The enemies even have updated looks and stuff like that, which I thought was very well done, and a lot more still adhering to, even the classic looks and stuff like that, which I'd say is better than some recent stuff. But that's not the point here. The point is Doom 64, and like I said,
Some people call Doom 64 the real Doom 3.
I would agree with
even
that.
though I still like Doom 3, I definitely see where they're coming from with that.
Yeah, and it's picking up still with Doom Guy, because Doom 3 started off with a new character, as I recall.
Doom Slayer. And technically, not Doom Slayer, he's a Doom Marine.
Yeah.
Doom Marine,
And actually what's funny is that Doom the expansion doesn't even use the same Marine.
Oh,
the BFG edition.
No, I'm talking about
the DLC for Doom 3.
Resurrection of Evil.
Yeah,
That
I
was
know
it,
it's
yeah.
ROE, but I forget what it stands for. Resurrection of Evil. It doesn't even have the same protagonist.
Nope.
Interesting. I haven't played.
And he
it
seems to
yet,
be
so-
happier to be
changed-
doing the things he's doing.
Yeah, Nightmare says Doom 64 is Doom 3 canonically. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because then that's where, then you find with the ending of that game is of Doom Guy just staying in hell and killing demons for relentlessly. So, and that's where I had thought they did pick up the story with the reboot, but I was very, 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 very wrong. I was very, very wrong, thanks to the dork ages. But no, like it was the game was just it. The first one we went with, the game that brought us into the N64 proper, and it was at first it was almost like, oh darn, what did we miss out with Turok? And we did eventually rent Turok down the line and everything, and had fun with that. But looking back, it's like, okay, we made the right choice. Oh, yep, there it is. Which Night Dive also did a very good job putting that on the PC as well. Really good remaster on that too.
I got that trilogy remastered. I haven't played it yet though.
I gotta pick up the other two, but yeah.
I played
So
the first
for
one on the remaster, but that was a pretty good remaster.
and so yeah, definitely for Doom 64 was a blast. It could have maybe, especially with it being on the 64, would have been fun with some multiplayer, but I didn't totally need it because, and like it was, I always loved restarting the game, playing from the very beginning and continuing on through the levels and stuff like that. So and still never found all the secrets, but now also love Brutal Doom 64 that is playable on PC. But otherwise, yeah, this was a special one because, like I said, the first one we decided to go with just on name alone, and we didn't know it. That was the thing. It was very blind going into some of these games at the time because there was the magazines and stuff out, but for us at least, my brother and I, we didn't have readily access to the internet for any kind of forums and stuff like that to read up on the N64. If that was much of anything at the time, I can't recall. But yeah, and it was just like, all right, let's go for it, and we grabbed it and had fun since. And the opening especially is really cool with just the way it forms into the letters and stuff like that, and everybody's getting blasted to pieces.
Did you play Doom in one and 2 prior?
Yes, that's we have, because like I said, we knew the name because we had played the original 2 at my uncle's house because he had a PC,
right.
and we spent hours upon hours playing it there, and it was like, oh, Doom, oh, we did have to think about it because like dinosaurs.
But Turok does not have a multiplayer, so you probably
no, it doesn't, and we weren't because it was still kind of early. It was only like not shortly after, but a little bit after the N64 had been out. So we didn't know of all of the games necessarily. We knew of Mario, but it was like at that time, at least when picking him up, I don't even think they had Mario at that shop. But we had, like I said, Turok and Doom to pick from, and so we went with Doom.
Those are both good picks.
Yeah.
So, I know a lot of people didn't realize that Doom 64 was like actually a new game. They thought it was just like another port of Doom.
I almost thought that. Yeah, that's what was my first thinking when we were picking it up. Was like, okay, this is gonna be like replaying. Or like the original Doom or something. Nope, completely new game. We're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I only played it, Doom 64 for the first time last November.
Oh, really?
But I played the Xbox version, and you don't technically have to play through the whole game. So I'm going to be doing it for retro achievements, and that one will require some serious work.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, the one other thing like I said, I never played it until last year. I expected for Doom 64 to look more like a 64 game. It looks like, a previous generation game, or even like an old DOS game just running on an N64 with like 2D characters.
It still has 2D sprites.
Yeah, I figured it would be like 3D models, and it's like, nope, it's all still 2D. Just
The funny thing is that didn't really quite register as much to me as a kid. At least
you played it when it was new. I didn't play it until last year, so
fair enough. Yeah,
I just expected it to look like a traditional first-person shooter on N64, and it
right.
A game much older than an N64 game. Not that it's bad. That's just I went into it with an impression, and it was different than what I thought it was going to be.
Understandable. I didn't start playing Doom until Doom 3 on Xbox, but I did get the collector. I did have the collector's edition, so I was able to play Doom 1 and 2 there. And those were actually considered the best. At the time, they were the first true ports of the original Doom 1 and 2.
Okay.
Because before then, they always had to have concessions. But that was the first time they were able to come over without any concessions.
Oh yeah, they didn't have like cut anything or. Gotcha.
Or had issues with what was there.
Yeah.
Like the Saturn.
I
think Romero actually regrets that decision he made of making that person redo the entire code and make it exactly how he wanted. Because he realized it would have been better if it was just done the way that it was originally done.
Are we talking about which one? Which version?
The Saturn version of Doom.
The Saturn version. Okay.
Because he was able to get it to the person who was working on that, because it was a one-person job. They actually did it in a way that it had like screen tearing or something like that, but it was actually running at a great frame rate for the time for a Doom port.
Okay.
So because of that, Romero did actually say he regrets actually having them scrap that code and doing it the way he wanted it. Because again, the game ran terribly with the way he wanted it to look.
Because the only time I played a Doom port of the original game was the one they ported to the Super Nintendo.
That one's just impressive for the time period in which console it released for.
Right.
So you can't really blame that one for being not the greatest.
I just wasn't sure of any like how much was changed for that one too.
All right, so then I will finish up our number 4s, and I was trying to pull up because I have talked about this on a top 5 before, and that was episode 17, top 5 video game commercials. And oddly enough, Jason and I both had this game for our commercials on that episode at our number 3 for that one. But for the game itself, when it comes to N64 games, is my number 4, and great commercial. You see Mario and Donkey Kong and Yoshi and Pikachu skipping through a forest, and then they trip each other and they start beating the crap out of each other.
It wasn't a forest, it was a meadow.
The meadow, sorry. Great trailer to introduce Super Smash Bros. The original on N64.
Oh my god!
And it's still unique in how it plays.
Compared to the newer ones?
Between Melee, Brawl, and all of them, it's still unique compared to the rest of them because it's just the way it plays. The hit stun.
So I never actually owned it myself, but I played a heck of a lot of the original Smash Brothers. Probably not the Smash Bros. That I spent the most time in, but had a lot of fun playing it, just against bots, but had a lot of fun playing, with friends and beating the crap out of each other, or, teaming up and doing 2-on-2 or whatever. Curious, I'm assuming you've all played the original Smash Brothers. I could be wrong about that.
Yep.
But curious, from each of you, who was your main? So my main in the original Smash Brothers was Samus.
Okay.
I think I originally picked up Kirby, but when I played it recently on Retro Achievements, I actually end up using a GameCube controller to play it this time around because I've gotten so used to using a GameCube controller.
Well, that is the best way to play a Smash game, is with a GameCube controller.
Yeah. So I ended up loving Captain Falcon, but that's also because I'm more of a Ganondorf main nowadays. So
I was usually Link, to be honest with you.
Yep.
You like playing the lowest character in the game.
Apparently, if that's that's the ranking, yeah, I liked him. I always liked Link.
I think even Donkey Kong is better than Link in 64 because 64 Link is just terrible.
I liked Link.
Well, you've never gone up against me as Link, then I got to tell you.
Yeah, well, you don't.
No,
his recovery is terrible.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I haven't really touched that game much since I was a kid, so I can't give an adult version of me's perspective on the mechanics of it and all that. I just remember he had the chain attack, if I recall right,
the hook shot,
and that was one that I always was a fan of using. And then his kind of little spinning sword to kind of fly and stay.
Those type of grabs actually make those characters worthless.
Because the recovery time on it is so
because
long.
of how long it takes for the attack to come out.
Oh yeah, see, I was never old enough.
You're kind of a sitting duck.
And I also wasn't playing against anybody old enough to recognize how to take advantage of that.
We're not talking like
so it all worked out fine for me.
Here. The Canadian's also there. He said Link was awesome. The music was awesome. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, Ryan, was Link your main? It sounded like.
Yep.
All right.
There we go.
And, Filter, what was your main?
That's because I have good taste, for the record. So. Also, Doom 3 is actually the best Doom game of all time.
We're not
you're talking about the actual Doom 3, because I actually do agree with that.
Yeah,
the actual Doom 3.
Dude's a big fan of Doom 3. I haven't played it yet
because I love Doom 3. I'm not being facetious. No, I'm being serious.
I know. I haven't played it yet because I don't like scary. I'm going to at some point.
Neil's like, I know. Like,
I've played about 6 hours of it or so, and it's not as bad as I thought, like scary wise.
And you didn't beat it?
Oh, is it that short?
It's not that long.
Oh. Yeah, it's not that long.
Well,
it's more of an actual horror game than
that's why I'm not really it's not very high on my priority list. But I am trying to do a bunch of Doom games for our year-long challenge. So
Are you being a grumpy bear?
So I will probably play it sometime before the end of the year. But Filter, what was your main on the original Smash Bros?
I was the dirty little rat Pikachu.
I became a big fan of Pikachu in Melee.
He felt, at least in that game, he felt broken as all holy hell, especially because of his extra dash attack to get himself out of
I think he is number one in the tier list nowadays.
But the thing is that you want to talk down on Link. My buddy was playing Link. He was usually pretty solid, but my brother, he was the Samus player, and he pretty much schooled all of us. So no matter what, even as many dirty tricks I could try and pull as Pikachu, like there was no getting around him. And that's maybe the advantage of being the younger brother, is that he had the better reflexes even then of being able to take up on.
I mean, the thing is though, when it comes to Smash games, 64 is actually decently balanced. It's just that Link is kind of not great.
Well, it makes me feel a little better that Pikachu was my second main, because at least I had both ends of the spectrum.
Pikachu, I think, is number one last time I checked. I think Pikachu
I
is
like the
number
worst
one now.
and the best. I'll take
Yeah,
it.
Samus was my main in the original. I still like Samus later on, but she wasn't my main going forward. But I did grow to like Pikachu a lot.
I'd say Kirby was probably my third. Outside of that, those are like
Kirby
the
was
three
number
that I would
two.
use. Yeah, they were
I
the three that I
hated
used the
Kirby.
most. And then I'd kind of just be picking whatever character I felt like playing that day.
That
in
little
terms of
pink
just
blob
I
was
liked
such a dick.
them. It was his mimic. It was his mimic trait that was always just
Hated
felt
that
like
little-
a cheat code for me. I always liked
That
it.
little Pepto Bismol bitch. I want to.
Oh, somebody got salty over there.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's a great name for him. I like
Well,
that.
my sister's friend, again, the ones that owned Mario Kart 64 and brought it over and we all played. My sister's friend, they had Smash Brothers, and she always was Kirby, and like that little butthole.
my buddy who had introduced me to Smash Bros. His main was Kirby, so I know what you mean. So, and Nightmare says, Ryan, you make me angry.
I know, I saw that.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I literally just downloaded, on Steam. The fact that the original Doom 3 is only like 1.5 gigs. Like when I remember playing that game in like what 2005 and downloading it on like a PC, that was huge to have a PC that could play that game, because it was a massive graphics driver. It really was at the time. Now,
Doom 3 was one of the for whatever engine it was on, was like the poster child for this is how good original Xbox games can look.
Yes.
Well, it was actually a PC game, and it was like everyone,
I had it on the
all the
PC.
PC players were actually amazed it was actually playable on Xbox.
Yeah, I had it on the PC. So that's kind of like when I started getting into like the whole PC thing, because I had the original Xbox for nice little the Old Republic, but the Doom 3
Played that on Xbox.
Actually, the crazy thing is that Doom 3 actually had something on Xbox that it doesn't have on any other version.
Really?
The co-op campaign.
Oh, that I didn't realize
Oh,
that.
really?
Only the Xbox version had that.
Yeah, only the Xbox version has that co-op campaign. And it's
that's-
because they had to redesign the maps, because the original Xbox couldn't handle some of the maps fully like they were on PC. It's just they couldn't keep the entire map loaded. So what they did was they just split up some of the levels, but they also widened some of the pathways so that you could actually have two players.
Yeah, that co-op
That's
campaign is the reason
interesting.
why I got Doom 3 on Xbox. Because my buddy in college was like, "Hey, get Doom 3. We'll play co-op on Xbox Live." And we tried, and we could not get it to work.
I'm pretty sure you can get it to work better nowadays.
Probably. So, but yeah,
Because there is a fan made version of Xbox Live 1.0 nowadays.
I did not
Really?
know that.
I think it's called Insignia.
I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I have a feeling that my number 4 will probably show up again here on someone else's list. That's just a hunch.
It's sadly already on my honorable mentions, and I already mentioned that. So
So number 4 for me was the original Smash Brothers. That a lot of fun playing that game. So, all right, number 3s.
I'm still in favor of the fact that I got Neo to laugh at that little Pepto Bismol bit.
That was
because, quite frankly, Neo does not laugh at like like swearing, and he actually laughed.
That's great. I want to call him that now.
What's funny is that Kirby is only good at is only really good in 64. In every other game,
right?
in every other game, Sakurai kind of is afraid of making him good because it's like he's my character. If I
Yeah,
make
his
him good
little-
again, it's gonna be looks like favoritism. But then again, he also made Brawl Meta Knight.
I still had a lot of fun with him in all the other games as well. But all right. So now it says like how Spider-Man on Xbox had exclusive Craven levels. Did not know that. But all right, so for number 3s, let's go with Nerd Takes. You want to kick us off with number 3s?
Sure. So let me just check my list here to make sure I got them in order right. Yeah, so I actually swapped these two at the last minute. So for my number 3, it'll actually be kind of quick because I believe we already did this one. My number 3 is Mario Kart 64.
Nice.
It's, Ryan
Very
already
good.
kind of alluded to all the reasons this game is great. It's an awesome game. Where it stands in the world of Mario Karts that I've missed because I didn't play Double Dash and I didn't play Mario Kart 8 or 8 Deluxe, whatever was the one that was going on for like 10 years. Where it stands among those, I don't know. But in terms of the N64, I just love this game. And I feel like it's one of the most iconic from the N64. I feel like the more casual people I know in my life who aren't gamers but did play video games at some point always hold this one up as like one of their cornerstone memories of gaming. I don't know what it was about Mario Kart or what it continues to be about Mario Kart where it just does so well on these consoles for Nintendo. But this one to me was kind of a big standout in terms of, memories you have playing the N64. From Rainbow Road to all the other courses, to fights with my cousins of you beat me by hitting me with the blue shell. That was cheap. All those silly, stupid things that arise as a kid playing these games. It's
Mario
just so
Kart
many
has done
memories.
more to
packed in.
separate and break up
Right?
friendships than anything.
Honest to God, other than
I
like
had that with Smash Bros. That was
I mean, there's
relationship ender
that's
for
part
us.
of gaming, especially back in the day when, and somebody alluded to this earlier. I can't remember who it was, so forgive me. But back in the day when like this did really feel like one of the last consoles people sat in a room together to play. So that kind of
For me,
tension
it was
when
original Xbox with Halo 1, but I know what you mean.
right, or one of the last one. Like it was on that tail end of like once we switched to online gaming, nobody plays together in the same room anymore for the most part.
Yeah.
So it's like that tension of just being shoulder to shoulder with the person next to you who's kicking your ass is just something that's hard to recreate. Or if it's a more fun game too, so be it. But that in-person gaming is just, you can't totally recreate it like you wish that online gaming could. So yeah, Mario Kart 64, it's just such a good one for all the reasons we talked about earlier, plus just the added personal memories I have of playing that game. I absolutely love it.
That a lot, yeah.
Did you guys in Mario Kart 64? Did you guys have a go-to character? I always played as Toad.
Yoshi. I'm pretty much Yoshi in anything where like Yoshi's not really. If it's just really like cosmetic and there's not like a big difference, I always pick Yoshi for everything.
I think I was between Yoshi and Toad as well. Like I'd kind of switch between dependent. But mostly I think I was Yoshi.
Dude and Ryan, did you guys have a go-to for Mario Kart?
I didn't really play Mario Kart 64 that much. It never really felt right to me.
Okay.
I did. It was either Yoshi or Mario. And hi Ariel. You freaked fractured filter out.
No, I'm just, not freaked out. Just like, oh my, sort of like, okay.
So for those of you who don't know Ariel,
She showed up at Metroidvania Monday last night. Hi again, Ariel.
She popped in the weekend pregame.
Okay, all right. So you guys know Ariel.
Yeah.
I just caught the chat now. I'm like, what are we talking about? I just went back and read it now.
She is a wonderful gem, and the humor flows when she's around. So yeah.
Angry Canadian says Yahoo. It took me a second. He said Yahoo from when you would boost as, was that Mario or was that Toad? I feel like it was Toad.
Yahoo!
Usually
That's Mario.
Mario, I feel like, unless
Mario.
Toad's
Mario.
got one in that
It's been a
game.
very
I
long
think
time
of.
since I played it, but it took
No,
me a
it's-
second.
it's-
Oh, he's
it's-
quoting the game.
Yeah, it's Mario ever since what, Super Mario? Super Mario, what is it? 3? Super Mario 3? I think he does Yahoo ever
I
since
can't
then.
remember honestly. My first memories of it is 64. I can't remember him
Yeah.
saying it much in the 2D game.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
It's not a. I mean, if Toad did it first, it's not a Toad thing, dude. It's a Mario thing because literally in Mario 64, that leads the way of.
Yeah, thank you,
It's-
Canadian. He
it's-
says Toad, dude. How can you forget? I was like, I swear that was Toad.
Yeah,
that
Toad.
said
He
that.
could say it in
Yeah.
64
Maybe they both
in
do.
Mario Kart, but I typically like the Yahoo. I always give that to Mario. It
Yeah,
depends.
it's a
It depends
Mario
on the
thing.
intonation on how you
Fair
say
enough.
it.
Fair enough.
What's the Toad intonation then?
Kind of
If
the
you
way-
can't
more
name it,
just
then
like
it's
a-
not a thing. I'm going to tell you that right now.
just because I can't replicate
That's
it,
fair.
doesn't
I
mean-
feel like I can remember it, but that is fair. I can't really pinpoint it.
It's not a Toad thing. It's a Mario thing.
I
All
feel like
right.
during his jumps, maybe in Mario Kart, when he jumps, maybe he says Yahoo. I don't know. I'm gonna side with Ryan here. AC, it's a Mario
Yahoo!
thing. Toad
I-
might say it, but it's a Mario thing.
Yeah. So, all
I
right.
will. Well, you know what? I want to Google it from the original TV show, the
Oh,
animated
the
one. Not trying to
animated one.
prove you guys wrong, but I want to know if it's actually a Toad thing.
Not
Really
trying to
is.
prove you
I
guys
think-
wrong,
I
but definitely
think
trying to
Toad-
prove you guys wrong.
but if I can't,
No,
Toad
I
has
wanna
animated
know
Mario
because-
parties.
Ryan, you Neanderthal, look it up. Video on it. Dude, you're like 28. Your balls have barely dropped. You don't have like a opinion on that.
Oh God!
What are you talking about this?
I was gonna go to Ryan for his number 3, but I think he's got homework to do. So let's uh, let's go, dude. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is actually probably one of the more unique ones here, and that is Bomberman Hero.
Oh,
Interesting.
I just love that little game.
Is
Bomberman Hero.
Bomberman on N64 is the only. I think there was more than one.
There was
But
like
there was a-
3. There's actually 4 of them. There's a Japanese only version. Bomberman 64.
Okay, so there's Bomberman Hero is different than Bomberman. There is a Bomberman 64, right?
There's 2 Bomberman 64s.
Okay, one of those I'm pretty sure is the one that I played over at my friend's house. I've not even heard of Bomberman Hero. How is that one different than just?
It's
standard
actually
Bomberman
it's actually
64?
a completely single player game.
Okay, yeah,
it
I
is
played
actually-
multiplayer as versus
Yeah, it's completely single player, and it's actually a platformer.
a platformer. Interesting.
Yes, but your attack is of course throwing bombs. So
That's definitely not the one I played. Then I played one for the N64.
but this
Can't
is like
remember
the only.
name of it though.
This is like one of the only Bomberman games that you can actually just jump whenever you want.
Okay, yeah, I see Bomberman 64, Bomberman 64 Japan, Bomberman 64 the second attack, which I think is the one Nerd Takes was thinking of.
Yeah, because I definitely don't remember being able to like jump or platform in the one that I played. It's more of like the ones when he's in that little maze. type of
Bomberman
thing.
64, the second attack, is actually a direct sequel to Bomberman 64. So
Interesting.
Okay, and then
I'd
Bomberman
have to look
Hero.
it up.
And they all have retro achievement sets.
yep. But Bomberman Hero is a really fun game. It has a really good soundtrack. I know a lot of YouTubers use that soundtrack for whenever they're just talking about games.
Oh wait,
Even if they're not-
somebody just I was listening to a channel the other day who just mentioned using that song in a lot of their videos. Now that you say that,
Yep.
Huh. Canadians is on board with you. He says Bomberman Hero, hell yeah, and he just beat it recently. Nice.
Yeah, I've also got the full achievement list as well for that game. It's a really fun game to fully complete because like there's a point system that you have to get like the max score on each level to get 5 points.
That was weird.
And whenever you max out the score on every level, you actually unlock the final world. There's actually
wow.
a hidden sixth world.
Since this was an
Fifth or sixth.
N64 game, was this a 3D platformer?
Yes, it was a 3D platformer.
I did not know this game even existed.
yeah, I don't think I remember this Bomberman.
Angry Canadian, big fan of video game music, says, yeah, the soundtrack is awesome. Way ahead of its time.
Yeah.
I'll have to at least check out the soundtrack.
Yeah, I got to look that up now.
I think the only thing that could have improved this game is giving it a multiplayer, but the fact that it's a really good single player game it's just a lot of fun.
I type in Bomberman on YouTube, and the first suggestion is Bomberman Hero OST.
There you go.
That tells you how good the soundtrack is.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the thing at the top of the list here is a playlist of all the songs. Oh no, it's just one long video. It has 900,000 views. So nice. I'll give that a listen.
I guess I'm doing my channel all wrong then.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? They're angry Canadian. I'm gonna have to literally kick you in the nuts right now. Mario was actually the first one to actually say Yahoo, and because Toad said it, yes, and Super Mario. I'm sorry, Mario Kart 64. Mario said it first in the previous iteration. So
I don't think that was quite the argument.
what the fuck was the argument then?
I'm assuming that the argument was what I understand to be the argument, because usually, even though Canadian and I disagree on a lot of stuff, we're usually on the same wavelength on this sort of stuff. He was saying that the Yahoo in Mario Kart is a Toad thing rather than a Mario thing, even though Mario says that in earlier games.
Then it's not a Toad thing; it's a Mario thing.
Okay, yep, exactly. So he says we were never debating who said it first. He chose just the fact that Toad says it in Mario Kart. See, exactly what I just said.
But he doesn't.
I also know he says it in Mario parties as well.
So,
well, it sounds like Toad is just copying Mario. Then I think they have a bigger issue there.
Yeah, because Toad is a limp dick, and Mario's the fucking hero.
What do you mean he's a limp dick? He's literally a mushroom tip.
Right, where's your
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, yeah,
that was quick. That was quick
tonight.
So Neil, have you lost control of the show?
Feels like it. All right. Anything else you want to say about Bomberman Hero, dude?
Just a really fun game. It has been a while since I played it, but I always remember it being a great game. So,
okay,
bosses are fun and just a lot of fun.
Cool. Might have to look into that at some point. Did not know that game even existed.
And it's also one of the few N64 games that does not require the precision as much of the original N64 controller. So using a modern controller doesn't hamper you nearly as much as other games.
Okay. Jason's like, wow, I leave the show and it changes so much. All right, before we continue on, Ariel drops her top 5. Number 5, Mario Kart. Number 4, Ocarina of Time, and spelled horribly, but okay. Number 3, WWF, No Mercy, and WrestleMania 2000.
Okay.
Got to pick one or the other.
Wait,
here.
can you do that?
Ooh, number 2, Star Wars Rogue Squadron, and number 1,
you can do that. They're different games.
Whack Attack. Interesting.
Wait, I'm actually surprised that game actually came up, because that's one of the games that sadly got hit by the flood.
I did not know about that game.
The Donald Duck Quack Attack. It's pretty much a Crash Bandicoot clone.
Okay.
Really? I've never heard of that. Interesting.
But you're playing as Donald Duck.
Right.
All right. Ryan, are you ready for your number 3 now?
I am ready for my number 3. Unlike Angry Canadian, I have taste. So I'm going to go with WWF No Mercy. I'm just kidding.
You've been a big fan of wrestling. I thought that was a legitimate answer.
Yeah, no, I'm giving Canadian a hard time, but he's a good dude. So anyway, but you didn't read what Ariel says. She says, "Daddy Ryan over here cracking his whip, yanking our leashes." I
blanked that one out in my head.
In my chat when I do Top Gun Tuesday, she doesn't talk like this. She's very nice and very she's very helpful. She helps me win the game.
So
maybe because she doesn't like seeing you angry, but she likes seeing you embarrassed.
Probably. It's probably true.
What about your number 3, Ryan?
So the reason I picked WWF No Mercy is because it is one of my favorite wrestling games of all time.
Okay.
It is not my favorite, but it is my favorite Nintendo 64 wrestling game of all time. It is probably the best. It's the most incredible. It doesn't, again, in my opinion, it does not hold a candle to the PS1, the PS2 ones. But anyway, it's a different story. It was the first time that you got to play the Royal Rumble. In that you could have you and a friend, and you could play the Royal Rumble, and you'd have entrants come in, and play 30. You could actually do you could actually go backstage and put people through tables and bash them with chairs and pull, objects out of the, out of the audience and hit them with it. It was just so much fun. And my favorite part of it is to literally take somebody and either choke slam them or rock bottom them through the pool table in the bar, because every arena had a bar apparently. And you'd actually, it was usually the one that was all the way to the back and to the right. And that was the whatever.
Uh-oh. Your mic cut out or something.
You were sounding like you were underwater there. You
Me?
still there? Yeah.
Yep, sounds good now.
Okay, that was weird.
That was weird. So repeat that last sentence.
So anyway, the last room down the hallway, there were only four rooms if you went behind the stage. There were 4 rooms. The last one into the right was actually the one where there was a bar room or whatever. It had like a bar. It had like, neon lights. It had like wood trimming and stuff like that. And it had a pool table in the middle. And my favorite way to actually defeat anybody was to either choke slam them or, put them on the pool table, choke slam them or rock bottom them through the table. And then you would pin them 1, 2, 3, and then you'd always get the replay, and it was so much fun to watch. Like literally, like rock bottom. It was slow motion through the pool table, and it was just like snap, and like it would collapse. And I don't know. It was the very first Nintendo 64 WWF wrestling game that you could put somebody through a table. You didn't get that later until you had SmackDown 2 Know Your Role on the PlayStation 2. I'm sorry, PlayStation 1. That was the first one to do it, and then WWF No Mercy was the second one to do it. So they were a little bit behind each other, but it was good stuff. It was a lot of fun.
All right.
I agree with all that. By the way, I love that game.
Yeah. And Ariel says it was during the the Acolyte Protection Agency. That was
I have no idea what APA is.
JBL and Farouk.
It's the Acolyte Protection Agency. I just told you that, sir.
Well, I was going to say, but then you explained what that acronym meant. So,
Ryan, just out of curiosity, if I could ask you real quick, what is your like a quick answer if you don't want to go too far into it in case you guys do a top 5 on this in the future, but what would be your favorite wrestling game of all time?
Given how popular of a topic that is, we very well may do it top 5 wrestling games.
I mean, we should.
All right, maybe private chat it then, just so we don't spoil it. I'm just curious. I think I know mine in my head, so I'm just curious if it's the same or far off.
So, Errol has a different version of APA, but we're just going to leave that in chat. So, all right, let's see here. So we got Filter, Me, and Dude. Let's go with the Filter. What about you? What's your number 3?
Well, you already kind of alluded to it earlier, Neo. But yes, this has already made a top list before, but it doesn't make the number 1 spot this time through. But it is Star Wars: Shadows of the Empire.
I preemptively put it as number 1 for you on my list. So
glad I can throw a little bit of a curveball with my boilerplate list. But yeah, I mean, I said it in our top 5 Star Wars games. This was a big game between this game and Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 that really got me into the expanded universe for Star Wars. And what a way to do it too. Dash Rendar's an alternative kind of Han Solo character, a little more scoundrelly, much more about the buck and everything.
Basically, but Han also Solo if he didn't gain a heart of gold.
Yeah, and I mean he evens out a little bit, like in the book, he evens out a little bit, but like he's still got that edge to him, and that's where he's separated from Han Solo, and that was the thing. Like for me, it was Kyle Katarn, Jan Ors, and Dash Rendar. I would have loved if we could have gotten a team up with that.
That would have been awesome.
I would have loved it. It would have been great. But I mean, this his Outrider ship is awesome. A unique design there. And then just like it was, the whole Star Wars Shadows of the Empire is a big multimedia project. You had not only the two different versions of the games on N64 and PC, but on top of it, you had the book. You had an entirely new soundtrack made for it, and it was released as well. The Shizor theme is fantastic. Everything else in between, I just love it to death. And I mean, I don't, like I said, as the problem is though now, and this is where I would love Night Dive to come in and maybe smooth things out for the game, is definitely maybe tune the gameplay just a little bit, because it is awfully weighty. Like, you are floating a lot of the time as you're jumping from platform to platform almost. But and so I always caution people, new people wanting to kind of check that game out, is this kind of beware. Other than which is fun, the beginning missions of being in the snow speeder, which was a blast. Nothing more fun than getting to take down all the AT-ATs with the tow cable and doing that.
But it did it better than the Lego Star Wars game.
I remember
no,
doing the tow cable was pretty difficult.
It once you got the hang of it though, and knew with like the camera angles and stuff like that, like it got really easy, and then like, it was just boom, 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 getting each one knocked out. And once you got, and then you got the third person view, and when you're on foot, so that's where the whole floatiness can kind of come in. When you're jumping from certain spots, you can, if you time it right, you can be just fine. But that was definitely where it was. I learned like the sensitivity. There you go. Nice. I have it as well. I have it on my shelf, but I can't. I don't get to do show and tell.
I'm very much looking forward to playing this for retro achievements at some point as well.
Yeah, I was doing some of that too.
I know. I think that's the first game you played on your retro achievement count. If
I think it was. Yeah. I got to get back to it and earn some more, because I think I was getting through a lot of it. But the only thing that I always really hated was that damn droid boss fight after getting through a lot of the sewers. Otherwise, though, the game is so much fun, and like it was too. We got a brand new villain in Prince Shizor, and not a Force user. He was not. He was just a conniving. Oh God, what was he?
He was like a leader of a gang.
He was the Black
Eclipse or Black Suns or something like that.
He is the leader of the Black Suns. I was just trying to remember the species he was.
Oh, he's Phaelin.
Phaelin, thank you. Which in the book is very interesting, because especially listening to the audiobook, I was like, I knew he was a creep, kind of a creeper, but holy crud, did they like really emphasize it with the audiobook.
Yeah, I just learned just recently, like within the last year, because I always thought it was Caesar, and then people were like saying Shizor, and I'm like, no, that's wrong. And I I dug into it, and they're like, and I found no, it's Shizor. I'm like, Caesar sounds way better.
I know, I said it that way originally too.
Shizor is a Pokemon.
Oh, okay, there we go. So, but a little bit after the fact, I learned how to properly pronounce it. Like, oh, okay. But always one of my favorite levels too was either like the snow speeder, or also it could be kind of fun but also frustrating, which was the chasing after the biker gang on Tatooine. But otherwise, bikes. On the swoop bikes, like you could either blast through it, or you would just get dogged and get behind everybody else. So, but regardless, the whole game I think is a gem and definitely worth a playthrough, especially if you're a Star Wars fan.
It was a fun game. That is in my honorable mentions. I pulled up your retro achievement account here, and it was the first game on here, and it's also one you have the most achievements in. At 34%, so you haven't made a lot of progress.
I know. I got to get back to it. I bow to the masters, though. You guys.
It's funny because your next two games, One is one that I like that Canadian hates, and the next one is one that Canadian loves, and I haven't played it yet, but he challenged me to, and that is the original Link's Awakening, which I just recently replayed.
I need to
got the
actually.
mastery. And those are dude's achievements. He wrote the achievement set for that.
That's why I wanted to also play him, and also I've never played Link's Awakening, so I need to get back to that.
That's the game that got me into Zelda, but Canadian is not a fan of it. But your next game was Super Mario Sunshine, which Canadian is a big fan of. So
that I need to get back into as well, because I somehow skipped that on the GameCube. I never played it. But
I never played it either.
You know, crazy thing, I haven't really played a another Mario game since Sunshine. I haven't
really.
Mario 64 was the last mainline Mario game I played. So
same here. Same here. Yeah, 64 was the last for me as well.
But yeah, excellent. So yeah, you surprised me a little bit. I figured that was going to be your number one. So that one was close to making my top 5, but I had to put that in my honorable mentions. But I do like that game, and I had a lot of fun. I remember having a lot of fun in that game, screwing around with the cheat codes. There's some fun.
The cheat codes were fun too. Yeah. It was my favorite thing was making sure it was getting the stormtroopers to the edge of a cliff, shooting them just the right amount of times, so then they would fall forward, and of course get the classic Wilhelm scream as they fell down into their deaths. So
yes.
And also luring the Wampas out of the cages and getting them to slaughter the stormtroopers while I just ran right through.
Yep. It's good times.
Also, Ariel, my apologies. I was looking up what my favorite wrestling game was in question, and so I didn't get a chance to defend your honor. But you're fine. It's fine. You're all right.
Sunshine was the GameCube Mario game.
Yeah, that's about Mario Sunshine. Now Mario 64 was 64, and then the next one was Sunshine on GameCube. So how dare you not defend her honor when she was called a noob?
Well, I was looking something up.
All right.
About wrestling.
3. Okay, that leaves let's go with you know what? I think I'll go next, and then you can finish off our number 3. Wait, no, I'm the only one who hasn't gone. So I will finish off our number 3s. For some reason, I was thinking that dude didn't. I have yours written down here, but for some reason, I was thinking I missed it. But that actually segues quite well into my number 3, which is also a Star Wars game, and is one that Ryan mentioned was his number 4, Rogue Squadron.
Nice.
I love this game, and I remember I got gold medals on every mission. I think it was 19, and oh my goodness, that was insanely difficult. I remember one level in particular was easily the most difficult one to get a gold medal on, and I'm pretty sure it was on Sullust, and I don't remember if it was an X-wing or Y-wing level or whether you could pick, but it was, you basically had to like free and escort like enslaved miners.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That one took me so many tries to get gold medal on, but I remember I finally got gold medal on it, and so I got gold medals on all of them. I was going into Rogue Leader on GameCube with the same. I was like, I'm gonna get all gold medals on this one. Never happened because that one is so much more difficult than the N64 version. But I still love this game. I think when we talked top 5 N64. Oh, well, that was Rogue Leader. Not N64 games, top 5 Star Wars games. I did put Rogue Leader in my top 5 Star Wars games, but it's because of Rogue Squadron. Love this game so much. And when I pulled out my case of N64 games, I realized I don't have my Rogue Squadron anymore. So,
oh no,
I did not know that until like an hour ago. I'm like, where's my Rogue Squadron? I no longer have it. So when I start retro collecting again, I will have to pick up a copy of Rogue Squadron. So,
I mean, we have yet to say a game that I don't own. So,
what's that?
We have yet to say a game I don't own for N64.
I figured you just owned all N64 games.
Just that because I have everything just in random spots, it's not really a good for me to go looking for them, especially with where the N64 games are.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Rogue Squadron, love that game. Had a lot of fun with it, and they took it to the next level with Rogue Leader on GameCube, and just took everything they did with Rogue Squadron and made it better. But it was already a good game. They made it better. So yeah, love Rogue Squadron, and that is my number 3. Nightmare, you always have EA Squadrons, Neo.
Oh no.
I don't plan on playing that at any point, but you never know. But if I do play it, it's very, 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 very low on the priority list. So I let you down, Ariel? Why is that? How did I let you down? Rogue Squadron is an excellent game. So, all right. That will end our number 3s. So with our number 2s, let's see here. Anybody want to kick us off with number 2s?
Well, I haven't gone first yet.
All right, dude.
Oh.
You were actually the one I was thinking about calling on. So what is your number 2?
My number 2 is a game that's already been mentioned, and that is Star Fox 64.
Oh.
That is your number 2. All right.
I would play this game like constantly all day, and I would just try and get all those medals.
Show and tell for you, since you're not doing show and tell.
Yeah. Thank you. But I think I have 2 copies of it, Star Fox 64, because I also have the Player's Choice version.
Oh.
But I remember as a kid, I was always trying to get all the medals on every map, and of course, I did it in the original difficulty so I could unlock hard. And then on hard, I got every medal except for one, and that was Sector Z.
Okay.
And that's the one with the missiles going to the Great Fox.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one.
That one's always a pain in the butt.
Oh, there was a very
Like
similar
10
mission on
medals.
Star Fox Assault that was also a pain in the butt.
I'm pretty sure Star Fox 64 was still worse.
Probably.
Especially since Star Fox Assault, you could just pick that map again immediately after failing it.
Yes, that's true. You can go and do whatever. Yes.
I mean, yeah, you could use lives to redo the level, but if you could eventually run out of lives.
Yeah. And if you did, you'd have to start the game over again.
Yep.
Yep. I'm sure that's much more difficult on N64, but yeah.
Oh my god, I'm getting roasted in the chat.
Let's see here. Don't worry, Ariel. Neo lets us down all the time. I know. Sorry, Canadian. That you don't have it. I had it. I don't know what happened to it. Apparently it disappeared, grew legs, and walked out.
I know I have it, and that's not one of the games I got affected by the flood.
Hey guys, just real quick, I was downloading one of Neo's favorite Star Wars games, Jedi Academy, and seeing how it runs on the good old RTX 3000 series. So that's what I was doing.
It runs amazing, doesn't it?
I don't know. I told you that. Looks pretty good, actually. Why do I got to be a black guy? I don't want to be a black guy.
Nightmare says Ryan already let me down by liking Doom 3. Hey, to each their own. Oh, Canadian says that mission is cake. Oh,
it won't let me change my color.
He said Neo. He meant Neo.
So
why is the
human here? What's up, Amon Ra?
To be honest, that Sector Z is not a hard mission to complete. It's a hard mission to medal.
Yeah.
Because you could have one of your allies take the last hit of the missile and it screws you over out of the medal. And you got to keep all your allies alive or else you can't get the medal.
Twi'lek female, Zabrak female, human female.
Oh, yeah, you can pick your character in Jedi Academy. Yes.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to be a black guy. I'm not black. It won't let me change from being a black
skin tone. You can change the skin tone of all the characters.
Yeah, the only thing it says is color, and it's for your robes, apparently. Oh, you stupid ass!
Did you just read what Nightmare said?
You should be black. That's how you get to good college now.
I'm not black though. I'm a white guy.
Let's see here. Oh, I didn't write it.
Oh no, I changed my color, and the game is crashing. Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
wow. If you change your color in the game, Disney, apparently it tries to crash the game. It's really weird in a really weird way.
What are you doing to that game? Jesus.
All I did was change my freaking face to a white guy.
Oh no!
I bet you the PS2 version works just fine with PCSX2.
All right. Did you play much of the multiplayer, or did you just?
I did not
strictly
play
do
much of the
single?
multiplayer because I really only had my brother to play games with, and let's just say he stopped playing games with me for after a while because I would always kick his butt.
All right.
I had
Yeah,
no chill.
I'm looking forward to playing Star Fox 64 again.
Standard saber. I don't want a standard
I
saber.
haven't played it in a very long time. No, the correct answer is staff saber.
Yeah, I don't have that yet, dude.
Yeah, that's right. You have to unlock it later.
Ariel says Ryan is gonna be a sexy female Twi'lek. No, I'm not really.
I did that. I've done a playthrough as a sexy female Twi'lek. Although I don't think you can play Jedi Academy as a male Twi'lek. You can only play as a female Twi'lek.
I want to find Obi-Wan Kenobi's the closest hilt to his saber.
Okay, it's
From episode 1, by the way.
it's got
okay.
up till then it had the most detailed customer.
Just make sure you don't call Lord Vader Master.
I'm not gonna call him Master. I'm gonna slice his face off because he sucks.
Well,
The modding community is still very alive.
Just switch out
for it.
Master
Vader's
for
dead
Lord.
because Jedi Academy
And
takes
actually
place
say it out loud.
after Return of the Jedi.
I'm just gonna say, you know what? Darth Vader sucks. Not really.
But like I said,
you know, just being a dick.
switch out Lord for Master and say his name out loud.
Lord Vader.
Lord Vader.
You switch out Lord for Master.
Oh,
And then
Master.
say-
Master Vader. Master Vader.
Oh yeah,
That's actually pretty good.
that's why. they didn't call
Nightmare
him
says Ryan,
Master.
play as the black guy and get a purple light. Well, I don't want to be Mace Windu.
Why
Yeah,
not?
he's gonna get
awesome.
he's gonna get his hand cut off and fly out a window while trying
Yeah.
to commit treason against the glorious Republic of the Empire.
He's too dangerous to be kept alive.
Unlimited power. It's a great
Oh,
movie, by the way. It just had some bad dialogue.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Any last thoughts on Star Fox 64? Oh, that's right.
I might have to go with
Mine-
the
Also
What?
came bundled with the Rumble Pack. I'm playing
Yeah.
the Rumble Pack from with Star Fox
Yep.
64.
I don't see an Obi-Wan Kenobi clone. That one's close, but I
You-
might have to go with the
You have to do
Vader
that
/
multiplayer.
Anakin one.
So,
But you got to go with blue.
all right. Nerd Takes, what about you? What's your number 2?
My number 2 is back to another Mario, quite literally a Mario Party game. The N64 and the party games for this generation or this console were just, to me, the defining kind of games of it. So Mario Party 2, much like Mario Kart, was one that just always stuck out as a favorite memory for me. One as a kid, but two kind of in that second era of N64 nostalgia I had in high school when me and my buddies, like I said, all found their old consoles and all that. We were playing these again. Mario Party 2 seemed to be one that we came back to a lot and frequently. Something about it, it's just so fun. The mini games are fun. The boards are really fun and creative. I've always really appreciated them, at least. I'm also a big board game fan. I don't know if that's kind of boomer of me or not, but I just like board games.
board games.
I think they're pretty fun. Like, how often do you really take the chance to sit down with some people and play a board game? So
Not enough anymore.
and that's the thing, right? Like, not enough anymore. And it's such good times, from Monopoly to whatever the hell you might choose. You know, anybody's. My personal favorite is Risk, but you know, board games are wicked
hate
fun.
Risk.
So, of course,
hate Risk.
between Link and Risk, I've got great favorites today. But no, it's just, I find that concept really fun, and I think sitting down with people again in a room, actually conversing with them, having laughs with them it's just different than online gaming, as much as I do love online gaming. So that's one thing I love about board games. And then you just combine that with an awesome video game, awesome IP in terms of characters with Nintendo and all that. You get your Mario Party series. Now, I haven't played anything past Mario Party 3, so I don't know what they've done with it since. So I really can't speak to what state that
I would say
franchise
up
is in
to
at the
eight. Up
moment.
to 8, it's fine, and then
Yeah.
some of this, and they started doing better on the Switch versions.
Okay, fair enough.
So pretty much skip 9 and 10.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, like anything, you do it long enough, you're going to have some stinkers out there. So hopefully they, fix that issue. But regardless, my point is more on Mario Party 2. And I would even stretch it to 1 and 3. The whole first set of 3 Mario Party games, I think we're all awesome. But 2
1,
is the
2,
one.
and 3 were all on N64, right?
Yep.
And then 4
but-
was on.
I think that's when I jumped to game, and that's when I went to GameCube is when I went Xbox and PlayStation for the most part. So I didn't get to play those, but yeah, all three I really love. But Mario Party 2 seemed to be the one that me and my friends came back to during the high school era, and also it seemed like, from what I recall, it was the one we played the most because my cousins had both 1 and 2. I didn't actually play 3 till later on in that high school era of picking up the N64 again. But my cousins had both 1 and 2 when we were kids and we were playing it, but we always just liked 2 more. I think it was the boards really that just attracted us to 2 more. They just felt a little bit more fun and lively. But yeah, so that was it for me. Mario Party 2. Loved it.
All right. Angry Canadian likes it. He says, Nerd Tasting knows what's up. I'm sure Jason would have a lot to say about Mario Party if he was here, because he still has a battle scar on his palm from like.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Oh, no.
I had the same thing with Mario Party 1, but it never scarred to me. But I did have a blister.
Yeah, some of those mini games will get you. I mean, that
think
too.
I
Like I didn't. I don't feel like
I think I just started putting a paper towel on the controller.
Yeah, anything to help.
Unlike those kids that just did it raw until their parents complained to Nintendo.
But
They did
that's
it
one
raw?
thing too, is those mini games really, like, they would just, the different, I think the amount of different kinds they had really made that feel like a big jump from the first game. I don't know, like I said, I didn't play 3 till later on, and I can't really remember the difference in 2 to 3. But I do feel like the difference or the amount of mini games that were added from 1 to 2 was another reason why we kind of gravitated.
1 to 2 was the only time there was just more of an upgrade. 3, they had entirely new mini games and entirely new boards.
Interesting. So I wonder if I had played 3 a little bit earlier on, if it would have stuck with me as well as 2 did. Because I feel like, honestly, the same thing happened with my friend group too. Because for some reason, they all really remembered 2 a little bit more than they did 1 or 3. So I wonder if maybe 2 just kind of hit us all at the same, since we were all friends and same age, kind of hit us at the same time. And if 3 maybe would have stood out a little bit more had I played it earlier on. But regardless, can't change that. So it's just 2 for now.
But 2 to 3 was the one where he started the idea of actually making it so that each game had entirely new mini games.
Interesting. Oh, so is that something that kept up with the series?
1 to 2 was the only time they actually brought back mini games.
Right. Oh, so I didn't know that. I didn't realize they changed mini games every game. I figured they, added some, but I would have thought some carried over. Interesting.
Yeah, Jason is in chat. He says, I got the Mario Party stigmata. Yeah, he's showing. He's got a little mark on his hand that he gets from Mario Party. I feel like I was just going to ask about... Oh, Mario Party. I don't know if he's still here, but Dave's AD dropped in chat saying, hello, what games you guys playing? We're not playing a game right now, but we are ranking our top 5 favorite N64 games. So if you have your top 5, feel free to drop in chat and I'll give them a shout out. So Jay says he played them all during the time 2 is the right choice. Okay, so Jason agrees with you on Mario Party 2 being the best of that era.
I'll take that. He's apparently got the scars to prove it, so I'll take it.
All right. Ryan, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is going to be why does Neo hate fun?
What? Now what?
Why are you ignoring your chat? All right. You know what? They're calling me all sorts of bad names. No, I kid. They are calling me. They're saying things that are like controversial. No, my number 2 is actually going to be one of the best games in the history of the Nintendo 64. It is so much better than Perfect Dark by far. It's not even close. It is GoldenEye 007.
Shit.
No, it is not.
Yes,
but
it
go
is.
ahead. We'll talk about it. I'm automatically going next. All right.
You're automatically going next.
It's my show. I'm going next.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and tell us why it's
right.
the best.
You want to know why it's one of the best games in the history of the Nintendo 64 by far? Because just describe to me any other game that is probably beats that anywhere near close by far.
Donkey Kong 64, DK Rap.
What is that? What is that? Can you do it? Can you DK rap?
We
Oh no!
except for you.
Unfortunately, I could do at least
Finally
some of it.
Performing for you. If you know the words,
Words
you can join in too.
Fair enough.
It's very, very catchy if you ever played DK64.
Great. There's two of you out of everybody that knows that, including the chat of all 27 people watching.
Also,
Nerd
the
Takes,
people who
you do
watched
it?
the Mario movie know
Yeah,
it
I
too.
could do a bit of it. I'm not going to, but I could.
Oh, well, you got 2.5. Come on, man. You guys
Filter,
you
would
guys
you
are
be able
you
to
guys
do the
are
DK
coping
rap?
like it's going out of style. Literally, the James Bond theme is
Well,
iconic.
so out
Beyond
on top
flaw.
of that, the menu music is so damn good in that
It
game
does have
too.
great
So they
music.
kind of hit you with both from the music side of things.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I did. I played the heck a lot of it, but it's.
I know. I know you love Perfect Dark, dude, and I get that, and I feel you on that one. And I have
Perfect
a lot
Dark's
of love
not
for
even on my honorable mentions.
I have a lot of love for
You're
your Perfect
banned.
Dark. Shit.
I never
Dude
played
got
Perfect
banned.
Dark. That's why.
Fair enough. Okay. So Ryan, did you play more? I'm assuming you probably played a lot of the multiplayer as well.
Mm-hmm. Dude, my friends and I played the snot out of multiplayer. We played so much multiplayer. I got a Game Shark to where we could actually go through the wall at the end of the facility and actually go into the rest of the facility and actually battle there too.
Was it this one?
Yeah, it was that one.
Yeah.
It actually unfortunately broke, so I don't think, if you actually try to find a Game Shark now for the Nintendo 64, I think it's like $500, like easily. It's something insane. Yeah, but like,
I don't think it's that bad.
so the facility was like contained for like multiplayer, but like you have that last like metal door through the hallway. The tanks on the side before you get to the larger area of it. You could actually put a cheat code in, like walk through walls, and you could actually walk.
$30.
Okay.
What? Okay, well, it's changed. I haven't looked it up in like probably 10 years, dude. All right. You know what? I'm older than you by far. Like my left nut is older than you. Like
You're all
Damn.
one person. So
You do realize
sure
that
how
I'm only
different
like
births-
half a decade younger than you.
I'm just talking shit, man. It's all right. It's all good.
Bane of the Shields is
I
here.
hope
What's
your
up,
left
Bane
nut
of the
is a bit older than
Shields?
me.
Bane of Shield says channeling for Ryan, please. It's called Legion Talk, where I talk a lot of
GoldenEye, baby.
where I talk a lot of
Good
shit.
game.
And then at Legion Games 2076, if you want to watch me play video
Everyone's
games.
channels are in the stream description if you want to go check out. And we'll.
You only
mention
have
that
one
again
of
at the
mine,
end.
sir. I have one.
Well, it's because we're talking games, so I'm going to link your gaming channel.
That's right, you did.
So.
Ryan is Parappa the Rapper. What the hell is that?
It's a PlayStation game. Jason,
I didn't know
know
that.
Jason's a huge fan of it, but it's because Ariel and Nightmare are talking about you rapping on your streams for some reason.
I don't rap on my streams. I just talk shit to the video game. That's what I do.
So,
The only one that's wrapped here is me.
That's
yeah, I
true,
don't rap. I'm a white guy, so I don't know how to rap.
So am I, and I still rapped.
Well, there's some white guys that know how to rap, and I'm not one of them.
the Bane of the Shield says Shadows of the Empire better be up there too. Shadows of the Empire was Fractured Filters number 3, so it's on one of our lists.
Thank you, Bane.
Darn
far.
tootin'.
So good to see you, Bane of the Shields. But yes, GoldenEye, good game. Not the best though.
You are so
So
sir.
I'll go. So big
I-
surprise.
You
I'm
said
gonna go
bitch.
next. My number 2, no surprise. Perfect Dark, by far the best first-person shooter on N64, hands down. It took everything GoldenEye did and did it better. So, no, GoldenEye is not better. Just because it sold a lot more and everyone wants to play GoldenEye doesn't mean it's better than Perfect Dark. They took everything in GoldenEye and made Perfect Dark better in every way.
Does anybody
What
else feel
happened
like
to that?
I-
What happened to that? To each his own earlier.
Yeah.
I will give you on almost anything else, but literally, there's no way you can say that GoldenEye is a better game. You may like it better, but in no way can you say GoldenEye is a better game than Perfect Dark, because everything in Perfect Dark is done better than they did it in GoldenEye.
does
That's
anybody
a
else
fact.
does anybody
Neo's-
else feel
It's just
so
it's just
aggressive
also-
right now.
It's
I must
also
defend
funny
Perfect
because
Dark's
like,
honor. She was also my first video game crush. All right.
I was about. I was actually just.
Oh, there
I was
it
actually
is.
just
There
about
it
to
is.
say-
Now it all
Oh, dude.
makes sense.
I was actually just about to say. Perfect Dark does have a better ass on the main character.
That's very true. It's very
That-
true.
Right
that-
there, he's right there
no
below,
lie-
dude. You can see in the background.
No lies detected on that part for
I
sure.
do have a question though. Does anybody else feel the ass hurt going on right now?
Wait.
Well, it's just always funny too, because not that this matters, but it's always funny when you have to clarify your stance with, I know it's sold better, and I know everybody wants to play it, but this one's better.
It's true though.
Which I know, and that's the funny thing is because like that can be a true thing, but it just always sounds so funny in an argument.
Hold on. I got something. Perfect Dark is the Disney Star Wars of Star Wars.
Oh,
Who said that?
wow!
You are banned forever. Who said that?
I would have just said that Perfect Dark was just a nice expansion pack to GoldenEye. But
That was
I mean,
destruction.
damn. Whew.
So Perfect Dark goes into the near future. So you got cool sci-fi tech. So the tech is better.
laptop
The
laptop
laptop
gun was
gun
dope.
Is
I
one
love
of the
that
coolest
thing.
things ever. That is one of my favorite video game guns of all time. Next to the fun but the cheapest video game gun of all time is in Perfect Dark, the XR20 Farsight. It's an alien sniper rifle that can see and shoot through walls and track targets automatically.
Oh,
So,
I remember that. Yeah.
The laptop gun is it's a good gun, but that's one of the other things. One of the main things that makes it better than GoldenEye is every single gun has not only a secondary function, but many of them also have a tertiary function. And I learned the word tertiary because of Perfect Dark.
Yeah, but let's face it, Perfect Dark, the best multiplayer levels were the levels that they brought in from GoldenEye.
Dun, 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 dun.
I will give you that. There are
Ryan,
still
it would have
great
been better if you
Dark
did that.
multiplayer levels.
Ryan, it would have been better if you were on camera and you had your copy of GoldenEye and you were just slowly raising it as you were saying it.
I mean,
Also, when we talked on Party Chat, I think this is my first M-rated game.
Why are you ignoring the chat? Bane says
I'm riled up, all right?
we're thinking
yeah,
about the chat.
That's the best part of this is getting riled up about your favorite game.
You got a hot, sexy, protagonist. It's near future, so you got good, cool tech. All the guns have secondary function, and some have tertiary functions. You got Elvis, who's like the coolest alien ever. Or one of
And don't forget the ass.
and he wears
What was that
an
early
American
Marvel
flag
humor?
vest. I mean,
Oh, that's right,
awesome.
he did.
Okay. I will make a peace offering to Neo because he's getting smoked on this one. Where
I'm
can
not
I?
done yet.
Okay. I was gonna ask where I can play the game, but sure, you
Here.
finish.
Here, you take it. You can play it right now.
You can also play the N64 version, or not the
The
N64 version. There's
360
also a 360 version.
on Xbox Live Arcade, but you can also get it through the Rare Replay. The multiplayer, everyone loves the multiplayer of GoldenEye. Perfect Dark. Oh, that was the other thing. I'm pretty sure Donkey Kong 64 is where I got my expansion pack, but it came in very handy for Perfect Dark because it
You needed
required
that
the
expansion.
expansion pack in order to have full access to the game.
GoldenEye didn't require that though.
GoldenEye did not, and that is
Kind of a bonus for GoldenEye.
I forget
More accessible.
there's
You know
more
why?
stuff on the
You know why?
Perfect Dark because they couldn't fit it all, or the N64 didn't have enough power to run everything on its own because it
Hey,
needed
Neil.
more stuff to run the greatness that is Perfect Dark. What's that?
I don't
Hey,
know.
Neil.
It seems like a spin.
Neo.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, I
Are you
got
supposed
two
to be
more.
on camera when you're doing that?
I got 2 more points. So the multiplayer took everything the multiplayer of GoldenEye and made it way better. There's like ridiculously more options, and you have the addition of bots, so you can play it without even if you don't have friends, you can still play the multiplayer with no one else around. And there's tons of different bots and options. But you can
Neo,
also play
did you
with
not
your
have friends at the
with
time?
bots. So I played a lot more of GoldenEye with friends because that's what everyone wanted to play. And I'm like, hey, let's play Perfect Dark. And we did play Perfect Dark but nowhere near as much as we played GoldenEye. But you can still have bots with players. So you can have up to 8 bots with 4 people. So you can playing this with 12 people to
Yeah,
shoot
you
at.
could have a pretty
And
crazy game.
the
going.
multiplayer options were just so much more expansive than GoldenEye. And the last point I'll make is, and this came up when we were doing top 5 soundtrack, which I think was top 5 episode 6. Someone made the point that the music in GoldenEye is better. And I did research for that episode, and I went and listened to the soundtrack of GoldenEye. Excellent soundtrack. And I went and listened to the soundtrack of Perfect Dark. Also has an excellent soundtrack. Their soundtracks are like on par. They're both fantastic. So,
hey Neo,
Perfect Dark is my number 2.
Can you make
And the best first-person shooter on N64, hands down.
Can you make me full screen real quick?
What's up?
Just make me full screen.
There.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Uh-oh.
I'm never invited back after this. I'm no longer a co-host of anything.
One other thing. Unfortunately, this got scrapped, but I have the N64 transfer pack because my Game Boy games are put away right now. But you were supposed to be able to if you got Game Boy, if you got Perfect Dark on Game Boy Color, which I have, and the plan was you could put it in your transfer pack and plug it into your Perfect Dark N64, and you could unlock some certain stuff. That was actually in the game. You were able to unlock secrets in the game by plugging it in your Game Boy Color version of Perfect Dark. However, I also got the Game Boy camera because it was supposed to be able, you could take your picture with the Game Boy camera, plug it in the transfer pack, and put your face on your character in multiplayer. Unfortunately, that feature got scrapped before the game came out. But that was going to be awesome.
We didn't get that until Rainbow Six.
Rainbow Six Vegas was the first time that I remember that being an actual thing, and they didn't do it very well.
Okay, so legitimately, you did say it, but you said it very fast. I did ask where I can play it. You said Xbox Arcade?
Xbox 360.
Xbox 360 arcade.
You can play it on Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox Series X.
Can I play it on the computer somewhere without using an emulator? Just a standard platform like Steam or GOG.
No,
I don't think it's on PC Game Pass. I can check really quick now.
Okay, because I would definitely play it because Neo is my friend, and I would actually honor him.
It's not on Steam.
Improve him.
Well,
It's not
on.
Yeah, I think the only way you can do it is through an emulator right now on PC.
I don't think it has like Play Anywhere or anything. It's backwards compatible. It is on cloud gaming, so if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you could cloud stream it to your PC.
Okay, I'll look into it.
But that of course adds lag, so you have to remember that.
So yeah, if you have a good enough.
I have really fast internet. I can play Fallout 76 on the cloud and not have a problem.
So, yeah, and the multiplayer, it had not only had great settings, it did have 3 levels from GoldenEye, which was Facility, Complex, and what was the third one?
The Temple.
The Temple, yeah. I think it was the Temple. But it did have
I remember
maps that were.
I remember setting up. I remember setting up the laptop gun in some finicky areas in the Temple and getting getting either kills on the bots or on my friends and brother, and they eventually had to outlaw the gun.
I do have a quick question. Are we streaming to somebody else's channel, or is it just Neo's?
It is going to Jason's channel as well, but
okay.
I checked it earlier and there was only like 2 on there, so I don't know if anyone else. I looked. I didn't see anyone else streaming.
I don't know. We got our largest audience that I've seen thus far on your channel, Neo. Like you got 35 people watching.
Stream. This is actually one of the
This is a fucking big one.
So,
and I didn't mean that as in like a penis, and no, Nightmare, I'm not afraid of an emulator. I'm retarded. I don't know how to work them.
I've told you many times. I'll help you get set up with.
I'll help you too.
Want. And dude is the one that got me into it. So
okay, yeah, no, I know that you guys both offered probably 8 months ago,
just
and I didn't take you up on it.
I'll be happy to help you out.
Okay, well, I know Neo has a Twitter. Do you have a Twitter?
I do not.
Okay,
I do have Discord.
Okay, then I will find you onto the Discord. Well, we're in the same Discord as of right now, so
yeah. So, all right. We try to catch up on chat. Well, I was ignoring while I was on a tangent. Ariel,
same
so
time.
Perfect Dark stole from GoldenEye because without GoldenEye, Perfect Dark would only be ass. What? No, it's a spiritual successor to GoldenEye. It's made by the same team and the same people. Wait until you learn what quaternary means. I've never heard that word before, but or quaternary. Quaternary. I don't know. I'm assuming that's tertiary, but for 4 instead of 3.
Also, can I say real quick for the 38 people watching, can we hit the damn like button because we only have 9 likes. Come on now, don't be that guy.
That's too hard.
Don't be that guy.
So,
All right, we lost one. We're at 37. Can we get a few more likes? Because Neil's a good dude and he puts on a damn good show.
I appreciate it.
He tries.
And Benny the Shield.
He tries.
Damn,
dude.
He's
Jeez.
been on a roll tonight. He tries.
Yeah, he does what he can.
Oh my goodness.
He lends every now and then.
Benny the Shield says, "Did Rogue Squadron make anyone's list?" Yes, it was
Hey,
my number
you only
3.
fail at the jokes that you never make.
It was my number 3, and it was also Ryan's number 4. So it's been mentioned twice tonight. Someone mentioned earlier. Ryan has said more wild things than Neo this stream. Well, that's not surprising. So I'm obligated to side with Neo for no reason. Yes, I'll take it, Canadian.
Yeah, that's because you know what? I pissed Canadian off. It's fine. He's from Canada. What do you want? They're backwards.
Didn't GoldenEye have
Them's the
Xenia on the
facts.
top? Yes, she did, but she was not the main character. Took another
Yeah,
word
but
for
you
steel.
know you wanted her to be on the top.
As long as you don't end up with like the guy that she was on the top on in the movie.
No, not the captain of the frigate. No.
Yeah, no, that'd be bad. Neo, for making your case about Perfect Dark, you say a lot about GoldenEye. Well, it's because I need to compare it to GoldenEye because so many more people played GoldenEye than Perfect Dark. I'll end the debate, Jason says, though not on the N64. Time Splitters is the best. Time Splitters, I played Time Splitters 2 on GameCube. That was really good. That was basically a spiritual successor to Perfect Dark. It was a new studio, but it's basically the Perfect Dark and GoldenEye devs. And I know people love Time Splitters. What is that, an image for ants? I made it full screen. You must bring balance to the Force, Jason. Let me tell you about Perfect Dark. It talks about how much it's a clone of Gold. It's the spiritual successor to GoldenEye. You can't talk about Perfect Dark without talking about GoldenEye.
You actually can because spiritual doesn't mean actual successor.
Well, there is no GoldenEye 2, but it's Perfect Dark.
You know the sequel.
There is. It's called 007. The world is not enough.
You know the sequel
that's the one
trilogy
that
is
earlier.
the
I think Nightmare mentioned it.
spiritual successor of the original trilogy, right? Just for the record.
What was that?
You know that the sequel trilogy is the spiritual successor to the original trilogy, right? Just saying. I'm just saying. Look, I'm not knocking Perfect Dark. I'm just saying. Let's just say that Perfect Dark should be its own thing.
All right,
But it can't be without GoldenEye.
Neil's like, no.
Right, afraid of emulators. No, he got Neo to lose is cool. Ryan plays Fallout 76.
I do play Fallout 76. Well, I haven't in a while, but I do play Fallout 76. Look, I admit it. I play it. Everybody hated it. I didn't. It's my thing. So
Jason says GoldenEye better multiplayer because people know James Bond. It doesn't make it a better game. He says Perfect Dark is a better game. So thank you. I will take it. And like the stream if Ryan is gay.
wait, what?
Nightmare says like the stream if Ryan is gay.
Yes. So you better like it double time because I'm doubly gay.
All right. Still looks like other Bond games.
Oh my God, we're at 39 watching people. 39.
All right. So that is enough of GoldenEye and Perfect Dark for now. So let's go to a different topic and have Filter finish off our number 2s.
So
finish off after gay.
Speaking of,
you better not say GoldenEye or you're.
Speaking of,
If you say GoldenEye, I'm no longer friends with you.
well, you know what? We all have our crosses to bear, and so yes, because I figured. No, here's the thing. Like for one, GoldenEye was going on my list. I just didn't realize that. I thought
I should have gone last. Dang it.
I thought Perfect Dark was going to be on everybody's list at some point. So I'm like, okay, GoldenEye might be the outlier here, weirdly enough. But I don't know why my brain thought that, but it's being retarded. What can I say? But yes, GoldenEye 007, because let's face it, Perfect Dark was at least for me, for my N64, came more at the tail end of it, of the system, and so more
I
time.
should have gone last.
More time was put into GoldenEye, and the big some of the biggest memories for me was even like before I owned the game. I remember going to a Blockbuster, asking them, "Hey, is it available, or is it coming in soon?" Because it wasn't on the shelf, and they're like, "Yeah, there's supposed to be somebody dropping it back off today to return it." I was like, okay. And so I hung out until the person dropped off the damn game. So I could then grab it and rent it immediately, because that was like when it was first out, and it was very tough to come by.
To get a hold of from rental places,
Yeah,
sure.
and at Blockbuster and everything. And so and then let's face it, the multiplayer was a blast, and and on top of it, earning the cheats was a big part of it too, and especially earning invincibility, which I wouldn't have been able to do to save my goddamn life. But my brother, thank God, bless his soul, got through the facility in that minute 20.
Facility?
Super short.
Yeah, you had to get through it in like a minute 28 or something like that. Ridiculously fast.
What's a facility?
The first run through of the
I
map.
think you mean facility.
I just want
The
to
first
say
level is the dam, and then the second level is
the first level is the dam, and then the facility.
I just want to say for the record, I have the best profile picture on the panel right now.
No, I got the best image. I'm Kyle Katurn. He beats them.
Agreed. Why am I siding with you? You're going for GoldenEye.
I think
you know you love me. But
you know what we should all do? Change all of our profile pictures to GoldenEye 007 Nintendo 64 and just surround Neo.
I would.
The problem is I don't even have a single shooter on my list.
Just to kind of throw salt on the wound,
no.
I had one of the two games make my honorable mentions, and it was GoldenEye. It wasn't. I mean,
I have a laundry list of honorable mentions, but Perfect Dark was definitely up there in the top echelon of the list, and so I loved both games, but
for the cheat code for invincibility is beat facility, so the second level. On 00 Agent, the hardest difficulty.
That's right.
Under 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. And like I said, I know I wasn't able to do it, but God bless my brother. He earned that one, and that was probably the biggest one we needed to earn. But I mean, that was the thing, like, because I also remember renting the game, and some other soul, God bless them, had. And that was like that's like some of the last times before switching over to PlayStation that like you played on the cartridges and there were the save game files, and you got the kind of benefit off of somebody else's hard work if they kept the save on there.
There were some games on 64 that used the transfer.
Yeah, I know, but like there's still some that like saved to the game itself, so that was the great part. But like it was GoldenEye we did goofy stuff with the multiplayer too, like basically doing like our own
slappers only.
We did slappers. We the big thing for us was one hit kill, was the 007 mode or whatever, which ruined me for first person shooters going forward, because I can't play a multiplayer game without something akin to that, but nothing has gotten close to where you shoot the person first, you get that hit, they're dead. We don't have that kind of balls anymore for games.
Hardcore Call of Duty is close to that.
Close, but this still takes a couple of shots.
Usually at most it takes 2.
I disagree,
and that's too many for me.
I disagree. Proximity mines and rockets only. Oh my God! Are you serious? That was some of the craziest things I've ever seen in multiplayer first-person shooter history. It's just explosions everywhere.
Yep.
And the iconic noise of that rocket launcher.
You
know what you can hear it in your mind. I can't.
I hear it. Same here.
Yeah, but playing 4-player split screen and like explosions because of all the like particle effects, it gets like
my
single-digit
God.
frame rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just just slowed everything down. But yeah.
Too bad he couldn't use the expansion pack to help that.
Shucks. But we still. But
Also,
hey, we
shout out to the 41 people watching this, by the way.
I'm showing 46. So.
Okay, so yeah, well, 41 on your channel, Neo. So
Oh, okay.
hit the like button and subscribe to this guy. Like, this is the stuff we actually do. Usually when I'm around, for the most part, because I piss Neo the fuck off.
Bane of the Chill says Neo may rage quit. Nightmare says Neo's losing control of the stream. Praise the dark side, Neo. Just start booting all your guests, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. Oh, that's good stuff, Bane. All right. Go ahead. Continue.
No, that's it. That's like I said, just again, and I did mention that earlier, which was the last some of the last few days of the era of gaming where everybody was together in the room. Yeah, you could shout at each other. Don't stare at my screen, but you were all looking at each other's screen at one moment or another.
Always, it was part of my strategy.
Yeah, there was no honor among thieves. We were all doing it, but that was. I mean, everybody wants to say, "Oh, if only you were in the Call of Duty lobbies to hear the things that people were saying." You should have heard the stuff we were saying to each other in person, for God's sakes. And we were within slapping distance, so at any time when somebody pissed you off rightly, you could just reach across and backhand them right there. And I mean, that was how friendships, they got stronger sometimes. Sometimes, not all.
Sometimes, yeah. Some crumbled, but
some crumbled. Some weren't tough enough to hang, but it was some amazingly fun times. And yes, Perfect Dark is also just right on up there, Neo. I am not going to take that away, sir. But just like I said, that felt more at the tail end. That felt more at the tail end of the console for me versus
it was later
the versus GoldenEye, which is like at the height of it. And like I said, just when we were still also fascinated, because then, like I said, I eventually did move over to PlayStation and I was playing a lot more stuff on there. So the switch happened at some point.
So yeah, I love GoldenEye, but if I didn't have a self-imposed rule of like one game per franchise,
right,
GoldenEye would be on my list as well. So it's just Perfect Dark took everything GoldenEye did and did it better. But I still love GoldenEye, and I played a heck of a lot of it. Oh, one of the things I was going to say while we're on topic of GoldenEye, one of my favorite GoldenEye memories is going on a field trip. And it was like a 2 or 3 hour drive, and it wasn't a bus. We all took, parents' cars.
Yeah.
My friend who got me into N64, they had a GMC Suburban, and so we all piled in the Suburban, and they had all the equipment needed to have an N64 and a TV hooked up. So we played GoldenEye in the car for like 2 or 3 hours on the way to the field trip and on the way back.
Nice.
It was so much
that's
fun.
Awesome.
So.
Now you can just do that with a laptop.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Where's my? There it is. All right. So before we get into our number ones, we have a few honorable mentions. So I'll go ahead and run through mine really, really quickly. Since GoldenEye's not on my list because I put Perfect Dark, GoldenEye would probably be my number one honorable mention if it wasn't actually on my top 5 list itself. If it wasn't for my self-imposed rule. Let's see here. Let me just grab everything I got in my hands here because I'm sure I'll show it here at some point. So yeah, I showed GoldenEye. These are no particular order, but Tony Hawk 1. Loved the heck out of this game. It got me into the Tony Hawk franchise.
I always thought Tony Hawk is more of a PlayStation 1 game than a N64.
I never played on PlayStation.
That happens to be where I played it more, but I didn't ever notice much difference between the N64 version or PlayStation.
Well, I'm pretty sure the music sounded better on PlayStation.
I want to give a shout out for the colored cartridges, right? You got the blue, you got the golds, like it was
blue for Tony Hawk,
blue, black, and
yellow
yellow
for Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm.
gold for Majora's
Turok was
Mask.
black, I believe. If I'm
Turok
correct.
2.
Turok 2 was
I
black.
have
Turok
Turok 1
2.
and it's gray.
Wasn't No Mercy? Wasn't WWF
No Mercy was
also
black
No
also.
Mercy was black
Yeah.
as well, yeah.
Yep.
So let's hear. So Tony Hawk, Shadows of the Empire.
I could never beat that game. I couldn't beat it. Game was so
I remember
hard.
it was technically it wasn't the last level, but it was basically the boss of the game because the last level was a flying level, but the last boss theme was a gladiator droid and it had like 3 phases. I thought that was pretty cool. So as mentioned earlier, Donkey Kong 64. And here's a shout out. I don't know if Lowest Expectation is still in the chat, but I know this would be on his list because it was I think it was his number 1 when we did shooters not too long ago. Another great rare game we mentioned earlier, but Jet Force Gemini. Looking forward to playing this again because I haven't played this in forever. But yeah, it can be a bit of a grind. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think on the N64 version there is a way you can actually make it so you can't actually complete the game.
Oh yeah, you can soft lock yourself. So you got Majora's Mask.
Yep.
You got what got me into racing games, and I had a steering wheel to play.
Oh, nice.
So
San Francisco Rush. Let's freaking go. That's on my honorable mentions as well.
It's on mine. You've taken a couple of mine.
I played a crap load of that. I love turning the because there was cheats to make your car. There was like heavier and then super heavy. And then if you did it again, it gave you the balloon icon and it was like light. And so you could go off ramps and just like fly over the entire map.
Through the, yep.
But you had like, because you're so light, you have like no traction. But I played a heck of a lot of San Francisco Rush. That was a fun one. And then lastly, I don't have the cartridge for it, but Star Wars Episode 1 Racer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, that one's in my honorable mentions as well.
So, Nightmare says Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 had Spider-Man. Yes, it did. And then and Tony Hawk 3, which is my favorite of the Tony Hawk, had Wolverine and Darth Maul. And then Jango Fett was in Tony Hawk 4.
We have
what?
We have 48 people watching on your channel, dude.
Awesome.
That
might be the largest I've ever seen.
Probably on the panel stream. I did have 100 on one of my Metroidvania Mondays one day for.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
But for a panel stream, this is probably our biggest. So, but Angry Canadian says Rayman
Shut up, Nightmare.
The Great Escape was green. I did not know there were any green cartridges. Hit the
I didn't either.
Ryan
also,
Fallout 76
I think all the Army Men games had a green variant as well.
What was that, dude?
All the Army Men games had a green variant.
That's right. They were.
Yeah, it was funny because I was thinking, I'm like, I know I've seen a green cartridge somewhere, but I couldn't think of what it was. That must have been it.
Yeah, I was just looking at it last week, like a list of colored cartridges on N64. There were a lot more than I thought. I thought there was like maybe 10. It was like there was like 80 of them. So there was quite a few of them. So, all right, let's see here. Oh, notice how Neo got tired of my comments real quick. One of the Tony Hawks had Shrek, I think. I did not know that. So, let's see. We'll go clockwise with this one. So, Filter, what are your honorable mentions?
Well, I mean, you did mention a few, but yeah, like there's of course Turok for me, and the thing I especially wanted to kind of mention with Turok that I loved with that game is that it fantastic.
Very well, but Turok,
not only dinosaurs,
just gave
but
it to me, so I was like, it's cool.
Nice. But what I loved about it was that it had death animations, and some of the death animations were either hilarious or just over the top. Or in the sound effects that accompanied them from the enemy soldiers was hilarious. But I that's like something I feel is missed nowadays, is having death animations for first-person shooters. It's all kind of ragdoll physics and stuff like that, which I get. It's more for the realism and stuff like that. But
sometimes ragdoll physics are just hilarious.
They can be, but like sometimes a good creative death animation for a good kill can go a long way as well. I miss it from even like the original Fallout 1 and 2 games. They had fantastic death animations for however you could blow apart enemies, and some of the ones were, like I said, just hilarious in Turok. But going on from there, I do have also Majora's Mask. Perfect Dark was an honorable mention. Super Mario 64, Smash, Killer Instinct Gold.
Ooh,
now
I know Jason would be all over that. He loves Killer.
You talk about it, that like I remember my thumb getting raw because that did use the D-pad if I remember correctly.
I
that did use
so.
and like my thumb got raw playing that game because I was tearing it up on that one. I loved it. Duke Nukem 64, which was another fun multiplayer game that my friends and I had a blast with. Cruising USA. I mean, you talk about racing.
I
You
just
talk
recently
about
completed
racing
that game on
that.
Retro Achievements.
Jason just mentioned that. He said Rust is good, but Cruising just beats it.
Yeah, Cruising US. I mean, like that was a system that I think it was mainly like the Nintendo 64 where I got into a bunch of the racing games.
Yes,
And Cruising USA was it next to the San Francisco Rush, and I especially loved it because also before arcades had fully gone out, I remember at my local arcade they had Cruising USA, and that was a blast getting to sit in that and
also
play
Hydro Thunder, dude. Do you remember the Hydro Thunder?
Hydro Thunder was fun.
Never played that one.
Oh my god, you missed the out.
I don't know if it's Jason or his brother, but they have a legitimate like the arcade cabinet that you sit in. They own one.
If I had the money to buy one, dude. Well, I mean, I do, but if I like, financially could justify it, like I would absolutely buy one of those because, like, I played the holy snot out of Hydro Thunder in the arcade, in the actual arcade booth, just like Cruising USA.
Yeah, Jason's brother was ranked globally in that game.
Wow!
Oh wow!
No kidding! Wow!
Yeah,
nice.
So
I also have Blast Corps, which let's face it, you get a giant mech and me running around, I'm having a ball, especially I don't remember what it was called, but it's the yellow looking one where you could actually use the jet propulsion to jump up and just crush down on the buildings. Total blast. Snowboard Kids was kind of was snowboarding Mario Kart basically.
I forgot about that game.
Aero Fighters Assault.
Aero Fighters Assault. Oh,
Osvodonia, comrade.
I love that one. That one does not have a retro achievement set, and I want someone to make a retro achievement set for that game.
Oh, okay, damn.
Well, use one of your set requests.
I think I have one of my set requests on that game. Let me double check. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah, Star Fox 64 was also one that made the list. Quest 64, which I don't know if anybody played that one.
You just talked about that on.
Yeah, I just recently played through that last month.
Okay, now I remember playing through it, and my brother and I, we enjoyed the heck out of the game, but we felt the ending was really a letdown. Now I don't know if you felt the same way about it or anything, but like I remember, that's how I remember it. Okay, yeah. Pilot Wing 64, Mission Impossible.
That's another one. I have the cartridge and I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, Mission Impossible was like that game we kind of got into, and my brother and I were talking about it when I was kind of cycling through the different N64 games, and he was like, that was kind of like is our first Hitman game. So before we got to play the Hitman series, that was kind of it, because you took the person's face identity, then slapped it on yourself, and went on doing some of the missions and stuff like that. So Conker's Bad Fur Day, and then of course Mortal Kombat 4 Trilogy, Sub-Zero Mythologies. I don't care how bad that game is, but I still enjoyed the shit out of it. Hexen and Wave Race 64.
I didn't realize Hexen was on 64.
It was, yes. That's how I first played it. But yeah, that would be a lot of my like I said, a laundry list of honorable mentions.
I did not realize that was on 64, so I just added that to my retro achievement list to play.
Conker's Bad Fur Day, that was a gem that not a lot of people knew about, because again, Conker
that one's also on my honorable mentions as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Conker was a weird one because it just kind of dropped in, and like it was another fun multiplayer game. But if you played as the teddy bears, you basically had, if I remember right, you had like no fall damage and stuff. They were kind of broken, so
that's
a hilarious game.
So Lois dropped into chat literally just a minute too late. He says, "Still going, eh?" I mentioned one of your favorites here, Jet Force Gemini, and my honorable mentions. So shout out to Lois. I know how big of a fan he is of that game.
We are still going, and you missed Neo having a moment or 10.
And
not a girl.
Jason, yeah. Jason says, it was his brother's game, and he says he's the best in the world at it. Hydro Thunder, that is the arcade one.
Yeah.
Nightmare says F-Zero X was pretty good, and Jason agrees. Ariel says Neo seems to not have these cartridges. Neo, do you know where you are right now? I kept all my N64 games together, so I don't know why some of them have disappeared. I have had multiple. I have had roommates in the past, so things might have gotten left at other people's places. So, but yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day caused people to to look like at furries. Yeah,
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some very, very strange people.
So, all right. Let's see here. That was Filter. So, Nerd Takes, you're up next.
Yeah, so for honorable mentions, honestly, there's not too much on my list that hasn't been talked about today in some capacity or another. I'd say the top two biggest ones are probably GoldenEye and Super Smash Brothers. They'd probably lead off and were the ones that almost made a push to make the top five. But then it's really just a list of a bunch that I just always liked, loved, have had at one point or another, whether I've held on to it as part of my retro collecting or kind of flipped it for some other games. But things that we've talked about, like Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong 64.
So good.
Yeah, like there's this, and that's the thing about this con. There's so many games that are so good. Like they almost all have a right to be in a top five. So it's one of the reasons why I think the N64 is such a great console. But your classics, nothing that's going to like blow your mind in terms of making this list of honorable mentions. But Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. I really like the Mario sports games, Mario Golf, Mario Tennis. I used to have a lot of fun with those. Even some of the kind of multi-platform release games I did have on PlayStation, but my cousins or friends would always have copies on their N64, so I played it there. Like Tony Hawk, for example. There was some really good Disney movie tie-in games at the time. Tarzan and A Bug's Life were two that I actually owned on PlayStation. I remember my cousin had. I'd never played Toy Story 2, but I know people do like that one a lot. I played the original Toy Story game that was on the Sega Genesis, because that's actually what I owned before the PlayStation 1 that I ended up getting. But I had A Bug's Life and Tarzan on my PlayStation, and I found when I played them on N64, it was pretty similar. I didn't notice much difference in those versions of it. So those were good games as well, regardless on which console you play them on. But it just added to kind of that. The fact that it had those games, or it being the N64, had those games, same as PlayStation did, but also gave you access to all the awesome and creative and fun Nintendo party games or just Nintendo single player games. Really just made it such an awesome console at the time. Glover was another one, a kind of random one that I threw on here where like,
Glover.
What a random little game that was, but
that
a lot
game
of
is
fun.
definitely way better on the N64 than it is on the PS1.
I actually didn't realize it was on PS. I always thought that was an N64 title. I didn't realize that made it to PS1 as well. So I actually
also
only
made
played it on
I think
N64.
it also made it to P.
Really? Oh, that's news to me. So I actually only played that one on N64, and I really liked it.
I wanted to play Glover, but I never got a chance to.
It was good. It was fun. It was different. The balancing on the ball and using it was a really interesting, fun little game. I never beat it. I played a good.
I know
chunk
Glover
of it at
does
my
have
cousin's
achievements,
house.
so.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The only one I have on here that I think I've come to learn people aren't that big of a fan of, but I still love it. I actually just replayed it recently when I got my Switch 2. Yoshi Story. I just always love that game as well. It's not a particularly great game. It's not a particularly difficult game, but something about it, the little Yoshi songs, the charm and the character to it. I love the design of the levels, the whole look. So that was another one that made probably the bottom side of the honorable mentions list, but I always loved it, so it's still worth mentioning.
You got some support in chat from Angry Canadian. Says Mario Tennis is goated, and that's why Nerd Takes is his hero.
Sadly, Mario Tennis is one of the games that got hit by the flood.
Oh no.
And Jason also is a big fan of Mario Golf. Finally, someone said it. Angry Canadian also mentioning Disney 64 games, because I know he's a fan of the Toy Story 2 game as well. And Lois saying Diddy Kong Racing is better than any Mario Kart game. Just saying, right there.
I actually agree with that.
I like this one better too because you had planes.
Also, at the same time, Ariel, you ruined it. So now you get this. You get
Ariel, look what you've done.
You get Yeoman Taylor Swift emptying my bucket.
So, all right, Ryan, what about you for your honorable mentions?
Well, they're
Taylor Swift, we're about to not get any more breakup songs because she's getting married.
Well,
She
for
is
now.
getting married,
For now.
actually,
Never say never.
I'm gonna say good for her. So I have a lot of honorable mentions, but I'm gonna mention two specifically. Um, so Cruising USA is gonna be the first one. Loved the Zelda games, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, stuff like that. There are so many incredible games that were on the Nintendo 64, but the two favorite that I want to honorably mention is going to be San Francisco Rush and Diddy Kong Racing, because those are ones that my dad and I played together. And shout out to San Francisco Rush for, quite frankly, having crash physics. Hello,
Yeah, that's true.
awesome. So, and the tracks were so much fun, and you could just hear. I can hear it in my head too, going over the hills, like just you like go up over the hill, like you and just you would fly, and the car would start to kind of like list, and you're like, oh shit, here we go, and like you would just bounce, and like the car would roll and blow up. But yeah, that's shout out to the crash physics on the game, and it was kind of a little bit ahead of its time in my opinion. But Diddy Kong Racing, my dad and I could actually play these certain tracks.
Real quick, while you're on the topic of San Francisco Rush, because you could unlock some additional cars as well. The one I always used was the Hot Rod because it was black and had flames on it. But you could also unlock a Formula One car, but it was really difficult to do. Did you ever unlock the Formula One?
No, I didn't know you could unlock the Formula.
I'm trying to
One
look
car.
it up what the unlock conditions were, but that car was like a beast. So, but go ahead, continue with Diddy Kong Racing.
Yeah, so Diddy Kong Racing, my dad and I can actually, we could actually go to certain tracks, and we could actually wait for the other computer players to lap us, a full lap, and then him and I would go, and we'd actually hit all the zoom pads, and literally by the end of the race, we would have actually lapped them a full time almost, or actually have lapped half the pack. That's how good we got at Diddy Kong Racing. But we never really did the planes a whole lot. We did mostly the karts. So, but Diddy Kong Racing definitely better than Mario Kart 64. So,
Then why is Mario Kart 64 in your top 5, but Diddy Kong Racing's in your
because
honorable mentions?
it's more iconic. That's why.
That's not what the point of this list is.
It's
your favorite.
It's more iconic, and quite frankly, it was more of a kind of like a group setting to where my dad and I just played Diddy Kong Racing together. It was like a special thing for just us. Nobody else wanted to play Diddy Kong Racing but him and I. Everybody else wanted to play Mario Kart, but nobody else wanted. So does that make sense?
I would have played Diddy Kong Racing with you.
Same.
Oh yeah, I mean, shit, I'd play it right now if I could. It's still an incredible game.
So,
Well, we can help you with the emulator.
I looked at retro achievements, and there's a lot of emulators and stuff like that. So I need recommendations going forward. Which
Just RetroArch
emulator wise, you basically need one
for most of the games, yeah.
So RetroArch is the one I need to get.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
There's a link to download it from the retro achievement
Because it's pretty much it's just a unified UI for all of the.
Okay, so it says
emulators.
it says download nightly, download stable. What the hell is that?
If
Nightly is if you want the new updates to the
like
games.
the daily releases.
Yeah.
Okay.
But stable is like it's like they'll be like this for a while until people are fine with the nightlies being like it's being the nightly is being stable. So
the nightly
Okay.
ones may still have some bugs because they're so new. So
Yeah.
So I'd be more of a stable guy. All right.
I mean, there's still
Download.
gonna be some bugs in the stable, but they're trying
Okay.
to fix them in the nightly.
All right. Just downloaded it.
So I just learned something new about San Francisco Rush that I never knew with all the time playing it. There's a rocket car. I did not know that existed in the game.
I don't either.
Huh.
I found that for the Formula One car, where you had to complete a circuit mode, which is like all the tracks back to back, kind of like a story mode. And then the rocket car is you have to get first place in the circuit. So
Okay.
I don't think apparently I never did that because I did not know there was a rocket car. But there was a hot rod at which you unlock. Oh, I think you unlock it by track because each track had 6 hidden keys. And I think for each track you found all 6 hidden keys, you unlock the hot rod for that track. So,
Okay.
all right. And let's see here. Chat saying Canadian says Diddy Kong Racing is good, but it's a massive stretch to say it's the best kart racer. Anyone play Lego Racers? I have not.
I have played Lego Racers. It is not even close to being as good as Diddy Kong Racing.
Lego Racers also has an achievement list.
Okay.
You
On Retro.
guys need to fight.
Lego Racers is great, and one of the reasons I wanted to play Lego Racers is because you could create literally your own car, and I wanted to create kind of like something, I don't know, a little bit like IndyCar, a little bit like Top Fuel Dragster looking
I
ish.
thought you were thinking about making something phallic.
No, I'm not that guy. So I come from a very big racing family. So like when it comes to cars, I'm very serious about that. So like I love to play the Gran Turismo games. I think it stopped being fun after Gran Turismo 4 or 3 or 4 because they stopped doing the cheat codes, and I wouldn't like use the cheat codes to cheat the game. I did it because I wanted to build the cars. I wanted to see what car I could take, what I could do with it, what I could actually create, tweak, stuff like that. And so I would like download like the infinite money or like $1 billion like kind of thing. And I would just go and buy cars and race them and just like test them and like change things and see if I could like go faster. I literally had I think it was on 3. I had it was a 2001 Acura Integra Type R.
You mentioned this on Party Chat.
Yeah, that literally I could actually on the practice loop there would be like Le Mans cars, and they would start and I would start and like they would beat me off the line because like they would just whoa, and then by like literally a third of the track my car went so damn fast because the gearing and the horsepower that I'd hit like almost like 215 miles an hour in an Acura Integra Type R because of the gearing, and I would just lap the shit out of them. But I would hit the rev limiter the whole entire time and be like, but it was just and that's what I love to do. It was so much fun to me, and people are probably like, "That's boring," but no, not to me. It was not boring.
So Canadian says Ryan didn't understand the assignment. Typical boot.
What the fuck what are you talking about,
because
man?
you put Diddy Kong Racing in honorable mentions and Mario Kart in your top 5 when you were a bigger fan of Diddy Kong Racing.
I was a bigger fan of it for a different reason, and that's a personal reason, and not that I needed to really share with anybody, fucker.
So Lois Segmentation says Mario Kart 64 the normie pick, Diddy Kong Racing the cultured pick. Yes.
Oh, I agree. I'm just giving. So.
And Canadian wanted to clarify that he's not saying Lego Racers is the best kart game. He's just asking, has anyone played Lego Racers?
Oh, I've definitely played it. Yeah,
I have not. So
I have played it.
And Nightmare says with that profile pick, I imagine Ryan's favorite race is drag race.
Yeah, that's pretty funny actually. I should probably change it back. It is. Well, it's funny for. Look, just real quick, make me full screen. All right, I'm just gonna say Taylor Swift wearing that uniform, and she was like your she was at your will and beck and call. You'd probably be all right with it. I'm just gonna say that. But I would.
Not gonna argue with that.
I will change it though. I'll change it back to something decent.
All right, dude. What about your honorable mentions?
My honorable mentions, a lot of them have been mentioned. Conker's Bad Fur Day, just a lot of fun. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer has been mentioned quite a few times. Of course, Diddy Kong Racing as well. That's the kart racer I was mentioning whenever you're talking about Mario Kart 64. It is the superior kart game on 64.
I figured that's what you were referring to.
Of course, Super Smash Bros. We mentioned. Super Mario 64. I'm actually amazed that nobody's really mentioned that game.
They haven't.
Wait, which one?
Super Mario 64.
Yeah, that's.
I thought I mentioned it on my honorable mentions, but maybe I skipped over it.
Yeah, and this one's on my honorable mentions because I have the one per franchise, and that is Zelda Ocarina of Time. So I've already spoiled my number one, but if you've watched the Zelda top 5s, you know exactly which one I'm talking about.
All right.
Might as well go to my number one since
I was just going to say, why don't you kick us off with your
right?
number one?
because my number one is definitely Zelda Majora's Mask. I just love everything about it and everything how everything comes together in such an interesting way, even lore wise, for the people who like to do that. Like how each region of Termina is a different stage of grief.
A different stage of grief.
Yeah, the 5 stages of grief.
I need to
I
replay
don't
that
think
game
I've
because I
ever-
definitely did not pick up on that as a kid when I
did
played
not
through
either.
it.
Yeah,
what
that's
because
news
of-
to me.
Because the grief of the moon coming down. Because everyone in Clocktown is in denial of the moon coming down. Then whenever you go into the swamp, the Dekus are angry at the monkey. And in Snowfield, the Goron that you take on the form of, he and a lot of them are bargaining with you in the natural elements to survive. And the Zoras, they've the two main Zoras were in depression from what happened with their eggs. And then of course, and the final area, everyone's already dead, so they were already accepting of it.
Huh. I pulled it up here because I didn't know what the 5 stages of grief were. But yeah, that's interesting. I'd never put that together before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I'm looking forward to playing Majora's Mask again for retro achievement at some point. So I'll kind of.
And I actually did the achievement, and there is an achievement on that set where you have to beat the game in 2 cycles.
Yes, you've talked about that.
And by the way, the first cycle is the tutorial cycle.
Yeah, so you basically have to beat the whole game in 1 cycle, which is pretty nuts.
By the way, the hardest part about that is getting to Epona. Once you get Epona, it's actually very simple to complete. Because to get Epona, you have to go and get the bow from the first temple, and then skip doing everything else after the bow. Go to the snow temple and actually get the fire arrows, and then using the fire arrows unlock the ability to use powder kegs, and then use the powder keg on the
rock blocking the way to the range.
Yeah. And you have to do all of that before it becomes night of the first day.
What the hell?
That's pretty nuts.
Yeah. I mean, it does help that the song of reverse time does make it much easier because it slows time down to a third.
It wouldn't be possible without the reverse song of time.
It wouldn't
be
possible, no.
Yeah.
Because the 3DS version, the reverse time only slows it down by half.
Oh, I did not know that.
And because of that, you cannot do it in a single cycle.
So we got a couple other people in chat who are saying the same thing. Well, Lois is saying based Majora's Mask, and he also says I had not heard of that interpretation either. And yeah, Nightmare says, yeah, I never heard the grief metaphor thing either. So you all learned us something new tonight. So, cool. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Yes. And Canadian says the Japanese version of Majora's Mask is terrible. The owl statues don't save; they are only for teleporting. Did not know that either. So, yeah.
Let's just say I had to use the owl statues in a way to get that 1 cycle run.
Yeah, Majora's Mask, great game, love it. Looking forward to playing it for retro achievements. And Fierce Deity Link is like the coolest Link ever.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be using them much in that achievement list.
Yeah, I know. It's just
because there is an
tough to
achievement
get since you have to get.
There is an achievement for beating the Majora without getting hit once, and that is a pain.
Oh,
beat him without getting hit
without using
the Fierce Deity Mask.
Yep.
I was gonna say with the Fierce Deity Mask, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, with it would be easy, but it was actually pretty difficult.
All right.
I think I took an entire stream trying to get that achievement.
And Nightmare says, I know the mask salesman is based on Miyamoto. Is he?
Hey, the mask salesman does have a Mario mask on his back.
He does. Yeah. So, all right. I think I will go ahead and go next to follow in Dude's footsteps because my number one is also from our top 5 Zelda games, unsurprisingly, and it is Ocarina of Time.
It just copied A Link to the Past.
I didn't play Link to the Past until after this. So, and I've only played Link to the Past once. I've played this probably 20 times. Freaking love this game. Link's Awakening is what got me into Zelda, but this is the game that made me fall in love with Zelda. Yeah, it's basically a 3D version of Link to the Past. But like I said,
Because in a Link to the is because in Ocarina of Time,
later.
Ocarina of Time, you go to 3 dungeons to get three MacGuffins. Then you unlock a new section or a new version of the world. Then you go get 7 more MacGuffins, or you get 6 more MacGuffins. Well, actually 5. But then in a Links to the Past, you go out into the world, go get 3 MacGuffins. Then you find a new version of the world. You go get 7 MacGuffins.
Yes. So I didn't know that for many years because I did not play Link's Awakening until, or not Link's Awakening, Link to the Past until many years later. But yeah, playing Zelda in 3D was awesome. I still, obviously I love it. It's my number one favorite N64 game. And I'm very much looking forward to, there's like 3 or 4 different achievement sets for this one, because there's this one, there's the Master Quest version on GameCube, and there's also the Collector's Edition on GameCube. I feel like there's one more, but
the Collector's Edition on GameCube actually has all 4 games on it.
Yeah, it's Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and a Wind Waker demo. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing this for multiple playthroughs, all for retro achievement sets, because this game is just phenomenal. And, for good reason, I believe it was the first game ever inducted in the Video Game Hall of Fame. So,
Majora's Mask, I just think did it better.
One thing that I did like more about the Majora's Mask was the main 3 masks, actually turn you into the Deku Scrub, the Goron, and the Zora. So that was really cool. But I liked one of the things I was kind of disappointed was the length, because there's only 4 dungeons when Ocarina of Time had 8 if you don't count the well and the ice cavern. That would kind of make it 10. So I like the length better. Yeah, Ocarina of Time is just a phenomenal game, and I don't know if there's literally anything I could say bad about it. It would be, we talked about this on Party Chat last week. If we could get a proper remaster, not a remake, leave literally everything the same, just give it better graphics, that would. To be
honest, the 3DS version is actually just a remaster of the.
I was gonna say, wouldn't the 3
right?
It's not like Majora's Mask where they screwed it up.
But it's a 3DS. It's not,
Yeah, well, you can play it
on game.
You could play it on Citra.
That's true. But yeah, I think they should do a proper, console release, like a remaster of Ocarina of Time. Would be up there in my top games that I would love to see remastered. There is someone out there who is not remaking the whole game, but they're remaking sections of it in Unreal Engine 5. I have it on my computer, and it looks phenomenal. Because I mentioned it on Party Chat last week, and I went and looked for it, and it's apparently you can't find it anymore. Maybe Nintendo DMCA'd him or something, so it's harder to get a hold of now. But if you can find the Unreal Engine 5, it's not a remake, but it's exactly like the original game, but it's just little segments of the game, so you can't play the whole thing. But I would say boot it up and just go run around and just see how beautiful it is. If we could get that turned into the full game, would be up there for in my top 2 or 3 games I would love to see a proper remaster. So, let's see, Lois. Majora is kind of an easy final boss. Maybe that's harder than it sounds. The first time I fought him, I did with the Fierce Deity mask, and I was like,
it's more that because you can use all the hearts you have, it's very easy to just
tank
his hits. But whenever you're trying to not get hit once, you start realizing how much more nuances in that boss fight.
Yeah, I got all the bosses or all the masks on my first time, so I had the Fierce Deity mask going into it, and I was like, I was kind of disappointed how easy that was. Then I played it again without all the masks, and I was like, that was about right for a final boss fight. Lois says, Ocarina of Time is base number 1 choice. Thank you. I know it's kind of boilerplate, but it is one of the greatest games of all time. Majora's Mask still feels long enough because of all the stuff you do leading up to each dungeon. That is true. There's kind of more stuff between dungeons. The 3DS is a D-Master, bad system. Just saying. Ooh, I've never had a 3DS, so I can't say.
For the Ocarina of Time, it's a remaster. For Majora's Mask, it's a D-Master. because they broke
okay.
some of. They broke.
Yeah, I was
they
gonna
broke
say,
some
I
of the
never-
bosses. They broke some of the. They broke some of the masks.
I never played the 3DS version of Majora's Mask, but I did of Ocarina of Time, and I thought the Ocarina of Time one was pretty spot on. It was a great, bit of a better experience. Some of the gameplay was a little tweaked and tuned, I think, and it looked great. So
Yeah, they gave you two. I mean, yeah, you only had two buttons for the C items from the original game, but you also had two slots on the touchscreen, which made things easier. And also, they made the boots an item that you can pick up.
That's right. I did know about
So
that.
because of that, it made the water temple actually nice.
So Nightmare says, "Does Citra run like crap?" I don't know. I have not tried Citra.
I don't remember it running like crap the last time I tried it out, but
And Canadian,
I'm
It's
pretty
been a
sure
while.
by now it's fine. But then again, I think it also got hit by the same.
It-
I think it was with the Yuzu. So you
Yuzu,
probably have to
yeah.
find a different version of Citra.
Okay.
There's probably a fork of it.
And Kennedy says 3DS, meaning you have to go out and actually purchase a game. So once I have money coming back in, I am going to be starting retro collecting, and the 3DS and some of those 3DS games are definitely on the list. So I will have them at some point. So, all right, let's see here. Let's go with Nerd Takes for your number one.
So my number one is actually one that dude just mentioned during his honorable mentions. Number one is, for me, Super Mario 64. I
Wow.
absolutely love this game. I always have ever since I was a kid. For a lot of reasons, honestly. And I actually love the I was going to say cover art, the sticker on the cartridge of that game with Bowser Chase. Yeah, I think it's so great. I've always loved it.
Try to turn my light off. There we go. That's better.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. I just love this game. I think it's phenomenal. I think it obviously, it was kind of the welcome to the world of 3D Mario. But to me, I still think it holds up as one of the best 3D Marios. And I know everybody complains about the camera angles and the polygons and all that. And I know. I'm aware that it is a difficult game to play because of those camera angles and all that. But when you put it in the context of what it was at the time, I think, to me, much like the N64 as a whole, it represents the kind of bit of walking gaming had to do before it could run. And I think this game, this console in general, was a moment of video games where it was a huge leap. It was the kind of the first step in a huge leap forward that would come after it. Getting this kind of 3D platforming world was, in my personal opinion, I think one of the bigger, and I could be wrong, so I'm trying to think timeline what might have come up before it, but I think one of the biggest jumps in gaming I think that we've seen. Because when you go to console, for example, like Xbox One to Xbox Series S and X and all that, these kind of jumps that we're making now are so marginal and so just coming down to the fine-tuned bits of, it's just this much faster or this much clearer or better looking or whatever it is.
The hair
4K
looks more realistic.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff. Like it doesn't feel like there's been a huge jump in gaming. And this, to me, marked one of the biggest jumps and one of,
absolutely,
I don't want to say the last jumps, because there definitely were big jumps. As you kind of said, or somebody said earlier, I can't remember who, talking about how, graphics before, at least I think it was this stream, maybe it was something, I don't know. My days become a blur. It's like almost 1 a.m. here, but I think it was this stream we talked about how, like, sometimes you'd look at graphics on games and be like, it looks so real. And then you look back now and you're like, oh my God, this doesn't look real at all. Like, this baseball game doesn't look even the slightest bit real, or wrestling, or, whatever. Typically you'd notice it with the sports games more. Like, I remember playing Madden 2000 and being like, wow, this looks amazing. And then I look back now and it's like, geez, there's so many angles in this guy's helmet. Like, how did I ever think this looked real?
I did say something about that.
Yeah, I thought it was this stream.
Yeah,
so obviously there were still big jumps to come, but the N64 and I think it was just seeing Mario go from
PS2 and GameCube and all them. It was
right. Those were going to
well.
make their big jumps. So I think now we've kind of stopped on the massive jumps and they're just marginal changes. But there were big jumps from the N64 era all the way to, I mean, even when you went from 8-bit to 16, and just, though that kind of progression through gaming, I think, has slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah.
And this, to me, marks one of the biggest ones, which was coming off that 2D Mario world. And maybe it was specifically because it was Mario and you're so used to that 2D platforming world. to see him come to this 3D world, bad camera angles and polygons and all. I just love it. And I think just beautiful looking game in terms of the colors, the level design. Again, I don't personally have an issue with polygons. So if you hate them, I know you're not going to agree with me when I say it's a good looking game. But I love the world. It's colorful. It's bright. It feels like Mario.
And if you want a better looking version of this game, just play the DS version.
Right, yeah, and fair enough. Like they have those now that you can get a more polished version of it.
The only problem with biggest problem with the DS version is that for some crazy reason they decided to put Super Mario 64, the game that revolutionized using a control stick, on a game on a handheld that only had a D-pad.
Right. So fair enough. But I mean, as a Super Mario 64 fan, I would have had continued to buy Nintendo consoles in that kind of gap where I went to Xbox and PlayStation, I would have been buying it up every time they did it on a DS or 3D All-Stars or whatever it was. I would have bought those as well, just because one of the first things I started playing when I got my Switch 2 was just the port that they have of it on Switch Online, just because I'm like, great, this, it's a little I imagine it's very similar to the 3D All-Stars version, I would guess. But it looks great. It plays great. It looks just like a more polished off version of the game. It's almost like you ever kind of have those memories of an old game and you're like, wow, in my mind, I didn't think that game looked that bad. And then you play it and you're like, holy crap, this game actually looks worse than my memory, than my memory served me. I feel like the Nintendo Online version of Mario 64 looks like my memory of what Mario 64 used to be.
I'm pretty sure they do a little bit of upscaling for it.
Yeah, like there's definitely an upscaling that took place. It looks a little bit more polished off. So it looks like a nicer version of it, but it still has the polygons and all that. Like, so
a lot of
it kind of finally makes that image of my memory perfect.
I have a quick question. Who the fuck let that animal Paul Hadouken in here? Who let that Paul?
I was just gonna say, shout out
in the blue hell. Why is Paul here? Like, I'm just kidding. No,
shout out to Paul, rated on YouTube,
always
Twitch,
good to see
and
Paul.
Rumble, and brought the current viewer count up to 69 viewers.
Nice. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
What's up, Paul? He also came with BD Jake. What's up, BD Jake? Hope you're doing well. And Wingus Dingus. Good evening to you, good sirs. We are on our number one N64 game, so we're getting close to wrapping up here.
I think the main reason I only have Super Mario 64 in my honorable mentions because I like to 100% games, and I usually get tired of Super Mario 64 by the time I get to the second area or the third area.
Wow,
fair enough.
The DS version has 191 achievements.
Yeah.
Wait, you get tired of Super Mario 64?
Yes.
I don't blame you.
See, I've replayed it so many times that like I could never get tired of it. I really can't. I just like for whatever reason just always adored this.
Mario 64 only has 72, so the DS version has way more.
Neo, don't you know what? We got a new chat here. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do this again to you.
Oh no.
You're wrong about Super Mario 64. Do we have to do this again?
What? I'm not defending Mario 64. It wasn't even on my list or honorable mentions.
You said you get tired of Mario 64. Come on, man. How do you get?
I also said it.
I know you said it, but
I haven't played Mario 64 since.
That's because your brain goes like 1,000 miles an hour, and like I don't think I could ever.
No, it's just because I've no secret that I'm just not a huge fan of the Mario franchise in general.
I mean, I'm someone who thinks the best Mario game is Yoshi's Island.
Okay, Yoshi's Island's pretty good.
So. All right. But yeah, I will be playing Mario 64 here soon-ish for retro achievements and for our your gaming challenge, since I have to get to Sunshine for extra bonus points. So.
Wait, who challenged you to that?
Well, Canadian challenged me to Sunshine. But if you get multiple games in a franchise, you get more bonus points. So I started at the beginning and I worked my way through to Sunshine. I just haven't gotten very far because the Mario games I've not been enjoying them. So, but I'm not going to get into that.
Donkey Kong was always superior to Mario.
I was always a bigger fan of the Donkey Kong Country games as well.
I mean,
yeah, I go Mario there. I go Mario there.
I like Donkey Kong Country, but Super Mario World was just a blast.
So Lois says Yoshi's Island is actually the correct choice, though. So
I mean, I can't disagree to a certain degree.
So, and I said I can understand platforming isn't your thing. I like platforming, just not huge on Mario platforming. So, all right. So let's see here. We've got 2 more, and let's go with Ryan with your number 1 N64 game.
Well, it's not going to be a lot of shock to this one. It's Super Mario 64.
Nice.
I mean, look, and I don't want to do this to, it literally it is the flagship game of the Nintendo 64. It is the one that sold the console.
Can't
It's the
argue with that.
It's the one that carried the console until new games came out. Look, you can what the hell is that game called? Pilot
Wings.
Pilot Wing 64.
I had that on
Blast.
Super Nintendo, but I didn't have it on N64.
Pilot
I did
Wings
play it.
64? God, that thing was a bag of assholes. That shit sucked.
Hey,
What the hell are
Hey.
you talking about? Hold on now. If you liked it, teach their own. I'm not going to knock it any more than that. I'm not going to knock it any more than that. But Super Mario 64, that carried a generation, my generation of millennials, into the new gaming world. And quite frankly, it's probably the flagship Mario of all time, other than the original Super Mario Brothers. So I know there are people who are like, oh, Super Mario Galaxy, great game. Is it Super Mario 64? No. Does it have the flagship literally coming into the new part of Mario? No. What it did is it took the old Mario, the games, the TV show, and it went into a very new direction, and it enhanced it with, yes, polygon graphics. But at the time, like, as somebody who grew up there and like that Christmas, the Nintendo 64 like actually debuted, my parents sat in line from 5 a.m. at Target, the Target that is still in this town, to get one. That shit was gorgeous. Well, like when I saw that under the tree, I literally almost dropped a deuce in my pants. That's what it was. Because it was like, what, 1996? So I was 11 and a half.
It came out in 96, correct.
Yeah, so I was 11 and a half. No, I wasn't. Yeah, no, I was
Yeah.
I was 11 and a quarter because I'm a late August baby. So basically late December 1996, I was 11 and a quarter. So anyway, I came out and I even in my 5th grade class, I did.
I was stunning and brave.
I'm coming out. I want the world to know.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking it.
Well, you shut the fuck up, old Canadian. What the fuck? Are you serious? Ryan is the old fogey. We keep around with. Dude, you're the baby nuts that we tolerate and kind of like shoo away when you have bad opinions because they're all bad.
What are you saying that to me for?
No.
Yeah, why are you attacking dude like that?
No, angry Canadian. He's not.
When you said dude.
Well, you said dude.
I said dude.
Angry.
Angry Canadian. Dude, you might need to change your name.
Nope. Just let you know, my Xbox account has been Dude 1286 the entire time I've had it, and it's almost old enough to vote.
My gamer tag is almost my gamer tag is old enough to vote.
Damn.
No, almost. Yeah, it is.
And again, I kid. I'm not actually messing. I'm not actually mad at angry Canadian. I have no ill will towards anybody. I like to riff and give people, rib people a hard time. So yes, I am the old man on the panel, pretty much. There's another gentleman on the panel who is roughly in the same neighborhood as me for being old. So, Lois says,
well,
dude,
and
you said
you said you're August, right?
Yeah.
I'm older than you.
Okay. Well, we're still the old men on the panel.
By a few months. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Well,
I was in April, so
I will say on retro achievements, Super Mario World is the most played game on retro achievements, and Super Mario 64 is number 6.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's actually kind of crazy if you think about it, because Genesis was actually the first console that got support.
Oh, well, Sonic the Hedgehog is number 4. Super Mario Bros. The original on NES is number 2, and Donkey Kong Country is number 3.
I think it was Genesis, then NES,
Wait.
and the Game Boy line.
Ah, okay.
so the of the top 6, the majority are Nintendo games.
So 3 of them are Mario games. So of the top 6, you got Super Mario World, Super Mario Bros., Donkey Kong Country, Sonic the Hedgehog, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and Super Mario 64 are the top 6 most played games on retro achievements.
Nice.
Mario Bros. 3 is number 8.
Aw.
So, yeah, Lois said, "Dudes catching strays."
Yeah, I know that made me laugh because I was giving Dude a hard time earlier, but it was just like poking him and good fun. But yeah, I said Dude, and it's like I didn't actually meet Dude.
I do the same thing, and every time I say "dude" and not reference to him when I'm on stream with him, he's like, "What did I do?" I'm like, "Not you, dude. Dude in general."
It's like a good joke. It's a good lasting
It's a
joke.
great
It
joke.
works. So, all right.
Especially when you don't say it every time. You just wait until the right moments.
Yeah, that was a good one.
So
That was a good one.
another one for Mario 64. Yep. That's. If you ask people like, "Hey, N64, what's the first game you think of?" Majority's probably going to be Mario 64.
Yeah.
And then probably GoldenEye number 2.
I think Majora's Mask.
I just like, in general, if you ask most people, like, what's the first game you think of? I would say Ocarina of Time. People are going to pick Ocarina of Time as a more memorable
True.
for N64 than Majora's Mask, but they're both fantastic games. So, all right. And lastly, we got Filter with his number 1 N64 game. It better not be Mario 64.
Do it.
I doubted it.
It is no, because I already said it was in my honorable mention. So
Okay,
no,
okay.
it was not my number 1.
Say Goldeneye.
You already had that as
Well,
number 2. We can't have that as
yeah,
number 1.
I can't double that one up, or maybe I can. No. I am basically going to be following in suit with Nerdy Neo here, and it is Ocarina of Time. I swear with this list, like, it was almost easier picking my favorite Stargate episodes. I was really or even the Star Wars games, like, that was almost a little bit easier, but like, I was really trying to figure out, okay, what does deserve that number 1 spot? What game did I sink the most time into? What game did I play the most, replay the most, and stuff like that? And I was like, it has to probably be right up there with Ocarina of Time. Between going through those temples multiple times, hating it every time going through that damn water temple for me because I get easily misdirected. But then just
didn't want to play the Shadow Temple because it creeped me out.
I didn't mind that one, other than the zombies that tried to grape you. That was a little unnecessary. Yeah,
one of my most hated enemies in all of video games.
They were annoying, but like, it didn't like sway me too much from getting through. But like, I don't know what it was about this game in particular, because yes, Dude is not wrong when he said it's pretty much like a Link to the Past clone a little bit. A little bit, just a smidge, just a smidge, So there's some similarities, But I like the aspect of then going from kid Link to adult Link, and then getting to play around in the slightly new world with that twist. And like I said, I said it earlier about us creating our own fun. I know I did plenty of that in this game, especially when you got to raid the Gerudo base, and I was basically like, you go full, and you kind of had you had to go full stealth mode. It was the only time I did pretty well for like a stealth section in any game.
Well,
and it was just
pretty stupid.
There's that, and then like having the bow and arrow was a real benefit too, and getting to take people out that way. But it was just I just kind of created my own little fun with it, sneaking around, taking them out, and everything. Yeah, Nightmare Link finally putting on pants. Yes.
Yeah.
And like it was tough too because I did love Majora's Mask, but I didn't. That was a game where I did play through it, I beat it and everything, but I just did not play it as much. It didn't get as much time for me. I know my brother, he loved Majora's Mask. He that was like one of his multi playthroughs. And the main thing I love doing with Majora's Mask was getting the Goron mask and then just rolling all the way through the different areas. I just had fun doing stuff like
yeah,
that.
was fun.
What's funny is that the Goron mask is actually the one that was least affected in the remake.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, the Deku scrub in the remake actually had when you know how you could have a momentum whenever you start going across the water. They took out the momentum.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I do have a question. So
Yeah.
do we have two Legend of Zeldas and two Mario 64s?
For number one, yes.
Yes. All right.
Well, we have 3 Zeldas in number 1, but 2 are Ocarina of Time.
Only
Yeah.
2 are of Ocarina of Time, so we need to take it to the chat because we have to break the tiebreaker for number 1.
It has to be a tiebreak. It has to stay tied because there can always be another episode.
I mean,
Dun dun dun.
maybe.
Because Jason wasn't here, he's gonna want to do a top 5 N64.
Yeah, so he did message me the ranking though, because he has been taking notes. So and it's good because I was like, I'm trying to figure it out myself, and it's similar, but not quite what he sent me. So but yeah, Ocarina of Time, I can't argue with that because it is the best N64 game.
Hey, chat, you know what? Your voice matters. So put your pick and your tiebreaker in the chat because, quite frankly, it's just because somebody's not here doesn't mean that we have to not do that.
I will do a poll though, so you guys can
come on,
do
man.
Do a 3-way poll because Majora's Mask would be funny if it actually ended up winning the poll.
Yes.
All right.
You should actually instead.
I agree with the pure chaos.
You should put GoldenEye instead of Majora's Mask and see what actually wins.
No.
I'll put. Oh, so okay. I'm doing Ocarina of Time. I'll do.
I mean, let's have some fun with the chat, man. I mean, they're all here and they're watching us, and I don't know why.
Here's the thing, though. It's Leo. He's gonna put Perfect Dark instead of GoldenEye.
No, it's a better game, but I know more people are gonna pick GoldenEye. So yeah, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Mario 64, and GoldenEye. All right, poll is in chat. So you guys can vote yourselves. We should probably start doing that more regularly. I don't think we've ever actually done that on a top 5.
We should, and I'm not going to vote because we already have our opinion. So anybody who's on the panel should not vote. Even if you did, you're a jerk.
So Ariel says,
"I'm clean right now."
Ariel says, "Ocarina of Time didn't care for Majora's Mask." All right, and yeah, Jay says the list is ever changing. So that you can have say, did it cut off? So
wing us. Go to YouTube.
Yeah, let's see. Can I do a poll on? Usually, I don't have anybody watching on Twitch, so.
Oh no, Nightmare!
Everyone vote GoldenEye just to troll.
Nightmare, the agent of pure chaos.
Oh, all right. Let's see here. I've never done a poll on Twitch.
I've never done anything on Twitch other than stream there, and I
same here.
Yeah, same. I've never even done that.
I don't. Let's see here.
Wingus Dingus, that I got the room to myself over here. That sounds like you're beating off in the corner. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
I don't see an option to do a poll. Yeah, I even tried /poll and it's not giving me anything. Sorry, Wingus. But let's see
also,
here.
Wingus, if you want to follow somebody on Twitch, Legion Games 2076. I stream there. I don't get a lot of views, but I stream there. So it's like, yeah.
So yeah, poll is in YouTube chat if you want to go vote on Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, GoldenEye, and Mario 64. So, but yeah, so that all right, so that wraps it up for our top 5 favorite N64 games. As usual, that was a lot of fun. But last thing before we say our goodbyes is Jason has been taking notes, and he sent me the group ranking based on all their picks. So at number 5, we have Rogue Squadron. At number 4, we have Star Fox 64. And third, we got GoldenEye. And then tied for first, we have Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, since 2 people had each of them as their number 1. So, yeah. So thank you guys for joining me for another long top 5, but it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. So we'll go around the horn here and give everyone a chance to plug what they got going on. So let's start with Ryan. What do you got to shill for yourself?
Well, other than disrupting everything of all time for Neo, no, I tomorrow I think I'm gonna be playing some Fallout, not Fallout 76, Fallout London.
Oh.
I haven't played Fallout London in a while, like 2 months. So I've been kind of jonesing. So yeah, I like to do that. You can actually watch me do that on my YouTube channel, Legion Games 2076 or Legion Talk, because I kind of like, it's also relevant there too because it's like pop culture. And then of course on Thursday, I'll be on Ryan Roger Athe's channel for what is it? It's insert. No, it's not insert. What the hell is it called?
Were you gonna say insert title here?
Yeah, I was like, what?
That's Broken Emerald Arrow's channel.
Yeah, no, what the hell is it called? Yeah, Fallout London is a mod for Fallout 4, and it's better than Fallout 4, by the way. So anyway, it's reality based. Tomorrow.
I knew that.
Sorry, it's been a long week. So anyway, yeah, nothing on Thursday because I'm picking up a shift at work, because of course aviation, it never sleeps. And I might do something after the fact. And then Friday is going to be Icy and I should be playing some more zombies or Fortnite. Her and I, she had a connectivity issue last week, so her internet kind of dropped out. And then of course I'm going to be on Ryan Roger Athe's channel with Old White Road.
All right, and then we'll be back here at this time next week for another episode of Party Chat.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, thanks for joining us and derailing the show many times. That was fun.
You're welcome.
So, dude, you got anything to shout out, or are you still kind of on hiatus?
I'm still kind of on hiatus. Even though I should be getting my new computer tomorrow, I'm probably not going to stream for a while because the place that I would want to stream in, it has a fan running like 24/7.
Oh,
so
drying stuff.
Yeah, so I'd rather wait until after I'm done with at least that part before I start streaming again. But as you can see, I still have the equipment. It just
had to move it.
Yeah, it's no longer in the basement.
All right. And I got the link to his because he does his streaming on Rumble.
But when I get back to it, I'll get back to working on Ninja Gaiden Sigma.
That's
still
right.
working on those ninja trials.
Yeah, those are
the fact that you have to do them 4 times, each one 4 times, just because you don't have the higher difficulty unlocked by default is kind of retarded.
Yeah, you got to play through each difficulty to unlock the next one. Yep. So
I was fine with that with the campaign. Ninja Trials, it's too much. Especially when there's like 80 of them.
Yeah, there's a lot. So looking forward to when you're able to get back to your regularly scheduled programming. So, all right, Nerd Takes, what do you got going on?
For me, not too much. Actually, first and foremost, thanks for having me tonight. This is a lot of fun, guys. Always a pleasure chatting with you all.
Glad you could make it.
In terms of my channel, nothing in particular. Honestly, a little bit busy IRL these days. So, if you enjoy movie reviews, video game reviews, and some kind of, shorts of gameplay, all that kind of stuff, feel free to sub to the channel and keep an eye out for new stuff. I just recently did a video that's a little bit out of my normal stuff.
Just going to mention that.
Oh, thank you. I usually do. Well, I've started at least over the past year of this channel doing a lot of reviews between games and movies, but trying to work in some more evergreen type content, so they say. So just did a recent video of top 5 Arkham boss fights from the Batman Arkham series because it's one of my favorite game series, if not my favorite series of all time. So feel free to check that out. And then again, sub to the channel if you like the sound of my voice for whatever reason, and keep an eye out for more content.
I mean, who doesn't like the good Boston accent?
I can imagine it gets a little annoying.
From Boston.
Great having you on again for another top 5.
Man, always a pleasure.
So, and Filter, what do you got?
Oh, not a whole lot right now. I'm going to be trying to get back to gaming streaming sometime soon, hopefully. But for the time being, you can catch me on Thursday on Static 2020's channel for the weekend pregame, where we talk about Clown World, and he tortures everybody but me, and I just kind of sit back and laugh at everything. Because I don't know what he could torture with me with, considering the bizarre stuff I've already seen. But besides that, then of course there is Saturday Night Sith with my buddy Jay Hitman. That's our little show on 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Mountain Time that we do. I have no idea what the heck we're talking about this week. He was giving me assignments of reading comic books, but now we kind of fell off and I forgot what the heck we were doing. But we usually talk about general pop culture stuff and anything else that also amuses us and catches our eye and whatnot, or gets Jay Hitman's ire up, which is always really funny to get him riled up and on a rant or two, which Neo, I'm looking forward to. Otherwise, then also you on Wednesday, which will be tomorrow morning, go to Duke Devil 95's channel where he posts the Wormhole Watch, which is myself, Duke Devil 95, Adam the Renaissance Nerd, and Jay Hitman, where we are going through episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I forgot which episode it was. We just did. But check it out. It's been fun, and you get Hitman's always entertaining with that because he only asks a lot of interesting questions and also gets things really spicy with the whole pro Cardassian anti-Bajoran stuff. It's always hilarious.
He's a huge fan of the Bajorans.
He tries. Species. Yeah, he tries to say he hates them and everything or doesn't like them, but deep down, I think we know the truth.
I've never seen Deep Space Nine. I used to be on an actual Star Trek stream with Adam the Renaissance Nerd. We did the original series, and I've never seen Deep Space Nine.
This is my first watch through of it. Myself and Hitman, we're the fresh baby faces in this, while Adam and Brad Duke Devil, they're the seasoned veterans that are kind of leading us along, and they'll be snickering to each other, and also just kind of they'll allude to things that they can't tell us because they don't want to spoil anything, and they're just kind of teasing Hitman and I in their own little way, which makes it for an entertaining little video. And go ahead.
Do me a favor. If Adam gets a little uppity tomorrow, just tell him you know what. Shut up, red shirt. You're gonna die. Because the red shirt he was a red shirt. It was like our shtick on Star Trek Engage that he was a red shirt and he died all the time in the original series. Like there were just clones after clone after clone after clone. Like we had to keep cloning him because he kept dying. So just tell him to shut up, red shirt. He'll get it.
It's the Star Trek version. Shut up, Meg.
I'll try and remember that because we usually record those on Sunday nights, and then Brad edits them down and posts up the final video. So that's kind of how that works out. But I will try and keep that in mind anytime he gets a little uppity like that, I'll be sure to throw that out.
It's not a live thing then.
No, it's not a live show or anything. No.
Okay. Yeah.
This one's pre-recorded.
Yeah, we definitely did it live, which caused copyright issues. But we worked.
Yeah, that's why we're doing it like this. So then Brad can kind of edit out as much as he needs to for the episode, so he doesn't get dinged like that. So it's been working out pretty well.
You know what? I'm just gonna tag you guys on Twitter tonight, you and him, and I'm like, you know what? Shut up, red shirt.
Sounds good. But otherwise, that's all from me.
All right. Oh, great having you guys all on to rank N64 games. It's a lot of fun. Myself, I will be on. let me go to this month. Tomorrow, I will be over on Tommy's channel. I will be on the Hump Day Chinwag for the first time. And then tomorrow evening, I'll be on Carl's channel for Legacy Loading. And him and Gino and I are going to be talking some Mega Man. And then Thursday, it'll be another episode of Open Mic with Fractured Filter's Saturday Night Sith co-host, Jay Hitman, who legitimately, I messaged him last August, like, hey, you want to come on Open Mic? And he's like, oh, thanks. I'm honored. I'd love to. And I was like, all right, when works for you? And I literally didn't hear from him again. And I every couple Saturday Night Siths, usually watching it live, I'm like, I still haven't heard from Hitman. He's like, oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And he finally, after a year, finally got back to me. So as long as he hasn't forgotten, he'll be on Open Mic on Thursday night, and it'll be fun. And then let's see here. On Friday night, I will be over on not Duke Devil, Devil Maybe Do It channel for I will be on Beelzehub on Friday night.
Nice.
And then we'll be back with another party chat next Tuesday. So, but yeah, so catching up here. Last thing on chat. Let's say, Jason unfortunately wasn't able to be here, but he was here in spirit and in chat. He says, again, thanks everyone in chat who watched live tonight. We appreciate it. And we set like a record. This is one of the highest viewed live shows ever. So that's awesome. Thank you everyone for hanging out with us for over 4 hours. We talk about N64. So Lois said, I like the poll results. Stop the count. Majora's Mask was in the lead when he said that. So last thing here, let's see here. The poll at this moment is we have a tie with with 9 votes total. We have a 33% vote for Majora's Mask and a 33% vote for GoldenEye. Ocarina of Time with 22%, and then Mario 64 with 11%. So let's see here. How do I stop the poll?
That means 3, 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah. So we got a tie between Majora's Mask and GoldenEye. So thank you everyone for voting on that and hanging out with us for N64 stuff. Oh, and Lois said in regard to the Ninja Trials, that sounds like Drakengard 2. You have to beat the game to unlock one harder difficulty, and each alternate ending is also locked behind beating another higher difficulty. And Nightmare was all on is right there with you, Nerd Takes, because he is a huge fan of Batman, as you can tell probably by his avatar. So when you were talking about your video on and the Arkham being one of your favorite franchises, he's all on board for that. I know how much he loves Batman.
Nice.
So
good taste, Nightmare.
Yeah. So Phoenix Santos is dropping in chat right here at the end saying, hello, how are things? We ranked our top 5 N64 games, so go catch the replay. Start at the beginning. It was a lot of fun. And everyone's saying, on YouTube right now, there's 69 viewers. So someone stuffed the ballot box. So with that, that'll end it for tonight's episode of Top 5. Again, thank you for joining us and basically setting a new record probably a new record for Top 5 and nearly a new record for my channel. I love hanging out with you guys and talking video games and everyone in chat. You guys are awesome as well. So everyone, have a good night. We will see you later. And as always, in the meantime, game on.
Bye-bye.
See ya.